I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dying on myself. The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady, yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot.
think my favorite they made me so surprised because when I go to the platform they prepare many things like I'm so happy with that because I think Tylo like family, like make me feel so warm and they are so sweet. I'm so happy with that. I'm so surprised. I think when I post in Twitter, I look for team, and then I open to all region. I can go all region, right? And then some maybe EMEA and NA and then Pacific. Some team ask me, I can go to trial, but my first team trial is Tylo because why? When I play in Wolves, I know Tylo is like strong team, you know, but they need one IGL. Like the long time they need one IGL, yeah. And then when I know, oh, Tylo find me to trial, and then first team I go Tylo first, and then in trial I feel so happy. The fight is good, and then Tylo players so strong, and then even like the Tylo like the whole manager, and then they talk with me. I think like in my mind, I think I like this team, you know. It's all about a feeling. It's all about a feeling. I like this team. I think Ominous, he is so professional. Like in Wolves, he's analyzed everything. Like, you know, before match, maybe in practice, he analyzed everything. Like our player status, and then blah blah blah, and then Ominous joined Tylo first, and then after that. And then he tell me, hey, this team is so good, and then like maybe everything like, you know, high standard, you know, like I don't know how to say, like the average is higher than average, you know. And then when I join here, he will tell me what I need to improve, maybe in this map, maybe defend, blah blah, position. I need to improve what, and then he helped me a lot. That's why I think thanks for him. No, I didn't give him any tips or remind Wolves blah blah blah. I didn't do it because why? I think when Aluba asked me like what he need to do, maybe blah blah, I just say okay, you just do what you want to do. Don't ask me because I ready to leave, right? I think you just do whatever he want. Yeah. Maybe EDG, because Tylo lose EDG like almost 2 years, like 12 lose, and then when I joined Tylo, and then I think they need to like focus themselves in game. I mean, because many people say, you guys need to win EDG, you guys need to blah blah blah, but I don't think the most important thing need to focus in the game. Like don't focus on we against EDG, we ready to lose first. When I join Tylo, I always tell them like just focus yourself, and then like just control what you can control in the game. Like yeah, I think I like this because we win, right? We finally win EDG in Tylo. I mean, I think first thing, I think when I go into new environment, I think lead the 4 new player. I think for me the most important, like the hardest thing, I think I need let our 4 player to know what I want to do. Like my concept is what, you know, like they need to know what I need, what I like to do. Maybe my style, blah blah, in game. I mean, out of the game, I think is everyone like family, like friends. Because why? I think I like have fun, you know. I don't like the fight is so tight. Everyone's so tight. Feel so pressure. I think like play rank, you know. When I joined Tylo, I want like we 5 people play like rank fight. I think if we against Nova, the hardest thing is because we 4-0 now. I don't want our player like think we need to win, we must need to win that, because I'm so scared they have this thought, you know. if we against Nova, I think the hardest thing, I don't want them like think like we cannot lose, because it's so hard. Because I always tell them, just focus yourself and do what can you do, what can you control in the game. I think that is fine. No matter who we are against, I think it's the same. It's the same. Just yeah, like, you know. I want to say I will like keep improving and stay focused and stay hungry to keep improving. I want to go back international stage to meet you guys. Yeah, because I think the last year, the whole year, I think is so terrible. Like for me, you know, for the team. But I think it will be better in the future when after I join TYL. I think, yeah. I'm so like, my expectation. I'm so excited when TYL can go Masters and Champion. Yeah, I miss you guys so much. I miss the stage so much. But I think, you know, Silver BB will be back. I think my favorite, they made me so surprised, because when I go in the prep room, they prepare many things, like maybe birthday background. I think my favorite, they
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how will you know? You better watch out, my
Welcome back to the English VCT China coverage here on Project Horizon. My name is Akamas. Right next to me there is the great Tank. And, you know, today is gonna be a special one because probably the two best teams in China, record-wise, are gonna match up against each other. Both of them have beaten the Titans in EDG, have brought down Kang, and today they face off against each other. It's a Nova versus TYL, and this one is gonna be an absolute cinema matchup.
Well, who would have thought, especially after last stage, that TYL versus Nova is gonna be the game that determines who's gonna come out on top of Group Alpha. We are seeing here in the chart that TYL and Nova are already locked for playoffs, but are they gonna be on first seed? Are they gonna be on second seed? That's gonna be determined in this matchup, and I'm so excited to see this because I feel like TYL already outreached their goals and the expectations in last stage, and for Nova this is happening right now. This is gonna be such a fun matchup. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, I don't know, like, Nova, there's no way Nova expected to be in the place where they are right now,
No.
right? There is, like, no world where they expected, okay, we will be 4-0 by the end of groups, we lock playoffs before the last group stage game, and we will play against TYL, who, by the way, are 4-0 as well. So, like, in general, I think this is just a very surprising outcome of that entire group, considering that FPX and EDG are always the two teams some people will count as favorites just because FPX has that international experience in Kovac and EDG is EDG. But now you have two very different teams going into playoffs out of this group. And it has a lot to do for TYL, in my opinion, with Sufet joining them. And on the other side, Nova, something drastically changed in them when CB rejoined the lineup. He had a vengeance tour against EDG, and in general I think Nova is just such a very different team, and their international experience in Swexor just shows up so often.
I feel like both of these teams have found their missing piece for this stage. You are mentioning CB coming back into this Nova roster, and for TYL it's definitely Sufat. His IGLing and his decisiveness in the mid-rounding is definitely what's bringing TYL over.
Yeah, and you know, them 2-0ing EDG yesterday was a sentiment. On the other side, you already mentioned TYL, Sufet joining them, giving them a little bit more structure, giving them a little bit more ideas on certain maps is something to look out for. Yes, Sword 9 was a good IGL, but Sufet is just on a whole different level, and as we already mentioned at the start of Split, the experience of Sufet will only come into play once they join them internationally, right? Once they go to Masters Shanghai, once they are at a big international event where the lights shine brightest, their Sufet has that experience. And on the other side, a very inexperienced young roster in Nova that found their missing piece. The Lost Sun is back in their lineup with CV. Are rejoining them again. Him and Swexor yesterday against EDG, they were so impactful, so great. It's gonna be something to look out for.
Yeah, 100%. And you already really briefly mentioned maps. I think it's so interesting to look at the maps both of these teams played thus far because it's exactly the same. None of these have shown a single summit. Both of them are pretty consistent on Sunset, on Lotus, and I know that you are looking forward to see a split.
Yeah, for sure. I think Split is a very interesting and intriguing match with those two teams at home. They have some interesting comps. The double dive one from the side of TYL, where they try to just play a very pacey, fast game, and on the other side there's a deadlock there to stop that on the side of Nova, which is very interesting to look out for. And in general, you know, going into this game, I still think like TYL should be the favorites on paper because we just expect so little from Nova. I don't know, Nova going to champs seems so far-fetched, even though they are 4-0 in their group and beat EDG. I still view them as such an underdog, dark horse pick compared to TYL, who were just consistent throughout the entire year.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Even though Nova have shown us how great they are in this stage, I'm still a bit at disbelief that this could really happen. So I'm with you on that take, definitely. I feel like in this matchup, TYL against Nova, it's gonna be very interesting who gets the first pick when it's coming to the map Veto, because both of these teams haven't been looking forward to play Summit. But I feel like if TYL is going in and ban Summit first rotation, that could be a chance for Nova to bring in Ascent. And Ascent is really the only map where we have seen TYL struggling. So that this could really be an opportunity for Nova to make this series a bit more easy for them.
Yeah, and in general, what I want to mention here is the mentality of Sufet going into the stage, going into this matchup. We had a short interview of him before the broadcast started, and the main takeaway for me here was the mentality of we are not working to 5-hour group. We are not working to be the best team right now as of today. We are working to be the best team towards the end of the stage to win China, to win that entire stage, to go to champs and play that big international event with TYL. And yeah, that work mentality normally gets teams towards a point where they might just be the best because they work for the long-term success and not for being the best run right now. I'm a little bit scared with teams who like pop off this hard in groups because there's a lot of time to adjust to that from the other side. There's a lot of time to adjust from that for other teams, and I think, you know, those 5-0 groups are always something that could be a little bit misleading.
Yeah, we've seen this in many formats, in many regions, that having a good group stage doesn't mean anything when it comes play-ins or playoffs or the follow-up international event. One thing you already mentioned, Sufat in that interview was so eager in seeking another international event. You can really see his eyes lit up when this question came in and he could talk about this international experience. And as a player who had such a long streak of not getting anywhere, I think it was Jin who said before joining TYL, his last win was somewhere in January, and now he's back on the level he wants to play at. That has to be such a fire lit back up inside of this player.
Yeah, you know, it's just, you see how the TYL players are thriving in those situations. You see how those new goals and a new IGL just lifted them up to a new level, and I want to see that level of excitement for somebody like Splash, who deserves to be at an international event, right? Splash has been one of the best players in China, one of the best duelists in China throughout that entire year, and he deserves a spot at that event. Same goes for Swexor, in my opinion. Like, Swexor needs to show himself against that international, especially European competition. Like, I think Swexor playing against EMEA, that's something to look out for, because he is a reject from that region, right? Nobody picked him up when they had the chance to, and now on Nova, he looks like an absolute insane player.
Yeah, and for Splash, I feel like this, he has to go to Masters, already happened in stage 1, where he was also delivering multi-kill after multi-kill. But this whole team really picked up the pace for this stage. We're taking a quick look at the skirmish, and it is ERV against Swexor, who we just talked about, to determine who gets the choice in being Team A or Team B.
You know, and as always, fun little skirmish things going on in those matchups. ERV is just destroying Swexor here.
He's so clean with the Sheriff.
That's a little bit wild, considering that's, you know, we all always praise Swexor for the aim. But ERV just might be that tad bit better. Swexor is warming up a little bit. I love how they do the skirmish like in front of an entire audience.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. Yeah, we got a bit cheeky in that last couple of rounds, but could make the win happen for his team. And now we can see how that ended up affecting the veto. And there's a Summit! Oh dear God, why are we seeing Summit in this series? I am not expecting that. There's a split and a Summit, and we only see Lotus as a decider. I have so many questions.
Yeah, same, but like both teams are locked for playoffs, right? Both teams know that they will go to the playoff stage, and testing something new in an official environment can be beneficial. I still would have expected them to just go for that tried and true map picks, because you want to hide your comms basically on those maps, but both of them being fine with Summit in a matchup like this is something to look out for the other teams, and maybe forces them into a map ban in playoffs. So it might just be the right call for Nova to go for that Summit. And on the other side, whoever wins this one is gonna be a very scary team going into playoffs, because you know, oh, we did not practice Summit. That's not our best map because it's the newest one in the pool. So we have to ban it against them because it's not a handshake agreement that we don't play that.
And I feel like, especially in VCT China, we've seen a couple of teams really looking forward to play Summit. There was All Gamers, Billy, we saw TEC on this map, and one thing they all really struggled with was mid control, and mid control is so important on a map with such a big open mid like Summit. So I feel like both of these teams got the chance to look at the mistakes that other teams in the region made to make it better and to make it work a lot easier, with maybe a bit of a comp surprise, we don't know that yet, but especially when it comes to initiators and duelists, the teams weren't really sure what to settle for.
Yeah, you know, I don't know. Sometimes you have like big questions on the side of such a new map. A lot of things open to interpretation. I think the Cypher is one of the few very clearly locked agents. There are still a little bit of conversations in between, like, do we play Silver here, do we play Fate here? I think most teams settled for the Fate at this point. There are still so many agent varieties in situations like this, and I'm always intrigued on how the team's gonna approach those maps. Considering that Sufet is such a crazy and creative IGL, there might just be a very wild comp coming up.
Yeah, but the first map that we are gonna see is Splits, and there we have a pretty clear idea of what the teams are gonna be playing. TYL has been going for the double duelist, very dive heavy with Jet Race and Sky, and then bringing in the double controller Omen and Viper. But on the side of Nova, it looks a bit different. They do have the Race and the Sky, but for their double controller comp, they are going for an Astra and the Viper, and they're bringing in a classic Sentinel. Even though Deadlock is not one for flank control, I feel like Deadlock is a lot more classy when it comes to this block potential and this hold potential. TYL hasn't been going for this type of Sentinel a lot. I think they play Cypher on one map, and other than that, they're just leaving the classy Sentinel out.
That's like we have Splash as the player of the week. So this is out of the way, a little bit of an award for him, and absolutely deserved. So like, he is one of the big reasons why TYL is in first place right now. And talking about team comps, I agree with the Deadlock being more of a classic Sentinel on the defensive side, but especially on attack, Deadlock is an agent that you play basically like an initiator. On the attack side, once Deadlock is locked, you know, okay, we have more initiating power. That GraphNet is an ability that you utilize to set up your teammates. That's something to look out for with Nova right now, because they want to set up Swexor. They want to set up those very explosive entry frags onto the site, and on the other hand, they can block the offense from TYL, because, like, you know, running Jet and Wraiths can always be nice because you have such a fast execute, but the Deadlock is a very great agent in blocking, especially those two agents, because you can't really dive under the utility, you can't really dive through the utility. You have to face that head on, and you have to destroy the sensors, otherwise your execute's gonna fall flat.
And especially when you manage to get a more contact-heavy execute onto the side, and you get the chance to play something like a net and race net combination in post-plant, this is giving you so much space and so much time, where TYL really have to be aware how to fight against something like that without making bigger mistakes, without standing in those nets too often, taking that damage, because that's really something you should avoid.
I mean, they have a Sky to counter something like that, right? They can play a tad bit more aggressively, they can play a tad bit closer in the face of the enemy, and I think that's the biggest call for both of those teams, to be just a little bit more aggressive, especially on the side of TYL, to find the Deadlock and destroy her before she can set up those post-plant setups. And that's a rough task we asked from them, but still something they have to look out for.
And both of the teams are a bit favored when it comes to their attacking side, so that's definitely something to look out for in this match as well. I feel like the team that is showing us the bigger developments on their defensive half is going to be the team that could be leading in the end.
Yeah, I would agree 100%. But I mean, we only saw one map of split from Nova thus far,
Yes.
which was against JD Gaming. And I don't want to overrate a matchup against JD Gaming, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't want to overrate the matchups against JD Gaming and TE in the end, because like those two are the bottom feeders of their group, and it's gonna look a lot different playing against TYL than playing against JD Gaming.
Absolutely, I understand where you're going with this. Both teams haven't shown us their top maps too many times. That's just because the stage is so short. I mean, we are, what, 2 weeks into group stage, and we're facing towards the end.
Oh,
and
there's
there's a
Waylay.
change in the comp of TYL. That's so interesting. Sufat on the Fade, and they put slowly on the Waylay. What
the
do
Neon.
we make out of this? This feels a bit like it's February of the year.
Wait, that's so different. Also, the entire identity shifted for that TYL lineup. No more Sky, a Fate instead. You have, but I like the idea for the Waylay, because you can just jump over the entire Deadlock setup and try to force a fight there in the backside and set up for your Neon, right? Slowly is here to set up for Splash, going onto the side to destroy whatever the Deadlock is building up. And I think that's a very, very good call for TYL here. It's something new, it's something different. And as you already mentioned, it's something that we have seen from them starting off the year. But in general, I think that's a good idea to go into a matchup like this with a comp like this that's very, very different from what you have shown before, because the Deadlock, the Deadlock would have been a big problem for that double dive comp, as we already mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Deadlock still being a big issue when it comes to Neon, but I feel like with the Waylay you have so many opportunities to just dive across that. That could definitely be a fun choice that TYL made here. I'm so excited to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, Sam, we're starting with our top dogs in Group Alpha. TYL versus Nova. Both teams 4-0 to start off the split. Both want to go to champs, but I think only one spot really up for the grabs for both of them. Basically have to go towards top 2 or win the split. To make this one happen, it's a little bit of a closer engagement that Nova is trying to force here right now. Scales is holding down the side, but TB with an entry slowly! That collapse immediately shuts down Nova.
Here I was believing that it was going to be slowly baiting for Scales, but it is the other way around. Everyone on Nova is so focused on the duel against the Viper that they completely lost track of Slowly. He swings around, he only needs 2 bullets to secure 3 kills, and now that's a nearly open A spot. It's Autumn who's trying to fill in the gaps a bit, playing on ramp, but he's facing 4 enemies pretty soon. That's gonna be rough.
I'll really hold that down too well. I mean, you still have a Gravenet and the Deadlock wall if you hear something, but you kind of have to rely on your shooting ability in that situation. No mollies in play for Guan as well, so you know those net combinations might fall flat, but Autumn has an entry. There's a path to the side already. ERV shut down, and all of the players of TYL very condensed on the side. Neon stun out already. A lot of time for Nova to get into the side, but nobody's looking at Guan. All of a sudden, it's a 1v2, but slowly the closer on this one as well. He started it off, he closes that round as well. 4 kills for him. Divergent paths coming up soon.
TYL is 4-0 in group, and Slowly is 4-0 on the scoreboard. What a collab. I mean, the aim onto Swexer was so clean, and then he even gets the follow-up done. That's such nice work from the Waylay player, and I feel like Nova now have to play something that is a bit less aggressive. I mean, they have the economy round going on right now. I like the stack happening towards B because that's exactly where TYL is trying to go, but I feel like they have to make more out of their utility instead of just taking space blindly.
Sure. Slowly but surely, TYL is creeping closer over towards the B side. Might get the first engagement. ERV has the back of his both of his teammates. That was very, very well for the Waylay. So, quick double kill into the hands of TYL. They should be able to secure more space over towards the B side. CB spots kills, but has some problems, or how do we call that? And in the end, you know, slowly just waiting for the peak to happen. Swagzor, the other side of the map, successful in that engagement. Guang spotted another right-click kill, but just the Sheriff to be picked up. Not the best weapon of all choices, but ERV, the one making the round a little bit less doable for the side of Nova. Yes, Swagzor is a marshal, but what can you realistically expect from that?
Especially because not every player is gonna be one hit to the body. I feel like every piece of damage he can gonna be nice. A lot of 1v1 duels happening. Yeah, we've seen some problems for CB, but then there's this awkward one-on-one fight towards a Heaven because there's a timing with the Viper wall, and I feel like TYL really need to be careful in those standard situations that they're not giving up too many fights that are unnecessary.
Yeah, way too many crossfires that they just blindly run into, right? It's, you know, those little oversights that make some things a little bit more exciting and dicey here, but the overcommitment, especially for Nova, did not really work out. They tried to force their way in with a lot of utility. But you have to convert the kills in the end, and that's they're buying up a lot. I mean, they had a Marshal and a Sheriff, so it's okay to do that.
Definitely bigger possibilities. They have a pretty good feeling in how to dodge the deadlock setup. Scales trying to get some space, but then he's just not aware enough for the corner that Swagzor is playing in, and now they have to get a move on in B.
And ERV already straight through a smoke. They have to be a little bit faster going onto the side. Zero traded. Going from the heavens at least with one kill. Splash has to execute on the side. Still has a stun available. Waiting for something to happen slowly. Gets a kill into Swagzor. Caught off the rotation, but still nothing else to do right now. 50 HP onto him. Maybe it's an option to just save the Vandal, but getting one more ult off might be pretty useful for him. That's a very great piece of utility, but misses out barely on CB. Nova gets their first round on the board. 3 people survive and no spike plants inside for TYL.
That saturate looked lovely. I have no idea how CB was not affected by that. It looked so perfectly placed, but there was a tiny gap that CB could play in and get the frag. I mean, the minute your Viper lurk goes down, you have to make a pretty fast decision towards B if you are executing or not, and I feel like for TYL that just took a second too long.
I mean, they were running into a setup that was already established, right? Once it's happened faster, they are trying to force their way through over towards ramps. There's a grab net in play. Swagzor flashed into main already, but spotted up. But the Prolog still gets one, but only a trade. Sufat has the back of his teammate. Down onto 10 HP as well. Prolog gets some fake info, I think. This one really tracked Autumn and Heaven.
And look at the space that ERV and Scales have already taken. They are just making their way up to Heaven, and with all of the attention that slowly is taking towards him, this could really be a chance to catch Autumn off guard.
Yeah, but you can't catch Autumn off guard. It's double for him. The straight transfer works out in perfect measures. Sufat throws his ultimate. Does not hit anything. Numbers advantage firmly in the hands of Nova, but that's an overpeak by Guan. Just giving away that round. Once more, another peak into the same situation. Now Sufat and slowly both low. 10 and 14 HP. Rotating fast over to the other side, but Izir hears that exact rotation.
Has some utility play with maybe a timing to get, but he forces the fight. has already a great timing against Sufat. No one is looking at him. No one has the idea, and Azir has the double kill. Nova gets their second round, so we are even again.
Yeah, both of them going down to 0 in the end, who hears that a little bit too fast rotation. I think especially the Waylay in mid should not rotate as loud as she did. And in the end, that is a round that goes down into the hands of a very, very strong Nova. The autumn double kill up there in heaven is basically what saved them in that entire situation. Also, Swaxor doing a lot of damage. That's what you want to see from Nova.
That's definitely a situation where the Deadlock should not get a double kill when there are 3 enemies and 2 of them have a great lurk and a great timing even against him. It's the same Deadlock setup towards the A side now. A bit of a stack towards B because they have a player in heaven, so Guang could definitely help out with a snakebite if there's an execute happening. But this far, TYL is just trying to take some space. It doesn't go too well for them. There's nearly 30 seconds off of the clock, and the space they need this far is not much.
I mean, they're just waiting for overpeaks, right? They're waiting for someone to look into them, but Swaxor balled out the Neon in heaven. Already used his ultimate into this round, which is a very, very bold call. Divergent paths already. Hard used. I mean, you get a second one on the half, but this ult completely went into Vayne. But look at Sufat already in heaven, up A side. Entire side cleared for them.
That's a lovely timing for B to take slowly down. Investing the Waylay ult onto the economy round is something I don't really understand as well, especially because the timing felt so off. But now TYL found open spot, found some space towards A, and Nova's completely rotating over at CT. Scales with a great timing. What was that shot?
Insane shot by Scales. That's all they get for now. ERV up in heaven. Picked up a gun. Be able to fight a little bit more. Into that timing, both players scaling up ramp, but CB spots out the Omen, catches him off guard. Sufat, last player standing, has to fight against the spike defuse, but nobody gets him a shot down. In the end, it's Autumn securing that last kill, bringing this Deadlock ultimate closer and closer. I mean, it's an eco round for Nova. This is the one we expect them to win in the end.
Yeah, and I feel like for TYL, the fact that they could bait out the showstopper is a bit of a win. We see that shot in slow motion again, man. That's unbelievable.
That's a crazy one.
Now we do have another buy round in the hands of TYL. Ult economy slowly building up again. They used the Nightfall, they used the conversion path, but there are some follow-up ultimates ready soon.
Especially the overdrive on the Neon is something to look out for. Perhaps with something for the post plant, you can always use that ultimate pairing to, you know, secure a site and afterwards fortify it with the Viper ult. But I still got a lot of damage early on. All haven't fight.
Considering, I mean, there was a lot of utility facing the A side, so little noise could maybe force a rotation, and we see Swaxor is moving, but only up to heaven, so TYL isn't in as much of safety as they might think.
Look at the position of CB. Now spot out by the polar. Fast one, executing inside. Guang and CB. Frag needed from them. Scales only gets one in the trade. A second as well, but the nade from Swaxor holds them off just that little bit longer. Ultimate from Autumn goes wild. Heaven control lost over for the side of Nova. They have to rotate back to the B side because an Omen ult of ERV secured some space there, and she does not calculate. Whereas here is 1v2 for Sufat right now. No anticipation for ERV in the end. Sufat spots out the Astra in the backside. 14 seconds. Needs to fight proactively. Gets one. Autumn the last one. Knows where he is. Spots the elbow. Tries to secure a plant. Autumn needs to stop that as fast as possible. But he does not peek. Peeks now and Sufat gets shut down. Gets onto the ground. and Autumn out of its chair.
Oh, Autumn's decision making in that moment is so important. I mean, you can think, oh, he only has 6 seconds, so he has to get the plan through. But what are the odds that Sufat in that situation is just tapping the spike and waiting for you with the rifle out? So going for the frag after the spike plant is something I definitely understand a lot. We see a timeout coming in for TYL, and I think that the biggest problem for them at the moment is that they have to deal with so much utility that they always tend to reconsider their decision of going towards a certain side, and the reconsidering is taking too long. I feel like the most important thing for TYL in this stage this far has been the decisiveness in the mid-rounding, and in the last couple of rounds that's been missing for me.
I mean, in general, it really seems like TYL is struggling against finding spaces where the deadlock isn't right now. Because that GravNet stops so much of their execute power. It's not even necessarily that wall, right? It's mostly the GravNet and the early fight from Sky plus Swexor. Like, those two factors just shut down most of the TYL executes already in their starting path. And Azir has such good timings right now. Always once TYL starts a rotation, Azir is already ready to destroy whatever they were building up. 4 rounds in a row right now for Nova. TYL needs something to account for.
But right now they do have some sort of an economy round going on. They're forcing some of these weapons that are very favored in close distance fights. So going towards B's maybe the best choice they can make to avoid the A-long angles. Wexer has an 8 in hand, but Autumn has his back.
Yeah, Autumn finds that kill. The Splash a little bit ahead of his team. Now there's a wall. Build on the B side. Scaling up mid a little bit more on the side of TYL. Another flash has been thrown out, and I don't think that they expect scales in vents necessarily. CB is rotating very loud right now, and Scales gets exactly that frag. Now they know, now the jig is up. Autumn wants to fight against them. But both sides still very fortified. Sufat gets a trade, Swexor with a double, but also a trade for Scales that makes this one pretty doable. If Scales hits another headshot, but Gurang, the last man to find a frag here to bring down the Viper. Round number 5 in a row for Nova right now on the map pick of TYL, if I have to add.
Yeah, I feel like the attacking side for TYL has been looking better, and I talked about the fact that the team that made the biggest changes towards their defensive half could come out on top here. But I still enjoyed this fight quite a bit. The space that Scales has been getting, and especially the snakebite into the corner of heaven, forced a really awkward fight out of Nova. So this round got a lot closer than it should have been, considering the weapons that TYL brought in.
And this one here right now has to be an ult-heavy round for TYL, right?
Yeah.
You are in an economy breaking point. You have to utilize what was given to you, and there's a Nightfall, there's an Overdrive, there's the Viper's Pit. You kinda need to throw that in a round like this.
Yeah, that should definitely be a thought, but the first ultimate actually coming out of the hands of CB. Nova is investing the Seekers to get some information. 2 Seekers going towards A and 1 going towards mid, so slowly no longer has a timing here.
That's perfect for Nova at this stage. Dash is just throwing up his walls. Keeps them guessing. Now Flash for CB does not get any information. So there might just be a rotation play over to the side of Nova, but they shun the question of a rotation. Swexor on a double. The setup from the Flash not perfect, but Swexor just aims that down. Shuts them down. Is here in the backside. Has to stay steady as a rock right now. Gets that first frag. ERV poured up on the box. A double for him. Makes this one doable. Brings down Nova to just a free stack that held A. Autumn moves back. Swexor with another nade. They can just stop the plant and its frags, but 9 seconds on the clock. Some problems for TYL, but ERV and Seofet both with a headshot. 4 seconds to go. They can't plant the spike, but it's a 1v1. CB versus Surfet. Should have heard the drop. Should know where CB is. Spike has been planted open, but Surfet peeks. And that's a tad bit too early. CB, the savior once more for Nova.
Oh, Swagzer and his showstopper is not having the best time against these TYL players, because even though the rounds are not going their way at the moment, their aim certainly is crisp in situations like this. I feel like this round was a bit awkward towards A, because there was a lot of utility going on from TYL, but then the guiding light from CB is not catching any player, and that has TYL reconsidering their walk towards B. They tend to make that decision a bit too slow yet again. Then there is this fight where Nova is saying, oh, we didn't spot anyone, so maybe we take the space towards A main, and that really is what made the round undoable for TYL, because they lost 2 players against Swexor in that A main fight. Now we see a lot more of a default situation for them, with 2 players towards mid, 2 players in B garage, and again Scales lurking up A. Even though he made some good space in mid in the last couple of rounds, I didn't see his lurk on A bringing that much of success for TYL.
For Azir as well, that's something you normally do as a Omen, where you can port out of that situation, where you have a little bit more safety. Scales getting back in the lurk. I think that's the first one since the pistol around slowly. A second in mid, cuts the rotations across the entire map. They're fighting everywhere right now. Flash is trying to get a little bit more space and ERV through the smoke. Sometimes luck has to also play a part in your rounds. Autumn, last man standing. Gates gets a shot at him as well, and TYL across the entire map. Frag by frag, they secure a round.
I mean, if the direct executes are not bringing you anywhere, maybe just bring the fight to Nova on every single inch on the map. So many corners to deal with, so many fights to consider, and Nova in these situations just going down to every single one-on-one take. And I mean, the spam through the smoke can happen definitely, but the other 4 frags have been just very cleanly isolated by TYL.
That's correct, slowly. A fast one. Up onto the ramps as well. A little bit more pace, but then there's Autumn. Shotgun in hand. Breaks that frag. At least something to deal with for Nova. Swagsaw crashes the heaven as well. His ultimates has been a problem, but the aim has surely not been won. Azir, more frags into the hands of Nova, but they have to deal with Surfet. They do not. 4 rounds for Nova. A second one for them. Back to back. Surfet stabilizing the economy with that lurk.
And Sufat is up on his feet. That is the spark that I've been talking about when we saw the interview, and that is the spark I want to see from him when he's playing on stage. Such an important missing piece of the puzzle for TYL, and now he's not only bringing the comms, he's also bringing the vibes for his team.
Yeah, and so there goes the timeout for Nova after TYL getting rounds back to back. Some bigger problems over to the side of a Nova squad that looked so promising towards the entire start of all of this. And I mean, the defense is not really the prized possession for both of these teams, right? 100% defense win rate for Nova against JDG, and on the other side, you know, in both maps of Split, TYL has played thus far. They have 45% defensive round win rate. They went negative on defense against JD Gaming, and they went negative on defense against Fun Plus Phoenix. Like, both of those defensive halves were not looking too hot for TYL in the end, and it was more their attack that they were building upon. So it's a little bit of a struggle, in my opinion, for TYL to go 6-6 on their attack half, because, yeah, in the end, you want to secure much more.
I mean, we still have to see in what way this comp change is making their defense easier, because going for a first frag should be fun for them with the Neon Waylay composition, but now still 2 rounds left to play on their attacking side, and they have been struggling. Yes, they got 2 back-to-back in the last 2 rounds, but still Nova is up on top, 6 and 4 at the moment, but Nova with the tinier guns. Only pistols on the board, except for Guan, who's investing into a Marshall. I'm struggling calling that an investment, but definitely a lot of damage that can be made with a sniper like that.
If you find those headshots on Guan, there's surely something possible. Goes for the sheriffs, and I mean, you have your ultimate, the deadlock available as well, so something to deal with for sure. But Guang on a short overpeak. That A side fully opened up. Nova can realistically not play back into this one. This should be around TYL secures.
Yeah, Guan maybe wants a bit too much in the, I think, 3rd re-peak out of screens. Now the spot is secure for TYL. The Annihilation's still in play, yes, but I feel like Nova needs an opening before they make the choice to invest the Deadlock ultimate in this round.
So Nova, 3 players down there on screens. They spotted Splash, who's having a rough one today up until now. All of the players spotted. Scales gets 1 on ramps. But one slipped through the cracks. First player already an elbow. A second one at as well. Swexor. Suddenly there's a way in, but the snake bite in the perfect timing. Swexor only gets 1, but Scales on the triple. Scales on the tear. And rips it all to shreds for Nova. They had a good idea on that retake, but just the bigger guns for TYL secure that round.
And with that, it's only 1 round that is separating these 2 teams. So TYL really tried to pick up the pieces, really tried to make this attack round work and work and work. Now they have a chance to make this a bit more uncomfortable for Nova, to get even before we swap sides.
And that first frag, this time along, belongs to Splash. Suddenly woke up from his sleep. On every corner, they are pushing right now. TYL wants something out of this, but Autumn denies. Mid-pressure denies whatever they were trying to find there. No more searching, no more scrambling. TYL shut down by a deadlock in the net. Sufet inside at least keeps that round close. 3-on-3 situation. Autumn healed back up again. Swexor still alive. Spots the gun barrel. Spots Splash. Paranoia whiffs its target and Splash on the ultimate. Another shot for CB. Another shot for Autumn. Both side players cleared right now. All of a sudden, some problems. Sirfet can be pushed back. 30 HP onto him. Another flash. Another grab net. He's stuck there in place. Needs to win that one-on-one. 1 bullet, but in the end, Autumn might just send them home. Waves goodbye on that first half already.
What a retake. All the damage onto Autumn being healed back up is really what's giving Nova a possibility to make this round work. It's only 1 frag found with the overdrive. That's also a big issue for TYL. And then in the end, the Grafnet is perfect to put the last remaining player into a really uncomfortable fight. I mean, Sufat has not a single chance with as little bullets as he had in that situation. So Nova is taking the lead, going 7 and 5 in their defense half. And now we get to witness what they can do on their better half, because the attack of Nova has been looking nice.
Yeah, it has been looking great thus far, right? Yeah, you know, 100% attack round win rate against JD Gaming. They went 5-0 there. That's where you have to get your rounds. That's where you have to get your halftime lead. That's where you have to get your lead after the first map. And then we go to Summit, which is the map pick of Nova right now. And in my opinion, that greatly benefits them going into this map because you have a clear plan, you have a clear structure going into it compared to a TYL lineup that has never played this map before and never really considered playing it as well.
Yeah, that's definitely something that makes this series a lot more interesting. I'm pretty much looking forward to that Summit map pick. I feel like this could either be Nova trying to pull a surprise card, but TYL is very well prepared, or TYL left that open thinking that Nova wasn't gonna pick this anyway, and now they are in trouble. Both things can definitely happen here, but before we get to Summit, we have to see one more half on Split, which was the pick of TYL. So it would be more than just optional to lock this one in to make the series easier for yourselves.
And also, like, we haven't really touched on this one. 15 kills for Sufet at the halftime as an IGL. Big halftime for him, but he has to do even more to bring his team over the hump to get TYL that first map. Their own map pick. Quaxor, a lot of pace. Spots out Scales, knows that he's in the rafters. Waylay known there as well. A utility piece thrown up into the heaven, which gives away so much information. Scales has been spotted once again, but slowly on the side. Has a tear there, has 2 kills! Not the shutdown into CB, gets out of there. Splash continues his very rough day. A 0 triple from that heaven position. Guang, the last one to close. And again, Splash. His rough day continues as Nova progresses with another pistol win.
And it's not only Splash. I mean, we saw a great triple kill from Slowly in the first pistol round. We see a double kill in this pistol round. But other than that, he's also been pretty quiet and playing Neon Waylay when both of your duelists struggle to find their frags is a pretty desperate sign for TYL. Now they have another economy round, and Nova, well, they're taking this round a bit slow. They don't want to make any big mistakes because they invested into this round, but having a Ghost and a Marshal always gives you opportunities to take 1 or 2 aggressive fights.
Some options. For sure, and also TYL on the other hand, fully stacking that B side, so a very good read by Sifat right now. The dog as well. They know their vent is clear, and look how much aggression TYL is showing right now. Pushing into the main area. A flash.
But Nova's not really too sure what to make out of that information. They rotate over, but that's a lot of damage found against Guang. Autumn already in heaven could definitely be a timing that TYL is not aware of.
Yeah, surely, and only 2 players still on the side. They have abandoned that B side in the end, but Autumn on double kill tears down everything they built up towards that A side. The hold crumbling. Sifat needs to get at least 1, but does not shut down the planter. And Guang gets that last frag, 9 and 5. Everything according to plan for Nova right now.
According to plan, I feel like there was a bit of sweat piling up on their foreheads. 1 player down to 5 HP, 1 player at, I feel like it was 45 or 46 HP. This did not look too comfortable for Nova. I mean, the timing that Autumn gets on A Heaven is insane, but still there were so many situations where it came down to an individual one-on-one where Nova had to get the win in, that it didn't look too well. I mean, they keep their weapons, but still the bonus round doesn't look too scary, even though Azir gets an opening frag onto Slowly again. I mean, those 2 duelists on the side of TYL, I feel like they just want to get Split out of their heads and continue on Summit.
Maybe that's the entire point. Fairly aggressive go by TYL into mid, but everyone is stunned. They're just waiting for someone to approach them, and look at Autumn's positioning once again. It's a crossfire mid that nobody will expect. Guang does not even need the help in the end. A side open. Sufet has to rotate back to that. There's so much pressure onto him right now. At least needs 2 kills, but does not get anything done. Azir. Hopes crumbled. Dreams no longer alive. Turned into nightmares for TYL in the end. Round number 10. Up for debate. Autumn is just hunting for them. Looking to get something more than looking to destroy the economy even further. For TYL team that's on the ground already.
Splash. I mean, he's getting Autumn down, but this is a safe round for TYL. Splash not allowed to keep this rifle for the next round, so it's just ERV looking forward to survive. This must feel suffocating for TYL, because when we are honest, the amount of times where Nova went for a timing, for an individual fight, for a risky situation, it has been paying off so well for them. But every time TYL is going for the same, for a risky peek, for a timing, for a hero that has to be found kind of situation, they get punished so badly, and they get punished in this round even more because they don't get to keep a single rifle in their hands.
That's another full eco probably for TYL, and with every fading round, they suffocate more and more out of the series, out of this first game, which, you know, we expected to be close, to be fair. Like, TYL were the favorites going into this one. I expected it to be very, very, very close.
I mean, when I saw the map veto, my take on how close this was gonna be shifted just a little bit, but not as far that I would think Nova has double the rounds that TYL has by the point we are on split right now. I feel you are in this, oh, it doesn't matter if we come out on first or second seed kind of situation. They are looking for playoffs. They are looking to take risks here. That's why Summit is coming in. That's why there's a comp change happening. But still, it feels a bit awkward how deep down this chaotic situation they are at the moment.
Even wanted to call this one chaos. It's like they're trying to force their way into certain areas and angles and just get out-aimed with situations and crumbling down every single corner. Look at Nova. How aware they are for certain timings that TYL is trying to set up. There's some damage onto Slowly, but will they spray that corner once again? That's a big question for me. Will they check it? They don't, but still a traded by ERV. Shuts down the spike. Gets a gun picked up for himself. They have to retreat this one. They have to recover it. Azir, as an outlaw in hand, brings this one back into a 2 versus 2. Guang needs to rejoin the entire team, but is still behind everyone. That timing is absolutely crucial. Over to their side. Spike has just not been recovered yet. Splash versus Guang. Crucial one-on-one. Crucial duel. Guang needs to get one more. What? What the hell? Guang! No way! There is no way you get this one back!
Oh dear. I mean, the opening that Slowly is finding is so nice. And then there is a moment where you feel like, oh, I mean, Nova is stuck with an outlaw. Splash has the big shield. They picked up the rifles. They have spike control. This should be a TYL round. This should be TYL winning their economy round. And then Guan just has the greatest timing, misses the first couple of shots, but then cleans up the whole mess towards mid. Nova now just 2 rounds away from stealing TYL's map pick.
Look at the pace that Swaxo shows right now. Well settled over towards 7. Investing a lot of utility, and Swaxor has yet another opening. Yet another frag that goes into the hands of Nova, but Splash, I think his first double kill of that entire map, doesn't get the triple, does not convert, but there's a lot of damage already done over to the side of Nova. They lost their duelist, they lost their pace to get on site. Azir mid needs to find something, but Surfat's too steady on the aim. A side open, but an undermanned retake. Nova has to fight against.
Spike went down, but look at ERV. He's still gonna take some time to group with his team. There are some seconds off the clock. Annihilation played towards screens. No one found, so Nova can shift towards that. Another flash confirms that no one's here. And now this feels uncomfortable for Nova.
There's a little from Surfat going down. They're here to drop, and CB remains unchecked, brings his team into a 1v1, but Surfat is just too good to be denied that round. Number 6 for TYL in the end. CB nearly made this one possible, but Surfat just shut down on those Nova players in the end.
Oh, this is so shaky, so disorganized, I might say. TYL investing the utility into the round, not clearing CB under feels like a crucial mistake, and then it's all on the shoulders on Sufa. Once again, I feel like he's been in like 5 or 6 clutch situations in this game where he has to get the one-on-one done to get the round on the board for his team.
19 frags for an IGL. Heavy lifting by the TYL captain. That's just slowly but surely starting to get into this map as well. Vexor tries to create a moment. Up and above that smoke in mid. Yet nobody wants to peek him, and Nova trying to reassess the entire situation. 3 players over towards middle. But nobody really wants to commit for a fight. Nobody really wants to commit into have an area or something like that. Slowly, you have an ult. You know that there is a lot of pressure, but you don't even need it! Swagster and CB back on the ground, back to spawn!
What a double kill from Slowly. Scales is finding one onto Azir. The spike is on the ground. Autumn might find a timing, so does Guan. There's a player stuck, but he can just TP out and look for another angle. Slowly, with the space he gained in mid, finds another frag, and now it's all down to the Viper player. We've seen great clutches out of him, but a 1v for 30 seconds on the clock and the spike down in Nirvana might be around that is impossible even for a player like him.
I mean, I would believe if he had the spike in hand, but right now 20 seconds on the clock, like this one's fairly impossible. 1v4. Guang will just save his weapon going into the next round. If you look at the general money on Nova, it does not look too hot, right? You have one more buy round, but that's an incredible swing round going up into that next one. Make or break the economy. And on the other side, it's a little bit more stable for TYL in the end. It's 11 and 7. More of a comfort standing for them, but still a long way to go to equalize in such a manner.
And economy definitely an issue for Nova. You say there's another force buy possible, but CD was down to 0 credits, so they definitely have to make a choice there. And this might end up being very dangerous for Nova, so I understand that they are taking another timeout, because when there's just 2 rounds missing for you and you realize, oh, both of our enemy duelists are coming online, you want to close this out. Rather fast than slow.
Totally not really the name of the game in a way like this, but I mean in general, TYL was struggling with a lot on their holds against those setups, against those general aggression plays with the C's plus nade. But now it seems like they play a little bit more defensive, a little bit more far back, and let Nova come to them, and that's what really helps them holding down those sides, holding down those angles, because you initially dodge your entire graph net plus nade constellations. And Nova struggles to really set up around without those.
Oh yeah, definitely. The info gathering for Nova is not really going anywhere since TYL started to play a bit more defensive, and that's putting a lot of pressure on the attack. I mean, we talked about that there might be a change for TYL's defensive half with the change they made on the comp, and now it's slowly starting to show. The last 2 rounds have been really nice, and now they have great ultimates on the board.
Something they need going forward. Another dog, it's another net, and look how defensive TYL is positioned right now. 2 players on the side. So aggressive by Nova, but the space given out by TYL is very calculated. Another flash onto the side slowly. It's just waiting there, but an overpeak into 3 people. The paranoia does not hit the player in heaven. Easier. Autumn. Everyone gets their frag. Match point on the horizons. Yes, Splash breaks the wall. They have heaven control back, but still an undermanned unit trying to retake that site. Surfet on the trade. 1v2. Autumn just a stinger. Needs to get up close. Against the might of TYL's IGL, he has a lot of time to play with. If CB falls, that might just be the problem. Because just playing with the stinger, it's a big one for Autumn. Goes into an even closer angle, but finds that last shot. Match point for Nova.
Oh man, and how many clutch situations more do you want to put your IGL? It's really, really tough to make a good showing for yourself when you are constantly finding yourself in these 1v1s or 1v2s, and he's still pretty much on top of the board for his team, so definitely a showing for himself, but it feels like TYL could make so much more out of Sufat and his utility if they got the chance to use it without having like 3 or 4 people dead already.
And in the end, now the ultimates are back for side of Nova. They have the world divided from the Astra. They have another showstopper for Swagster. This one should be a make or break it round. Heavy investment probably coming up. 5 players from Nova stacked into that site. Azir setting up an ultimate. Showstopper still has not been used, but the ult still in play. Splash playing aggressive in that flash. ERV, the crossfire is amazing. Swagster on the Showstopper shuts down the IGL. And now it's ERV left alone on side, a power position. Has to swing, has to get a great timing, a triple for him. He's doing everything on his own. Divergent paths into the side. Scales gets Guang, Scales gets Swagster. One more round to play. TYL is not dead yet.
Oh, it's a full house for ERV and for Scales. This is the first showstopper out of the hands of Swagster that is finding impact. And what kind of impact? Finding the IGL, finding the top rank from TYL, but ERV is just sick and tired of losing rounds. The triple kill secured, and then Scales coming in to find the double kill on the back of the Waylay ultimate. A heavy investment for TYL, but still a lot to work with. The overdrive is a possibility, and they also still have the Viper's Pit to play for mid, maybe.
Yeah, but still, yet another go. Inside for Nova. Trying to split the map. Trying to block fast rotation paths. It's a great paranoia. A great shot by Splash. Swagster already on the ground. The super stuck hit. The prodigy that Nova is breathing down. Gets shut down in mid, and Scales steady as a rock on the side. Stubborn to hold down that angle. Azir on his own, 1v4. A magician needed to secure that map point. But Splash denies. 12 and 9. Round by round it goes for TYL to make that comeback happen.
Oh yeah, that didn't look too magical for Azir, to be honest. A lovely double kill found from Scales on ramp. Yes, he's playing against an economy round, but the flick onto the head of CB was definitely a clean one. Splash then finds the last frag, and with that, it's just 3 rounds in between them. Nova still a bit with the back against their walls when it comes to closing this out, because the closer TYL gets, the less comfortable they get to feel on this map pick of TYL.
I mean, you have the Annihilation ready. The possible savior. Situation like that, a lot of mid control from Nova established once again. Slowly on an AWP. Takes that repick, but no frag immediately. Look, TYL is playing so defensive once more. ERV, a lot of information gathered.
I mean, we rarely see that. I thought with the Waylay and the Neon, we're gonna see even more defensive aggression from TYL, but it's the complete opposite. TYL has a bit of an issue with slowly being smoked off, but he still gets the kill now, stuck in the Annihilation, but still chaos due to the fact that Scales is in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, this one is traded out, and the A side weakened. Just Splash there. Needs to get one at least. Scales slowly coming to help him, but CB is the one to trade him out. Splash now spotted. One kill for him. Not enough right now. If TYL can't hold that side, there might be bigger trouble. Splash gets a second one, but that's just even numbers at that stage. CB and Goang, they've clutched so much. Sufet, 20 frags, the savior up until now. This time the corner might not go overlooked. Guang stays in there, and they're still not checking it a second time. Then TYL gets surprised by a corner play like this. CB just waiting for his flash to come back online. ERV, another clutch by TYL. In those situations, they are just stubborn. They are just a little bit better and more secured.
Oh, stubborn really hits the nail on the head, because I don't think this was pretty clean or pretty well structured. It was just like heads against the wall for TYL. They want to make this round work, so they do. The fact that they leave this corner below heaven unchecked for a second time is really making me angry on a deeper level.
It's making you angry, you say?
Yeah, it's making me very angry. I witnessed BLG
Sadness is also
versus
something that comes into my mind.
TEC with both teams not clearing any corners, and that this is happening in the...
I mean, corners are the big weakness of China teams, it feels like.
Yeah, but it shouldn't happen in the game where you have to make first seed, you know?
4-0, it's 4-0. Let's not check corners. Let's just blindly run into the side. Why not? Our aim is better. Let's just overrun there.
It took 5 seconds for Nova to get into Vents. With
Rush
4
B,
players.
word I can't say on stream. And there's another head shot for Slowly. Holding down the mid push. 2 players in there crashing into heavens. You have a paranoia, ERV. Just waiting for another crash to happen. Waiting for someone on the side to give over that information, but they want to pressure ERV. They want to shut down the Omen. But another headshot. CRB, late trade, Splash moving in there as well. But CB has to do everything by himself. TYL might yet defend for another match point.
Oh, what an awkward duel found in the back of the B heaven. 2 rifles against 3 sheriffs, and still Nova managed to trade that out pretty nicely. Still, they are in disadvantage, especially with Scales still being in the backside of A. So despite going there, is not the best decision. The ultimate feels a bit wasted in a situation like this, and Scales just does all the work. For Nova, this is starting to get so stressful, because not only they invested the Seekers at a situation where I don't get it, but in the last couple of rounds, they've been so eager to get this fight into Vents, and TYL just adapted to that so well.
I mean, you have 7 HP to go with. Like, you want to plant on the A side. You have to gamble anyways. Why do you invest an ultimate that big into a round like this when you know that there's another match point coming up for you? I don't really get that decision making by Nova. Seems very rushed. Seems very nervous.
I mean, I would be nervous if I were Nova, and yet again they are running into a stack. Splash is in a corner. This could be dangerous.
Yeah,
oh, this is dangerous.
Another corner! In the end, Splash gets 2. ERV chimes in there as well. Is Zero only able to trade one back? A full blown out war ensuing there in B main. Or will these 2 situations? CB and Izzy, surely not. Surely there's no way back in.
I mean, CV is trying to get some space in mid, but there is a Viper's Pit to work against, a risk to be taken, and Scales has a judge. Scales has the
spike.
kill, and that's the spike on the ground in the Viper's Pit. This is the most terrible situation that Azir could face.
I mean, running in there with a spike is surely a decision. Right?
Yeah, 100%. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, I've been talking about how Nova should come out on top because they fixed their defense and they got 7 defensive halves, and TYL has to really make a big change, and then we're switching sides, and this is happening.
You know, that's interesting for sure. Interesting, I think, describes it best. But yeah, like, it feels like Nova is very, very nervous to win out that map, right? It seems like, oh yeah, a mixture between we already have this and oh my god, they are coming back. And that's 5 rounds in a row for TYL. They won 7 out of the last 8 rounds. Something that can't happen in a situation like that.
And for TYL, you talk about them waking up. The whole team is coming closer to Sufat, who's still on top of that scoreboard, but Splash is coming so close, just 2 kills away from his IGL, and slowly also pretty nearby. For TYL, this is another default in their attacking half. They are trying to find the gaps, and we realized how hard it was to find the gaps in this defensive setup from Nova.
Yeah, mind the gap. And the gap has been minded by Swexor in the end. 2 for him. Nova back to the shenanigans they were pulling in that first half already. Azir finds Splash in that smoke. That round has been fallen apart by TYL ever since the beginning. Of pressure towards mid. Was everything they got from that.
Still a sound sensor in B heaven. Guang could have a great opportunity on his hands. Frag number 1 found, and now Sufat is stuck in yet another even more impossible clutch. The smoke is fading, and that gives an opportunity to the IGL, but still 4 targets to be found.
Yeah, I mean, he would be the biggest legend in this entire world if he clutched the 1 versus 4. In a situation like this, position known, Autumn dead, but no more to be found. Nova has another match point for themselves.
I mean, you called it shenanigans, but I feel like it just makes 0 sense how Nova is so cheeky in their defensive half, but then they lose all their confidence when they're switching sides. I hope that they can keep that cheekiness in this following round, because if they go back to playing pretty scared and pretty slow, I don't see them converting this round into a 14th.
I mean, it's China, anything can happen. Could be the mother of that league. China, anything is possible. And a CB makes themselves known onto that side. A crash down. Nova has the perfect situation to secure their map. Bring us to Summit on a 1-0 lead. Swexor in a close range angle. Tries to follow the Trailblazer over into the CT spawn. Wall destroyed. Sufat and ERV both known. 1 player up towards the heavens has been spotted by Swexor. It might be a timing. There's a sense of a splash, slowing him down even more. Numbers advantage still firmly in the hands of Nova. There are the trades coming in, but all of a sudden, TYL, they might just have found a way into this one. Azir is standing into the snake bite. Guang on his own. Spike has not been planted for him. Sufat can defuse. The snake bite is onto him, but Nova closes. Guang converts. Nova brings TYL down on their own map pick. Split the stairs.
Oh, what a last round to close out Split. Everything happened so fast in that retake, and in the end it comes down to Guan and a snake bite and a dream. I mean, yeah, TYL has to kind of stick the defuse just due to time, but the fact that Guan is clutching this 1v2 with the snakebite feels like slapstick comedy.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, you know, at VCT China, anything is possible. It makes a lot of sense. But sometimes I'm still that little bit confused.
Are we establishing that now? VCT
Yeah,
China,
please.
everything is possible.
In VCT China, anything is possible if you just believe hard enough.
Oh, I mean, we've seen some great moments out of TYL, a great comeback. I mean, it was Nova being so close to winning split for the longest time, and TYL really made this competitive again. I feel like for the longest time this map felt done and dusted for them, but they fought their way back into it. I am even more looking forward to Summit now.
And I mean, the copium runs high as well in our Twitch chat because someone called Nova wins champs. That's just been formed. And I don't know
Everything
about
is possible if you believe.
Believe into
Believe.
the Chinese teams. But yeah, it's been such a chaotic game, if we're
Yeah.
gonna be honest. So many decisions where I'm just asking about what they're gonna come about, and we're gonna have a short listen into this one.
Hello.
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 Talk.
Yeah. 交流。
Talk.
It's okay.
Yeah, wait for you.
你有
Wait, I'm just coming B. On B?
你 hold ED.
Minus 70 vent last.
He got stun.
Minus 70. I come back. Can you up down with me?
走。
Hold it, pick on me.
我上不去啊。
不用。
没事，他们两个架枪。
Let's go.
Let's go.
Good start.
好，他给他打死了哦。
I'm coming.
Late。
我在帮你晃。我看 CT 看 CT。
我看 B 听了，那我别看 CT 了，别看。
就10点自己玩。Just play time, guys. 15 seconds.
2楼下，进来，正倒了。
Stun. 我在晃。
时间。
Fake.
Yeah, and in the end, MVP is gonna be Swagzor, obviously. Like, it's a Nova win. Who else would take home the MVP but Swagzor? Probably the best player on that Nova team right now, one of the best in China. I mean, what he is doing in some of those rounds has been absolutely amazing, and I want to see the Swagzor development into one of the top players in the world.
And 7 first frags found. Even though most of them were traded out pretty fast, they always created some sort of chaos that TYL had to deal with, and it made the map a lot harder to play for them. So that's definitely even more impact found than what we've seen from just the bare duels out of Swagzor. I feel like the scoreboard has been incredibly close on this. After the first half that didn't look too good for Splash and Slowly, everyone came so close. When we are looking at this, the least kills I'm spotting are 17 and the most I'm spotting are 24. That is so even.
I mean, everyone's just hitting their heads against each other, right? It's just been...
Bonk.
Everyone's just throwing a punch one after another until anyone falls to the ground. Like, that's what they are doing. They're just punching.
Half of Nova's first frags are just Swagzor. I feel like that is super impressive, especially for the style they played in, because there were so many opportunities for other teammates to find those frags, but it was always Swagzor, always him.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, Swagzor brings this one down. Yes, TrueFed has been the best player on that entire map, but he could not bring his team to win in the end. And what feels like an eternity that map took, it was always like those up and down roller coaster moments for both teams. I don't know. I want to see a Summit that's less chaotic, but I don't think that I will be granted that mercy. We're going to that next map after a very short break. We'll be back in a minute.
World on fire.
Welcome back to the English coverage here on the VCT China on Project Horizon. My name is Akamas. Right next to me there's Tank. And, you know, it was an interesting one on that first map in between Nova and TYL with some mistakes, some chaos, but also, like in the end, Nova that looked surprisingly good on a map pick that TYL was dominating against FunPlus Phoenix and JD Gaming. I am intrigued on how that summit is gonna look, because there are so many different options, so many different routes those two teams might just take to fight into that map, and I'm not quite sure how this one is gonna turn out.
You forgot to say VCT China, anything is possible. But I am also looking super forward to Summit, especially because I already mentioned in the pre-game of Split, TYL is a team that hasn't really been too keen on picking a classy Sentinel, and on Summit everyone is playing Cypher. I mean, everyone is playing Omen as well. I don't think many teams are pivoting towards another controller than Omen, but the Cypher is pretty much set, and I am so excited to see if TYL is leaning into that, or if they have something else cooked up, and they definitely have something else cooked up. What is that? What is that? What am I witnessing?
Production, are we going to breathe?
Is this real?
Is this real life, or is this just fantasy? Are we caught in a landslide?
No escape from reality.
No escape from reality.
This is real. This is a double controller with a
Chat,
harbor.
can you confirm if that is real?
And the double duelist, they don't need a sentinel. Okay, maybe that's
No, it's
that's
pirates.
Okay.
They want to steal away that map. It's pirates.
I expected so many things. But a
But
double
not a
controller
harbor.
with a harbor and no sentinel was not on my bingo card for Summit for either of those teams. Not even for TYL.
Yeah, this is either gonna be 30-0 or an absolute slugfest. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what to expect from that. But no Cypher on that map. I mean, faster map point for Nova, I guess. I don't like that comp from TYL, if my reaction wasn't clear enough when we were going into that second map between TYL and Nova. Those two teams are showing up on Summit in the NFL games, but TYL with such a weird team comp, playing a harbor into this one, a waylay into this one, both teams forcing the waylay onto this map. This is gonna be such an interesting game.
I do like the Waylay, if I'm completely honest. I feel like Waylay's impact on Summit has yet to be discovered by many of the teams. But still, I am not sure if this is a serious attempt from TYL, or if they are hiding comps for some time in the future. Definitely, they are hiding Splash for the rest of this round, because he's done and dusted. So TYL already one man short, and they're trying to enter the Cypher side. Good luck, have fun.
They're entering. They're not trying to enter the Cypher side. They're doing it slowly. Has not spotted the kill wire just yet. Destroyed on the side. Paranoia goes wide, but look at Guang. One more kill for him. Gets a trade. Everything you need from your Cypher in such a situation, but slowly brings them back into the numbers department. Autumn, a blind swing into the smoke, nearly punished by the Fate player. Slowly gets one more, but Swagzor surrounding the side. Already ERV alone. Has to find the right pick. CB is defusing. Swagzor holding for his teammate. CB gets that last one. The rounded back is charging up, and Nova has the pistol.
I mean, it looked like Nova would get the pistol for a long time, and then it looked shaky, and then they managed to, secure it pretty cleanly. I like the decision of going for the double swing instead of having one player sticking that, considering how low both of these Nova players were. But they got the round, they have the better economy, and in comparison to a lot of other maps, in this case, they are not saving any money. Everybody is pretty well equipped on the side of Nova.
I don't want that second round. And Slowly has a small shield. The bandit in hand after a triple kill. They got in the first round. Azir. That's an entry. Gets a second one at that, but a spam through smoke. Might just turn that round on its head. Swagzor. You have the guts to swing into this one. He has, that's the big answer onto it. Picks up another weapon, has a Spectre now, but no bullets! Even though there are 2 headshots on the back of a C's. The setup by Autumn brings Swagsaw another double kill. Even more to secure for him.
Oh, and look at the vibes. I feel like the fact that Nova could close out Split in the end was such a big relief for them. And now they are back in the good moods. They are on their feet, and it's just round 2 of Summit.
And Swagsaw is 5-0. I just want to point that out because that should be a very, very fast divergent paths going into that map. Just 2 points away.
Yeah, but now for Nova, they have to make the best out of the weapons they kept, while TYL has a full buy on their hands. They are looking from the pings on the map as if they want to force another mid-go.
But slowly, being the initial peak here is a problem. Only a small sheet in hand, and there is still an outlaw on the side. For Swagsaw, still slowly finds an entry. 10 HP onto Scales. That's big damage, but slowly manages to get 2. Shuts down the mid control. For the side of Nova. I mean, 2 pistols in play means that Nova can realistically pick up 1 weapon and they are back to a fairly decent equipped.
TYL once again deciding to hit the side where the Cypher's playing. One could have a timing, but he's been taken down by Scales. Just 10 HP and he's still fragging.
3 one-shots here for Slowly. If he manages to get something done with the outlaw. Slowly gets 1 more Swagsaw. Slowly is just playing on the ropes with this one. Gets a 4K in the end. Divergent paths should be also an early option for TYL in the end. But I mean, that's just how the rounds are going, right? That's just how those situations are going down.
Yeah, that's just how it's going down in this match from TYL versus Nova on Summit, where there is a harbor. I'm still at disbelief, but you know,
Sometimes you just have to accept.
I'm accepting this. I'm accepting that Slowly is 7-2, while the other players on his team are still pretty much in break mode, but oh, that's gonna be a convergent path onto a completely empty space.
Convergent path going into nowhere, but now Nova has to retake that B side, and knowing from what we already have on information for Summit, this is not the easiest side to retake. So many close corners. That entry over from the side of Autumn might help them to get an even better grip onto it. You have to run it back ready. CB throws the ultimate into this one. But Slowly shuts down the Phoenix clone. ERV gets yet another one. Azir only able to trade 1 kill back, but Swagsaw crashes down the side. Brings Shifet into a 1v1. 19 HP. CB drops that. Shifet 1 versus 3 on 19 HP. Some loving words over to the side of Nova.
What is going on? We are 4 rounds into Summit and it already feels like a very big TDM to me, because everyone is just banging their heads against each other. What is that clutch from Sufat on 19 HP, and we see he even only had 6 bullets in his rifle. What on earth is going on?
VCT China. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Oh, we see a slow round out of TYL, and I really enjoy that they are going for a rather defaulty setup for once. The spike's still in base, they are looking for a gap to be found, and this might be a round which doesn't feel like a TDM from the start, but they're not making too much space, creeping a bit more closer towards the B side, but it's not as if they would go anywhere with this. 40 seconds off of the clock, and it looks like it's the beginning of the round.
They are closer piece by piece. What a ultimate as well. But Swagzor! Good morning, Shufet! Welcomes him over to the side. Guang has a lot of information on his hands right now. That cam spotted basically everyone. On TYL, Spike is going down. A quick rotation.
爆能器已部署。
Over from a Nova lineup that needs to find some more shots. Guang caught off guard right in his cam. Slowly on Splash. Crashing into CT Spawn as well. Both of them securing a double kill. And in the end, TYL is back on top, back in the lead. With an Harbor comp, of all things.
TYL tried to sell a fake with one single prowler. They left mid completely open. They did everything wrong, and they win the round.
They had bigger weapons.
They had bigger weapons.
Can't go pew.
这里
Oh, but now it is another buy round for Nova, and they are investing heavily. It's an operator online for Swagzor, so control is gonna be a thing that Nova's trying to establish now. Definitely something you have to be aware of, and we've seen TYL using rather little utility in the beginning of the rounds. That has to change when they know there's an operator in play.
Yeah, Guang on the side has to fight for his life now. Gets that first one slowly. Try to crash the side, but Azir covers as well. Guang is still alive in that backside. Nova should know where he is. But he refuses to go down to the guns of TYL. That's the double needed. For Nova. You have convergent paths ready. He's going on the side. Forces Shufet in the ERV to peek. But they are just peeking into their demise, into their death. Nova secures yet another one. Equalizer once again.
Oh, this is gonna be a back and forth, am I right? This is gonna be so incredibly close with a lot of rounds that are gonna be this pacey, especially once the execute is starting. The ult investment from Nova was really nice into this retake. I enjoyed the placement of the convergent path a lot, and then there was this very nice decisiveness in taking the space back. TYL now has to make yet another change into their attack, but again, no one towards mid, no space taken.
Yeah, and slowly this time, an entry for them. It feels like TYL is hitting a spot where they want to, and either they're gonna win or they're gonna lose. Like, that's the game we are presented right now here on Summit. Did we expect anything else? Probably not. But CB
Is Nova saving?
They're saving. They're saving. Like, there's no way around Nova saving here. Like, you don't have the weapons and you don't have the economy to sustain another full buy.
I mean, 100%. Swagzor and Azir could buy up for the next round, so they get another full buy, but saving in a 3v5 always feels a bit uncomfortable, especially because CB could have invested his run it back into the retake, but Nova decides otherwise, so this is gonna be a 4th round for TYL to be found. Maybe even more guns on the ground. Splash with the Odin. Just runs down and guns down Autumn, and then there's only these two left, and since both ultimates are ready, no one here should force a fight, and CB knows he's out of there.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's once again TYL executing. And it's gonna work or not. Like, sometimes you just have to toss a coin if that's gonna happen.
Why is Splash on an Odin? Can we talk about that?
No, I'm very
Okay.
scared.
Okay, we're not talking about
That's
it.
my biggest nightmare. King Koshmaro's cosplay in VCT China has yet to remain a positive sign for me. And that's a great flash, honestly, but nobody is hitting after CB blinds 2 players. Quaxer is moving back into that smoke already. Of damage on the CB. Here's ultimate to recover a bit of that.
With one of the 3 weapons hitting
Flash.
the ground in the end of the last round, this is such a swing round for Nova, and they play like they know that. They are so defensive. Even Nova is struggling to gain any advantage out of this whole mid space.
I mean, they have the info now on Splash. Will backwards. Just a pistol in hand. Costream moving forward, but Splash there with the Odin, just holding down that angle. Autumn has to play right in front of that smoke. There's no way he plays this even more defensive. CB is getting pushed, but they're just waiting for his ultimate to run out. And look at the timing for ultimate scales! It's holding that area, it's holding that angle. ERV and slowly both low. CB has to take advantage of that, has to be fast on the side take. But it's supported out by the Omen. ERV survives that situation, survives that altercation. There's no crossfire established with Splash. CB, you are not allowed to get out of that angle. Scales gets one more. And there's another Chaos Smoke preventing the retake to take place. TYL! Splash is swinging out of smokes. Odin in hand. Big gun, no great movement. Even with the frags Guang is getting here, there is no way to save Nova from going down 2 rounds.
Oh, and of course it's Shorty in the end. Of course that's the gun that is making the last frag. They get the opener with the Odin and the closer with the Shorty. That's everything you need to know about this round. And I feel like something we could talk about here is how tricky this drop area on B side is, because when you play an agent that doesn't have any verticality, so like a dash or a TP, and you drop down there, you're stuck. And your enemy know that you're stuck. So you have like 2 square meters to work with and a pretty narrow space to get out of. So the minute you spot a Phoenix there, you know he's in trouble, and you know that you can just wait for him to make a move.
Yeah, you know, at that moment, it's just door stuck. And you can't get anywhere. And you're either gonna fight or you're gonna die. There's no way around this. 5 and 3, Nova is just getting smacked on their own map pick right now. But they have come back from worse. Went into overtime. That last map, that timeout, absolutely crucial.
Yeah, 100%, especially because we haven't seen either of those teams on Summit, and we can't really tell if they're going to be better on their defensive half, on their attacking half. So for both of them, it's just important to get rounds in. Doesn't matter how, to be honest. And if for TYL the strat is executing, I'm fine as long as they get their rounds.
Might just be another fast one onto the 8 side slowly! Quick headshot on the Swagzor. Can't get together some kind of comfort zone. Slowly a second one. Just crashes down A. Destroys the entirety of that hold. A mid-fight from ERV has to get some sort of damage. In the end, it's just Guang. Glass cannon hero rifle. For the Cypher player falling into this one. That's probably just gonna be a safe 1 versus 4. There's no economy to be destroyed for TYL. A 3-round deficit that Nova has to face right now.
And especially on the back of the timeout, that always feels uncomfortable, but now there is another full buy happening, so even if they don't get this round, in the next round they have a full buy, and they have pretty big ultimates to work with. So investing the Nightfall and maybe even investing the Cosmic Divide should be something that Nova has in mind. Another thing I want to mention is how long Guan has been stuck with his Cypher ultimate, and especially since it only takes such little points to get that online, I feel like there should be a lot more moments where he's just throwing that out to get that information, because let's face it, information lack is a big issue for Nova at the moment, especially when TYL is just playing straight up executes every single round.
But I mean, to be fair, in most of the moments where the Cypher ultimate would be useful, TYL is already on side with 2 players in the lead. Like, I don't know how to put this, but They are just overrunning and sometimes straight up dry swinging into those situations. I am not the biggest fan of what I'm seeing from both teams here right now, because like TYL is just out-aiming. It's not like, oh yeah, we have that elaborate, big, huge game plan that we can set up. It's just Rush B can't say on broadcast. And I don't know, that's something that I don't really enjoy from those teams in such a moment, but now there's a little bit of a trap play going on. Swexor trades out something. And still slowly the hero of that TYL squad, 14-4.
Oh, they are doing the bonk again, hitting their heads against each other in a main, a trade to be found, but then TYL is backing away, taking some space in mid, a very rare occasion for the attacking team, and they're sneaking towards mid top. B-Link is their next target, and that would be another B spot, another Cypher site they want to hit.
That's all the information on the cam. ERV gets at least something. Nightfall going up early. Onto the attacking half. But the boy has been triggered. First player spotted. Door has been shut down. Bottom on the side. Needs a good timing for the haunt. Has to spot the players. Has to spot the player in the corner, especially slowly moving out of there. Quaxor taking a little bit of space, but Splash on that first entry. Why that? The retake has already been diminished. 2 versus 2 in the numbers department, and it's a 1v2 for Guang in the end. Gets one, does not get a second. TYL is putting up course for a third map. Lotus on the horizons already as 7-3. That's the start in the first 10 rounds of that map.
This would have been so important for Nova. They invest the Nightfall quite early, and I feel like the impact is very little because the timing is just a bit off, but then they also invest the Cosmic Divide, and TYL is playing so well around that Astra ultimate that even there is not as much impact as Nova would have needed. The important swing round lost results in yet another economy round with 2 hero rifles in the hands of Swexor and Guang.
And they need to do something with that slowly. This time, Swexor is the one feeling its heroics going into everyone. Without the way there, he would just be dead. On the ground. Now he's laughing, moving out of there. Still, TYL wants to force their way in. ERV is stunned, but yet to be killed is here on the side. But it's a triple by Swexor. TYL, too stubborn to rotate. Has set their once they set their sight on a bomb plot, on a bomb spot, they will execute there, no matter the cost, no matter if they're gonna win or lose. It's gonna be an execute.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, I have to appreciate the combination from the Harbor ultimate and ERV's TP for just a second. That was a very nice thought that didn't go anywhere. But still, it's a nice idea that TYL is showing. So there is definitely a plan behind this comp, I think.
There's an idea, yeah.
There is an idea, and we can clearly see that in the 7 rounds that they have won. And even though the idea for many rounds has been, okay, we're just winning on the side takes, there are some combinations of utility that I've been really enjoying.
Just TYL fighting in some of those moments, and Slowly and Scales are doing exactly that. Double kill on that A side. By that, all the space needed has been taken. 17 kills by Slowly. An absolute hero performance on that attack side. 8-4. Standing they have to work with. Guang gets at least 1, but so far away from the rest of his team. They have the convergent paths for Swexor. CB moves in there slowly as well. But you need to execute. You need to go back into this one all of a sudden. Scales gets cleared out of that corner. Swexor brought this back. A double on the side. All of a sudden, TYL has to retake their bomb plant spot. All of a sudden, TYL has to come back into this one. Scales at least gets CB. First player is on the spike. Guang gets all of them. And Nova somehow They had no point in doing that. They had no... Oh my god, the spike exploded.
I saw that happening, but then I thought, oh, maybe they're fast enough. Maybe there's gonna be one player that thinks about that the fact that diffusing is a part of your retake. One thing that makes me really uncomfortable, even more than the fact that they forgot to defuse in time, is that at the moment it's either Swexor popping off or they lose the round. And sometimes Swexor popping off isn't even enough for Nova to make a round happen. Are you okay?
No.
No, okay.
We're at a moment in time where praying is not enough. Even praying does not help.
I mean,
Situations like that. 0.8 seconds, by the way.
the biggest hope for Nova at the moment is that in defense, TYL's only strat cannot be execute. That's not happening.
And we got the news from our translator, and Shufet is actually speaking the truth here. Why are you fighting me in B, bro? Go defuse the spike.
I mean,
Is he wrong?
He's not wrong. Just spitting facts at that point. I had some expectations for the series, but this is exceeding everything.
Oh yeah, it's exceeding so many expectations for me. First map is just not checking corners. Second map is...
Aww.
Let's just have a fist fight. And I don't know why we are on broadcast right now, because nobody talks about fight clubs.
Oh dear God, you are old. One thing I want to mention is my complete and utter disappointment about the fact that Nova and TYL are also not really leaning towards the mid fight. And as I see in TYL's defense, maybe this is gonna change with the side swap, because we have the double duelist and the Omen heading towards mid, gaining at least a bit of space, and that could lead in a very uncomfortable situation for Nova, because they're just taking the Orb in A main and heading back.
And everyone is in mid, over from the side of TYL. And it's 4 players going in there. We have a fight in courtyard right now. It's like at the middle of a school fight. Azir gets free. He's the one with the biggest punches in all of this. Scales on his own. Big fight in middle. The fight club has a new destination and it's going to Summit. Wrong side for Scales. Wrong direction for him in the end.
I mean, TYL took space in mid. I can't be mad. I'm kind of happy that that happened, but then they really overstay their welcome. I feel like they get the openings and could have had it out of there. There definitely was a timing to work with, but instead they just keep on fighting, and that leads to Nova trading out all of these kills, now being in an advantage, even though Azir is shot down pretty low. Just 14 HP for the Astra player, but 2 stars to work with in post planned is gonna make this retake for Scales even harder.
Yeah, a smoke to work with. That's something. Yeah, slowly coming closer. If Nova chokes this, they deserve to lose the map. Why is Azir in that smoke on 14 HP? Strengthening her bubble. Scales. Walking in and out of this. Might just look for a timing here. Second tap. Still waiting. CB is so patient. Is so set on not peeking that. And in the end, a hard shot. Scales shot down. Nova gets that round in the end.
Oh, I love it when in a shooter game it comes down to not peeking and winning. The fact that this came down to a 1v1 where Azir was the first one to go down had me in a bit of pain. But CB fixed the round for Nova, so the pistol is under their belts and a follow-up round is a possibility. Why am I seeing this in slow motion in the state that I am in right now?
Sometimes the observers should also have a little fun with it. Quaxor has an end. He surely has fun at the start of this half. Because Nova might just bring this one back. Like, the comp for TYL is not catered towards defense. There are like 3 agents that are very much catered towards an attacking half. But Autumn is the one going down. Very early on. That's a Spectre in the hands of Slowly. Man who has 17 kills right now. And Swexor goes behind the drop door. That's a big surprise. Waiting for a TYL team that kinda wants to get back into a pistol. They have a numbers advantage right now.
Oh, I like the idea of Swexor being behind that wall, but he should definitely not overstay his welcome as well. Splash getting the trade and CB is getting Splash, so the trades are all over the place. What is that shot from ERV?
Suddenly it's possible once more. Suddenly they can do it. Azir in the corner. Has a pull there as well. ERV just rushing through that. Azir gets one, but does not secure the second. Guang closes in the end. That shot through a smoke by ERV nearly secured them the round.
Nova is securing this round with a Cypher being last alive with a Marshal. The bonus round out of Nova is gonna look pretty uncomfortable, I might say. And for TYL, this once again came down to we're just hitting our shots.
Yeah, as you already mentioned.
Oh, and this as well looks like TYL has been up front in this round. That was a fast one, I think. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it just felt fast, but it's a TYL win against a bonus that is really not well equipped for Nova, so maybe the odds of winning that were just incredibly low. I don't know how far they fought up into this round, but it looks like TYL just had the advantage with the bigger guns.
And I mean that's what TYL is doing in those kind of situations. And Flash has just given up on aiming at this point. It feels like. But Slowly surely did not. Immediate headshot into Autumn, who's having a really rough day at this stage of the game. Slowly moving out of there, and Guang is just staying in the Fate Ultimate, walking up slowly into the hands of the Waylay. ERV, another trade. Not much more to be gained from that. Slowly is moving in there. Azir is crashing something open. Is breaking something to the minds of Nova. Katsis has been placed very, very well by Shufat. Yet another flash. They're trying to be aggressive. They're trying to force their way onto Scale. But in the end, it's Splash on an Odin. Sliding in there, pressing mouse 1 and destroying that double ult.
Oh, that slide with the Odin has been so cheeky, and we do see Sufat being pretty locked in the way he's talking to his team right now. TYL is getting that defuse, obviously, and is getting to double digits. For Nova, this is now being a bit scary because we've seen these swing rounds where the ultimate investment could have been crucial to win it out, and most of the time it just didn't happen the way they wanted it to happen. The space they wanted to gain didn't work out. What is that? Oh, what is that?
That caught me so off guard.
Oh, and while Nova does have 2 great ultimates and a third up around the corner with the convergent path being just one away, their economy is in scrambles. They're still investing the Phoenix ult.
Yeah, they're trying to make it more fast. I mean, the Phoenix ultimate, that's something that you can invest. Autumn finds an entry. ERV. Site has been opened up. Cyclone is going down. Nova has basically gained everything they wanted to gain from that round. Overdrive is a possibility for Splash. Slowly does not check for his ear. Shifet only able to trade. There's a free K in the end for him. Numbers firmly denied for the side of TYL. Skates is just running into another tripwire. Shifet needs to ace, but Guam finds an ad shot. Nova, that might just be the start of your comeback on an eco round. They secured 7 and 10.
Oh, a nice eco round out of these Nova players, but also very, very big mistakes made by TYL. I mean, Sufat being able to collect the 4K, but then not able to get the ace against the Sheriff of Guan is really what describes the round best for me. It's just coming down to individual aim performances. We do see that slowly being 20 and 10 at the moment.
Points in KDA. Guang also go swag sword. Those two trying to pull Nova up, bring them the win. And he does not look great for TYL either. Gates only as a Bucky. No more Odin stuff for Splash. I'm sure Nova will enjoy.
But there is an overdrive possible, so probably for Splash this isn't the baddest thing that he's stuck with the Guardian because he has the flexibility with playing his ultimate. Nova is really taking their time to make sure they have every angle checked in mid, and now they want to go towards A.
And there's the overdrive as you already mentioned, but it's a trade for Swagzor. Guang gets in there as well. All of them can frag. A side taken over by Nova. Azir is having such a great attack half. Up until now, hits all the shots that he has to. 1 versus 2 for Slowly. 22 and 10. The best player on the server right now, but 5 HP. A tough task to ask from him. And in the end, it's Autumn clearing that last one. 2 more rounds for Nova to equalize.
And now TYL really have to think about how to plan those last couple of rounds, because we're heading towards the end of Summit. Of course, overtime is always a possibility, but I think with Nova creeping closer and closer and TYL not really establishing any sort of economy control, this is not really a comfortable lead at all anymore. They are all on pistols except for Slowly, who has his ultimate and the Phantom. This could be the hero player, but he's going to the ground because he's over-peaking on B.
That's a little bit too far forward. And for Slowly, feeling himself a tad bit too much maybe. Flash has to move out of there as well. Gets 1 more shot, just protecting that Phantom that's on the ground. Chufet on the ground, triple stack over towards the A side, but right now, TYL is moving off the great position. That execute will go down. Over towards A. There is a go into the side. Swagzor gets an entry. ERV has been dabbed down on the ground once more. Azir also finds Scale. Splash all on his own. 1 versus 5. Pistol in hand. Too much for him to handle.
And especially with the smaller guns, there is hardly any possibility for Splash to even make damage. I mean, he is in cave, he could move a bit closer and try to get at least 1 or 2 guns on the ground, because we talked about the fact that none of these teams could really secure economy stability, but I feel like it's gonna be pretty hard, especially with the positions that Nova is playing in. A nice saturate. Splash gets to dodge, but Swexer in the end makes the kill. And with that, it's just 1 round, separating these 2 teams in such a crucial phase of the game, because TYL has been in the lead for the longest time. But now Nova is not only creeping closer to get them, but also creeping closer to the fact that they can still close out this series in a 2-0 fashion.
That's 1 more round differentiating those 2 teams, and for TYL it's do or die in every single buy. If you lose out on this, there is a Nova in the lead. Very possibly. Quaxor as ult throws this one in there. CB also saturated by it. Nova knows about the importance of that round. They're throwing everything in those situations. Quaxor gets one. CB finds himself a trade. Second flash. Numbers advantage. Still firmly in their hands. The Reckoning gets something done at least. Slowly, behind that wall. Ultimi might be in for a big surprise once that fades. Dolly has been spotted. Ultim is trying to fight. There's a headshot, but goes through the wall. So not enough damage to bring him down. In the end, slowly dies. Last player in heaven. Scales confirmed. Then Odin needs to get some work done. But it's an equalizer. 10 and 10. Nova is back in this one.
Nova is closing in with a team ace that has been so well executed, because they get the space onto the B side, but then there was a long time where Nova was kind of stuck in the front side of B and TYL still had backside control, and Nova was so patient in waiting for their time, waiting for TYL's utility to fade away to make it easier for themselves, and that really pays off in the end. Also, great hot hands from CB to collect that 1 kill, that 1 trade. That was so important to keep Nova in the round, and now TYL is taking the time out. This is getting way too close for comfort, and you already mentioned it. The economy is an issue for TYL, so this is probably going to be the lead for Nova if they are not messing up against the eco round of TYL.
Fed is trying to calm himself down a little bit. It's the first time out TYL is taken, and all of those comebacks. It might just be a little bit too late to intervene in what the TYL players are doing, because you are on a low buy once again. That should be round number 11 for a very strong Nova side, and Swexor can take over any round, right? There's always the possibility that Swexor just randomly goes in for a triple kill. Run it back nearly ready once again. Only a Nightfall.
That's a big issue. The fact that CB could charge another ultimate that could then be important for the next round, not even this one. I was so confused there for a second. I believed you. But there is a gun in the hands of one of these star players on this Nova roster. Nova is playing this very defensive. It's TYL who are trying to take some space, but the B main pressure not really that successful. They are still trying to re-clear this, but with the deep smoke, this could be an angle for Autumn.
Has to move back quite a bit. That's a lot of space taking over to the side of TYL. Look at the rotations coming through towards the A side already, because they know that nothing is going on in B main. Flash can hold that timing all on his own, but slowly that might just be that short overpeak. That one step too far in their aggressive protocols. CB has an ultimate. Azir is already going for a pressure play over towards the middle. Execute's gonna happen. A big stun. CB throwing his ultimate, and Scales is going down to Azir. There was a play set up for the ages. CB and Zhuang. Those last frags also belong to them. 11 and 10. Do or die round coming up next for TYL. If you lose that, you're gonna be on a low buy against a 12 and 10 lead.
Oh, that was such a perfect execute. Even if it was against the weaker weapons, I feel like Nova did everything right in that side take. I understand why Slowly is going for the timing in mid. There was such a chaotic situations where there were like 2 or 3 smokes in mid, so he could kind of sneak through that. But there is enough awareness from the Nova players, so they secure round number 11, Guan. Being spotted by the Prowler, this allows Splash to take some more space, but also he's over-peaking! What a nice shot from Guan!
Yeah, and the slow gameplay that Nova is setting up allows for Guan to pick up an AWP. Cut down onto Splash, that was mightily important. Shifet wants to go aggressive, ERV does the same! And they get one more frag. Swagsor makes it a double! Shuts them down! No more B-side pressure! No more B-side anchoring! A push into Spawn, Swagsor spots one more. Slowly's position has been hit as well. Gurang slowly but surely moves in there. Op shot whiffed. But in the end, it's Autumn that gets scales. They're pressuring into Spawn. They're pressuring everywhere. Every angle, every corner. Every inch of that map belongs to Nova. Match point for them. Serious point for them. They would be 5-0.
And we're talking about Nova here, considering the state they were in stage 1 is unbelievable. But look at that utility. They are so flexible and so adaptive in their utility usage. Everything feels so well placed. Every duel so well thought through. And this is putting Nova on map point, on Summit, on this surprise map where TYL has brought out a comp, definitely, but it's not working out for them in their defensive half at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's Harbor, obviously not. They play like a full we run you down attack comp. 8 and 4 is not enough with that comp on an attack half. And Nova is playing such a slow, methodical Valorant. Like, I am fairly impressed with Nova. I did not expect to say that after today's matchup.
100%, I'm with you. I want to highlight as well how Nova has switched up their game in between those 2 stages, but also when we look at the last couple of matches they played in stage 2, they've made such great progress. And again, it's a slow round out of them. Great utility again, both duelists stuck in their corner.
But they run to the stack side, 4 players still there. The U-turn immediately, only Swagsor shut down, but they have an open B side for the taking. 4 players crashing on there, ERV. If you get one, it should all be just fine for TYL. CB up there in the corner is waiting for the smoke to fade. Waiting for someone to fight into him. There's a crossfire established, ERV gets one. That's the important frag. Shifet right behind him, covers. A little bit too aggressive by Splash. Just brings the numbers a tad bit closer, but it's Azir in a 1 versus 4. Undoable clutch. 8 bullets. Does not get out of that corner. A pull to at least stop the defuse. One more frag through the smoke. Gets 2, but that's all he manages to secure. 12 and 11. TYL is looking for another overtime.
Oh, this definitely wasn't pretty, we got to be honest. The side take, a bit shaky, the aim duels didn't look too clean for either of these sides. And then the fact that Azir is getting 2 kills in a very undoable situation shows that TYL is still making mistakes in standard situations where they should definitely be a lot cleaner. A last timeout out of Nova to secure this 2-0 in regulation to avoid the OT, because if we are going to OT, this is anyone's map. Then TYL has another attack round to play. TYL has the chance to get themselves onto map point, which is not possible in regulation anymore due to the fact that their defensive setup wasn't that well. And I feel like for Nova, they know how important it is to not allow TYL onto a map point, to avoid this OT and to close it out with an 11-13.
Once again, want to reiterate how much I dislike that Harbor pick. not the biggest fan on that map. Like, you focus yourself so much on the attack. Not really a good defensive setup. Playing Harbor as your side anchor is not an option. You have to play more aggressive if you are TYL. You have to be more in the face of your opponent on your defensive half. You can't allow Guang to play an AWP on such a slow round.
Yeah, that's definitely an issue, but we see the Cypher is sticking with the operator because he knows that TYL had some issues fighting against that. It is Splash taking some space, but we've seen him overstaying his welcome quite a bit when he's fighting those angles on his own.
I don't know, in that angle for Splash, they're just waiting for a Phoenix Flash to get in there. It's a Cypher cam spotting in Guang. Aggressive peek and another AWP shot! Bringing down Splash in the slide. Scales has to be the side anchor. Has to slow something down into them. Another stun. Scales. You can't get out of there. Gets behind the wall at least. 25 HP. They know where he is. Spike's going on the ground. 5 from 4. Swagstore gets another one. ERV. Not part of that game anymore. CB. Nova is making the impossible look possible! 5-0 from the depths of VCT China! The lost son, CB, is coming back, and Nova looks like a top team! They are undefeated in a group with EDG! With TYL, and all of a sudden, a team that did not even make playoffs in stage 1 looks like the top favorite going into playoffs!
5-0 in groups, and I just want to throw it in here. I got some information that I want to share. They are now joining a very, very exclusive club of only 3 teams that now managed to win a group stage 5-0, joining XLG and FPX on that one. And that we have Nova in this club now is unbelievable to me.
What a game from Nova. They might just be going to Charms after the split. A team that did not even make a playoffs in stage 2. That looked like a disaster in kickoff. Then adding Swagstore into this one. Bringing back CB after his disastrous split on EDG. And all of a sudden this team looks competitive. This team looks like a force to be reckoned with on the international stage. And I want to see Swagstore there. I'm gonna be honest. I want to see the EMEA Prodigy going back, facing against the teams that could have picked him up.
That would definitely be such a nice story to tell. We are getting ready because there's definitely an interview coming up, and I am so excited what Nova has to say about the series today.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是易，让我们恭喜 Nova 以5-0的战绩全胜收官小组赛。我们也邀请到了 E0 选手来接受采访，再次恭喜你们。其实，作为面对这场天王山之战，我们
almost all the predictions today went into predicting that TYL would win. However, you guys managed to get a 2-0. So how are you feeling right now?
想问一下，现在有什么感受，跟大家分享一下。
Says Nova's never, it's always been looked down on by other people, but this time they get to be a dark horse of the competition. You guys did really well, especially towards the beginning of split. And on that map, you and the other team had very different strategies and team comps. So what do you think you guys did well to get the advantage? He says they did a lot of review on that map and they have a good understanding of it as a team. Toward the second half of the map, you guys were struggling a little bit and had to go into overtime. So how did you guys handle the pressure of the other team catching up in score, and how did you manage to finish it? He says during this stage, everyone has had a really good mental, and no matter what's happening, their mental is very stable, and as well, much thanks to the coach for his time out, and when they had the time to talk, he would give advice and his understanding of what was going on.
教练今天也有非常多的高光。那同时今天也是看到你们在这个赛段第一次玩到。
This was you guys' first time playing Summit, and you guys were the ones who picked it, so what was the reason for this? He says they've watched TYL before and realized that they don't play that map at all, so they just wanted to try it out.
开了一个盲盒，那你会怎么评价
How do you rate
Nova
Nova's performance on this map? And he says they've never played this map on stage either, so they just wanted to kind of practice the comp, and he thinks they did really well on attack, even better than they do in scrims.
是的，其实没有碰过的话，是非常考验你们的临场应变能力的。确实今天
We saw your family come here today, including your brother, and your brother said during one of the half times that he wants to see Nova in internationals. So do you have anything to respond? And he says, continue, like, we'll go to Chengdu, continue to watch us, and we will see you in Shanghai.
Nova 会用自己的表现向大家证明你们真正的实力。再次感谢 EDG 选手。接下来也让我
That's
们
the end of the
用
interview. They're going to take a picture, and then it'll be time for the prize draw.
共同记录。来，一起看镜头，3、2、1。好的，感谢。那现场我们同样设有赋能掉落的抽奖环节，有请一则选手。
All right, thank you, Moon, for the translation and also for providing us with some information mid-game. It's always nice to have a feel for how the players are communicating and what is going on. There's a lot of information we get in the background, so thank you, Moon, for that. What a series! I really am at a loss of words quite a bit, because for Nova, I feel like they are finding identity finally with CB coming back, and they have an idea of what they want to do and how they want to play, and it's fitting them so well.
Yeah, and Moon's favorite dog is also there, so Moon can be happy for something at least. Thank you very much again for the whole translation team. Like in general, those people like hard carrying this broadcast, and I can just be grateful for everyone in the background working on the translations for the VCT China. Yeah, Nova 5-0 going into playoffs. Like, where do we go from here? Are they able to compete to get to champs? Is Nova the team winning VCT China in the end?
I'm so excited for playoffs because we have Group Alpha and Group Omega facing each other, and at this point I couldn't tell who's good and who's bad in Group Omega, and having those Group Alpha teams who are definitely very good, talking about Nova, talking about TYL, going up against the Group Omega teams is gonna be so much fun to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure, you know. It's gonna be another fist fight going up, and I think Nova is the most, and I can't believe I'm saying this, okay? I can't believe I'm sitting on that broadcast here and saying this, but Nova seems like the most structured team in the entirety of VCT China right now. They're like, they can go into those fist fight situations, but they don't have to, it seems.
Even the round they played after this last crucial timeout showed me so much of their learning experience and how they changed individually and how well they can execute their ideas, because I feel like a big issue for Nova in the last stage was they had the ideas, but on the server they didn't seem to work out and they couldn't adapt. The adaptation that Nova is making on the server at the moment is crazy good.
It's the on-spot adaptations for Nova. They are working out very, very well. And I don't know, I have high hopes for Nova going into playoffs. That's, you know, something that's actually possible for them to win China after being mid at best all year long. Like, I don't know how to put it in a different perspective. Like, Nova winning this, he's doing the LeBron James celebration. I don't know, but we're going to see comes.
要打 A， 要打 A， 怎么了各位？来包顶一个，工业，I have one dog。哇塞！你晒，I can't wait you。快点 CD。 Nice! You like that? You like that? Nice! You like that?
没事没事。
还没上，还没上分，他很急啊。他很抖，王警官，他很抖。要打要打要打。好，打 two one more。Two. I have a gun here.
I'm not in this one.
Nice!
Let's go, bro.
Nice! Nice. Good job.
Yeah. Smoke.
Close the Yanni.
Get up.
我下不了，我下不了。Nothing.
Big throw. 3,
Yanni.
2, 1. Oh, still. Come back.
Yanni.
The vibes are off the charts with that team. Swagzor in the end winning the MVP, but you know, the vibes are off the charts with this team. They're all seeming to enjoy what they are doing. They seem to be on top of their game. They seem to be, you know, willing to destroy everyone in China right now. And that's what I want to see from a team like Nova in the end, right? They need the confidence in a situation like that.
And I talked about the feeling of relief for them, because after Split got a lot more closer and they managed to win that out, we saw a very good start into Summit and this play that was at ease. And I feel like in this last round, after the timeout, this play at ease was back. And I'm so looking forward to see even more at easing for this lineup, especially when we are heading into the playoffs. We are seeing some MVP highlights from Swagzor, who had a great day once again, man. What can I say? This player is just insane, and you already mentioned quite some time. It could be so interesting having him playing against the region that did not want him. What a storyline to tell.
Yeah, and I just got right on the bus, right? I'm on the Nova hype train. You can't get me off there. They are winning champs. Whoever is the person in the chat with that name, Nova winning champs. No, jokes aside. I think, like, in general, Nova is a team that looks competitive, and it's a team that can make champs. Something I did not expect to say, like, 2 months ago. In general, I think the development for that team is off the charts, and I want to see more from them. Because in comparison to a lot of the other China teams, Nova looks like a prized unit. They look like a team that can hang with the best in the EMEA right now. I don't think that Nova is solely relying on their aim. They get drawn into those fight club situations, but in general, I think Nova can be much better. They can be much more, and from a strategic point of view, Nova is a team that can actually do so well on playoffs and so well on international stage. And I really like what I'm seeing from a core that has been ridiculed, that has been viewed as a bottom 2 team in China. Nova has risen from the ashes, and they are in playoffs now as the first seed.
And well, we had a very narrow scoreboard on Split. Summit wasn't as narrow, but still no player that played completely off. So we had a very competitive game. TYL just made 1 or 2 mistakes more. The post plans have been nice for both of these teams. So I feel like TYL, even though they lost this 0-2, they have a great chance heading into playoffs. The next match is coming up. We have Charlotte and Multitudes covering that. This was so exciting, Akamask. I love to be here with you. I love to witness the 5-0 from Nova, and I'm so looking forward where this stage is taking us.
Looking forward to the playoffs, but first of all, there's the last game of Group Alpha coming up with Charlotte and Multitudes. Stay tuned, and we will be back in a minute.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you, as they always
missing was like, I would say, not only the firepower, but also, I would say the skill, I would almost say game sense, and the communication. For example, with Coco, the moment we tried him, I knew 100% that I wanted him, because not only of his communication, but he gives good input and makes a team environment like really enjoyable. And with Xlele, he just shoots really hard, and he also can talk a little bit of English, so we had two really good options, and yeah, we went for it.
Well, I kind of grew up in a bilingual environment. Like in Hong Kong, a lot of our daily communication is a bit of mix, like of Cantonese and English. So I've never struggled with mixed language environments. And I guess in XLG I had some experience. It's a little bit hard to comprehend. Obviously, like the game sometimes. Yeah, I think it was a very valuable experience. Obviously now me and Kovac like share the calling, and it's good that we can understand each other. Yeah, there's no barrier there. Yeah, there were periods where I was calling more on XLT and less. It kind of depended on like maps. Like before, maybe me and Vito would share some calling on certain maps. But yeah, it's in my comfort zone. I think in JDG it was more of a lot of unfortunate circumstances, like the Stu. He had his shoulder injury, and you know, it felt like we're almost there, but it wasn't enough. And I guess in FPX I just feel more at home, and everyone trusts me. Our coach, Legia, Nico, you know, great guy. He just believes what I think is right, and just let me do my thing. So yeah.
Well, in my honest opinion, it was kind of tough to prep. I wouldn't say we necessarily prepped in a way where we were able to prep for enemy, because first game, yeah, we show our veto, we show what we pick. Second game, enemy knows what we can pick or how we play on certain maps without us knowing how they play. Next 2-3 games against JDG and TYL was okay. We knew kind of what they want to pick, they knew what we want to pick. And now having 1 week against EDG, honestly, there's nothing I can really complain about. It is what it is, and we just see what happens. We were probably just gonna watch the games, see what we can add to our game, and just face them head on, I guess.
I think every time you meet EDG on the stage, you just have to meet them with confidence, because they have so much experience on stage and they're not afraid to make any crazy moves, you know, and you just have to expect it and be ready for it.
Honestly, in my opinion, it just, a lot of times, first of all, you have to be really consistent, and you have to understand that some days you're gonna have a B game, some days you're gonna have an A game, some days you're gonna have a C or F game. But what's most important is that you manage to have a still stable, consistency, where even on a bad day you can play good. So, in my opinion, I wouldn't really say, oh, this day we played only 60%, or this day we only played this. I think we just try to see, okay, if today, for example, we have a C game, but we played good, it means our standard is higher, and this is what we work for example. So I would, I mean, obviously against Trace Esports, it was just Chaulele completely destroying. In my opinion, he was really in form, really in the flow, so he did most of the work. There wasn't really much, of course there was teamwork involved, but he would really shine in moments, in positions where it was almost illegal to get more than 2 or 3. So there's no really way to tell if that was a day where you are maybe on a B game, on a C game, or A game. That's just a game where one guy has a S-type performance, you know. Yeah, I always tell my teammates, hey, so guys, if we lose, we don't lose because we learn. That's it. I think whatever game it is, if we win or lose, for us, we can always take away something, we can always learn something, obviously sometimes less, sometimes more. But overall, for example, the TYL game, we can take so many things away. And for example, against Nova game, there's not much we can take away. We had an F game. We had an F game day, really bad, played really bad as a team. So we basically told ourselves, hey, we just need to get our consistency. Like we just need to be more consistent as a team and work on a higher standard. And yeah, it just depends on what type of game or how the game goes. And how you take away things, obviously. I think that's about it, I would say.
Individually wise, since I guess since I'm back in the IGL role, I kind of have to process a lot and understand where my team can shine. I think the most important lesson I've learned through these 4 games is sometimes you don't have to think that much. Like really, like in this meta, it's whoever does their own game plan better will win. They just will. You know, that's why you see a lot of 2-0s, or like, you know, big score differences. And I think it's just you have to do your own thing good. And if you don't, then just go back and review it, right? For me, since I was a rookie when I went to the international stage, I never really, maybe at the time I had the expectation that, you know, this is the standard that I should have, but I think everyone has their own road. Like, there's no rush. And if, you know, by some chance I don't make it back to the international stage, then I'm okay with it too, because I know not everyone's road is like that smooth. It was a bit too smooth, and I think I skipped over a lot of important lessons and steps that I had to learn through losses, you know. So I will always give my best to try to make it to the international stage, but I never really think about, oh, you know, why was last year so successful and this year isn't. I don't see it in that way.
I would say I'm just throwing a Hail Mary, but I'd say in play-ins we will probably perform way better than in groups. I just feel like groups sometimes there's like almost no pressure, and almost like, I would say, people care less about it. But once you get into play-ins or playoffs, now there's obviously more pressure. So I'm hoping for the moment, whoever we're gonna play against, doesn't matter really. I just want to play in play-ins and see how far we can get, obviously, because I really believe with the current team we have, not only are we able to beat really good teams, but also stay consistent, which was a big issue in stage 1, where we could beat the really good teams, but we were not consistent. And right now we have a pretty okay consistency, and if we keep working, keep practicing, then I really believe that once we have that standard and once we reach that goal as a team in practice, obviously, and also in our heads, we can go really far. Yeah.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm the night for your love that keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
It is time for the thrilling conclusion of the group stage. I'm Charlotte, joined by Multitudes, and we are here to bring you FPX versus EDG. At one point in time in the annals of history, this was a match that was the grand final, often happening nearer the ends of these tournaments. Right now, it's a seeding game, to be completely honest. One of these teams will come third in Group Alpha, the other one will come fourth. But that doesn't stop it from being an exciting prospect, because EDG haven't looked that good today. Meanwhile, FPX have been on this chargeback, Multitudes.
I agree. That's a great sentiment, you know. It's I like that you talked about the last time they met in the grand finals, where FPX unfortunately lost in that best of 5. This was back in 2024, and truth be told, that's also when FPX got that first title of you know, going 5-0 in the group stages that was talked about in the previous match. That Nova is now part of that exclusive club. So once again, congratulations on that 5-0 to Nova Esports. But yeah, FPX, a bit of a tear up in group in stage 2 so far, looking better than they've had, definitely better than playoffs that they completely crashed and burned out of. And in stage 1, you know, a little better, but now things are worth, you know, better late than never, I suppose. In 2026, they'll be tested against the likes of EDG, and I'm not too sure about the latter team, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a weird one. EDG, they came off of a brilliant showing at Masters London, but this stage, they've kind of fallen a bit flat, I think is the best way that I can say it. They're currently sitting at a 2-2 record, exactly the same as FPX, and it just hasn't felt like the EDG that we're used to seeing. Like, yeah, sure, you can maybe excuse the loss against TYL. It's their first game of the stage. TYL came in looking really, really good. Obviously, they lost earlier today, but then you also have to consider their 2-0 loss to Nova, which, again, Nova just won the group, but it just feels like they shouldn't be losing these games. Obviously, EDG is a team that we know can just show up whenever they need to, right? I'm thinking back to like kickoff last year, where they were down in the lower bracket very early on, and then just went, actually, yeah, we've just remembered that we're really good and we're just gonna keep winning. And then they won the entire thing. So like, I'm not necessarily too worried just yet, but we do need to see them. Well, they're gonna have to fight through play-ins, and we do need to see them actually start to show up, because again, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about this team, especially because of the performances that we're seeing from some of these players. They just haven't looked the exact same as we see the skirmish coming in. I think Smoggy in particular has been having a really rough time recently. He's been playing Waylay a lot, which is very bizarre to me, but it's the coach Autumn actually in the skirmish up against Setrod for FPX.
Yeah, I have to vibe with that as well. EDG themselves, I mean, I felt like, you know, when you become one of the better, well-known teams, almost like the face of VCT CN, there's a lot of targets on your back, a lot of VODs that people are outright screaming against what EDG can bring. And I think looking at the past series between against Nova, against TYL, EDG were kind of read like an open book right there. Strats started to run a little thin, and the adaptations from their opponents were quick and fast. And I think that's, you know, towards the tail end of 2026, maybe things are starting to run dry a little bit. That's why I'm a little bit worried, because I'm sure FPX are hungry for blood. They want to put a bit of a mark here. Yes, it's between, you're definitely in the play-ins, it's between position 3 and 4, but if the last series was any indication to begin with, it continues to showcase that there will be no punches pulled from here on out.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we also have to consider that these teams will be facing different opponents, whether they end up 3rd or 4th, because obviously then we have the seeding matches. So the 3rd place team will go up against All Gamers, and then the 4th place team will go up against Wolves Esports there. So that is a little bit of what we're seeing. And then I guess technically you also do get a bit of a bye if you come 3rd, but if you come 4th, like, you're still in the upper bracket quarterfinal, so like, it's kind of not that much. It's just if you lose that game, then you go into a deeper seed in the lower bracket. But realistically, the stakes are the same, because it's one of those games where if you win or lose, you're still going to have to try and make that run through the play-ins, and that becomes so much more difficult because top 2 of the groups already locked playoffs. That's TYL and Nova from this situation.
Yeah, and you just saw the schematic for the best of 3 map picks and bans as well, and hey, honestly, no surprises. They went with something that's in my head, I'm a bit of a stickler for map picks and bans, but in my head that was considered the no-brainer one. You know, just pick your best, which you know, EDG chose Breeze. They have been smashing it through and through. One of the strongest maps they've had so far. I think it was nobody that absolutely carried that particular match not too long ago on Breeze. 77% win streak this team has had on Breeze as well. And then on the Fun Plus Phoenix side, obviously choosing Ascent, the welcome back oldest map into the into the Valorant map pool, with a decent win streak on this. Not a lot of wins or rather series to boost this statistic, but still it's one of the better ones that FPX have under their belt. And I am a little surprised. Am I surprised that Summit wasn't chosen? There's 2 things in my head. Either people are still saving strats and wanting to maybe bring it out for the bigger guns, since this is like a throwaway match, or like the previous casters kind of talked about, it could be a very easy way to do like a scrim, but you risk having it online VODs. So
yeah. Yeah, that is absolutely the risk for this sort of situation. I'm just looking at the brackets and thinking how long we actually have to go. We've got like another couple weeks of play-ins and then that 18 double elim playoffs. And obviously EDG, they're already qualified to champions as well, with enough champs points that they can't get overtaken even if they don't make it to the grand final. But for a lot of these other teams, they can still possibly make it on points if anything goes their way. You obviously, if you get top 2 in the stage, make it to the grand final, then you automatically go to champions anyway as well. But I'm a little bit skeptical still of the way this team is going. Obviously, you know, you can sort of look at it like people are looking at Paper X in Pacific, right? Where they say,
yeah,
you know, it's like you're qualified to champs already. Maybe you take your foot off the gas a little bit. You don't want to necessarily show all of your stuff. I mean, I guess that's a way to look at it. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that mentality and mindset, and I think EDG will want to prove that they're at the top of this region still, considering that it has been their playground for pretty much the entire time that we've been seeing things in China. Obviously, you know, you look at kickoff this year where they didn't win. That was all gamers that took the victory. Stage 2 last year was Bilibili. Stage 1 was XLG. But apart from that, you've been looking at EDG pretty much the whole time, and they had a return to that form last split as well. So again, I think they're still going to be hungry to prove that they are at the top of this region. But again, it's such a long road. And for FPX, I mean, when was the last time we saw FPX at an international tournament? I think you're looking at maybe Masters to Shanghai. I know, Champs 24. That's what we're looking at. We're looking at Champs 24, and again, they went winless at that event in a group with, to be fair, the grand finals teams from that year, right? Team Heretics, Sentinels, and Gen G. It's a tricky group that they had at that Champions.
Yeah.
Like, but still,
that's rough.
It's been nearly 2 years since we've seen them on that global stage, and you know they're gonna want to get back there, but I mean, they've got so much to prove as well. We talk about the journey being long for EDG. It doesn't matter if they falter. For FPX, you know, this is pretty much that, not quite do or die yet, but every game is important.
Every game is important. It definitely starts with trying to at least beat this team right here at the tail end of Stage 2. EDG stands in their way to close out these group alphas, and sorry, FunPlux Phoenix are coming up first. My apologies. And honestly speaking, we saw a couple of names that come on We have Xiaolele as well as Coconut join the roster as well, and I feel like those have really been some star-studded members that have joined the 5-stack, right? Especially Coconut. I think like what, top 8 so far in the split 2 rankings according to VLR. As an initiator, just knows how to play with the team and support the rest of it. Doesn't have the most number of assists, but able to frag out. Actually, one of the higher headshot percentage players there has been here in China. So all kudos to them being to bring that on. Xiaolele so far, at least for me, a bit of a hit and miss. Sometimes able to absolutely stand toe-to-toe with some of the best, but also has maybe some of not so sharp days, you know, just not feeling it. So I think those are going to be some critical things I'm looking for if they want to bring the heat against EDG here.
Yeah, again, bring the heat against the current champions of the region and former world champions as well. We talk about that Champs 2024 in Seoul. That is obviously the tournament that Edward Gaming won. So their opponents today, no stranger to the international stages, no stranger to success, both here and globally as well. And led by the line by nobody as the IGL, who's been having a pretty decent stage as well. Sometimes we're used to him getting a little bit silly in some of the things that he does, but I mean, again, he's one of the top players in this region for a reason, and I think this is still going to be a huge test for the side of FPX as to whether they actually can get things done, because these EDG players, we know that when they're needed the most, they can just step up to the plate. How clutch have players like Chichu, like Smoggy been across their entire careers? And obviously Jenny coming in as a bit of a newer face. He had a bit of a rough year last year when Yoru was still the done thing, but now in this current meta he's playing more initiator, he's playing more controller, and he's looking really, really clean. And then you have Kang, who is just simply maybe one of the greatest, well, he is one of the greatest players of all time, and he might just be the greatest.
Indeed. I would preface all this by saying that the EDG folks have been through the ringer and back. You know, they've actually played 3 games in the last week or so, whereas FPX have only played 1. So really, yeah, suited for the international stage. Even went to EWC as well shortly right before this stage started. So, you know, a lot of on-screen practices, a lot of plays against this top tier teams. But at some point in time, you know, it might start getting to them, and maybe that might be the straws that are adding to the camel's back for EDG in terms of some of the losses that were, you know, a little surprising against the likes of TYL and Nova, or I don't know. It's hard to say right now. I feel like both these teams at this moment, EDG in a bit of a weakened state, FPX in a heightened you know, drive. I feel like these teams are actually gonna be fairly equal in terms of power levels here in the servers.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, I mean, I just want to sort of get a temperature check here, Multitudes, of where you're thinking on this, because, I mean, I'm probably leaning towards EDG, but there's just something in the back of my mind that is saying maybe this is ripe for an upset. But I think I do have to lean EDG here. I
am also leading EDG, but my gut feel says it's gonna go for it's gonna go to 2-1 all the way down, because I think that Ascent might be in the bag for FPX. But enough about map number 2. We take it to Breeze, the seaside resorts, and the cool sea salt air that will grace us sooner than later. Double controllers coming up from FPX. Very common for them. EDG also hopping into the harbor. I don't know, understand what the hit with harbor was. Akamask, right? Akamask, the previous caster, was kind of ditching on that harbor, my guy.
Harbor Viper's good on this map, I can't lie. Like
brilliant,
on Breeze,
brilliant
harbor,
on this map.
Harbor Viper is very good. Maybe, you know, solo harbor, maybe not as good on Summit. That, you know, but listen, we aren't on Summit right now, we're on Breeze, and honestly I need some of that cool seaside air. It's absolutely sweltering right now in my office, so you know, maybe we'll get some cool vibes coming in from the server, although I do have a feeling that EDG are going to attempt to turn up the heat here, because if you go negative in the group stage as EDG, I feel like that's just going to be unacceptable, right? Autumn coming in, he's not going to want that to happen as the coach of the squad, because this is a coach that has a history of success globally. This is a team that has a history of success, and if you come into the play-ins having more losses than wins throughout the stage, I mean, that is simply unacceptable. For a team of EDG's caliber, that is completely unacceptable. So we will see how things shake up and shake out here on the first map of Breeze. It's EDG's pick playground that they have so often liked to visit. Like you said, Multitude, that cool seaside air coming in as FPX have chosen to start on the attacking side. It's a map that favors aggression, and with this ISO in tow from Cetrod, aggression will be the name of the game here for FPX. They're going to be wanting to take this space early.
A very aggressive kind of composition you might have here. The Jet, the ISO, not necessarily the fastest movers that can follow up with Cellular on the Jet, but at least able to provide a bit more protection with some of the utility that Cetrod might have, not wanting to stay too long. The Viper Wall comes up, and Kankan's just gonna peek through, can't get away with... No damage though.
I mean, I'm surprised he's alive, to be completely honest with you. I'm surprised Kangang's alive, and he's even found a pick. Kovac shot through the high tides. Poor start for FPX, really. But they have that site control. They have their positions entrenched now as EDG. Looking to send their way forward. Cetrod behind the box, though. This could be a big position for him to try and find a kill. It's Coconut instead to take down Kangkang. The double swing working out to perfection, but EDG still trading out in their own favor. Coconut, Ayang, two players that have been big for FPX in the past, and they're coming up again with the eliminations. That's a lovely shot from Ayang. He's found a triple, and FPX have found their first.
I am I was expecting them to hold behind the wall, but I guess you expect the unexpected. That's how EDG had to tank it. Kangkang, some nasty shots, and the rest of the team coming to call out for the defuse, but just not enough for their FPX holding their ground. Static to begin with. Yeah, you can see it. I mean, it's gotta feel good right off the rip, right? Round number 1 under your belt. And open things up for a couple, Marshall, a couple of Guardians, long range weapons. I'm not expecting it to go the way of EDG because, hey, Breeze is just so big, right? Even with the rework of the map that allows for better, circular smoke controls, especially in this mid space, it's still a large map overall on the sites themselves.
I mean, one thing to point out about this FPX comp is they've replaced the KO of EDGs with that ISO, so no flashes actually available, and I thought that would mean that they'd struggle, and to be fair, they did struggle getting onto the A site in the previous round. Less woes this time around though, because there was just that one player shut out by the Marshal, but that's something to keep in mind for the future, is that, with a lack of flashes, maybe it'll be a bit difficult to actually get in on a map as attacker-sided as Breeze is. I mean, you're looking at EDG again to have that retake power. Again, not here with a 3-on-5 and just pistols and tow, but again, we'll keep that in mind as FPX looks set to find 2-0.
Yeah, there's a lot of delay power, I would say, that FPX composition has, and that's really meant to maybe counter some of the aggression that EDG can bring as well, right? Okay. I managed to shoot Kangkang in the back still. It might be clean up shop here. Yep, nice flawless round. Cellular picking up 3k to boots. And yeah, the slow methodical-esque I think is going to be very crucial for FPX. Meanwhile, for the retakes, you're waiting on that knife that KO can bring to scout out some information, nullify some of the utility. That could be the stalling factor for these retakes. So a couple of characters to look out for during these rounds.
Well, the crowd seemed to react to that. We'll get our translators on the case. But for now, EDG with their own buy. 5 rifles on side. They would be expected to win this round, but FPX have this mid control early and are now creeping towards A main again.
Yeah, they've done this mid control a fair number of times. Maybe some longer conditioning they want to really hone in. You can see EDG just adapting to it, foregoing it completely. Exchanging aircrafts in the sky. Spots at least a couple players here.
Oh, okay. Somehow the action subsides. Now, actually B that's maybe looking like under the attention. Chi-Chu is going to have to be careful here. That double tap is heard popping. Chi-Chu has done a good job of being able to keep himself alive. He's under so much pressure, but now here's Jenny backside to back him up. The assistance coming through with a brace, and now Smoggy's getting involved. Just Ayang and Coconut yet again, the two players that found so much success in the pistol. Does not seem as likely this time around, as just Coconut left to try and stave off the Flawless here. He's unable to do so.
I mean, that was Chi-Chu all day, every day, right? Like 4 players descending across 2 different avenues onto a single Viper in the backside and just understanding where to stand at the off angle, catches the shields, and then immediately swings over to the main lobby and throws a snake bite to stave off more players. I mean, that is understanding how to be a solid anchor at that B side. That might, yeah, the FPX are gonna have to rethink how to really make a better mode onto that. Kovac could even wrap around from a double crates, I think, back of side, either towards McDonald's.
McDonald's?
The M archers. Okay, I don't know what other regions call it.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
In OCE, it's called McDonald's, and I heard it for the first time earlier this year, and I had to steal it. That's obviously now my call out.
Yeah, other fast food chains are available. Not sponsored. Well, EDG put under pressure here towards the A site yet again. Smoggy down to just 47 HP. FPX, again, they don't really have that brute force power to get into these sites. They're lacking a flash. They just have to hope with their 2 walls coming up with the toxic screen and the high tide that they can potentially find a way to sneak their way in. And actually, they kind of cross over each other. There comes the undercut and at least a little bit of value from the wall to try and come in. The contingency, though, it just doesn't block off enough. Kovac, good for a double, but nothing more past it.
That's rough, right? They basically hard committed their way into a single A site, hoping that, you know, their high tide will be faster than the other person's high tide, and that's not how this game should be played with the lack of explosiveness you have. Sure, you have a single ISO that can technically get a second lease of life by pushing through, and a drone, but with the map this wide and with the utility set you have, I'm seeing that FPX should really be exploring the map a little bit more like they did in round number 3, but it's just so fast and furious that previous round. And a little bit more attention. On the left side, nobody gets a shot of a lifetime sprays through.
Oh,
I think the shot does dispense them as well. Oh, disgusting.
Oh, unbelievable value with the shock dart there. And somehow he's still on 82 HP with 13 shields. I mean, that's a little bit unbelievable. Okay, there we go. Now he's down to 5. Maybe I shouldn't have opened my mouth. But Smoggy, oh my good lord. It's so scrappy right in front of the smoke. Now looking to push through it. Storm Surge in. Connect onto anyone, but FPX have been completely shut out of this round. If they can maybe take down nobody, there's a chance in the 2v4, but he is being kept safe by EDG, and Chi-Chu is now just ripped Coconut's head right off. We're starting to see the issues with this FPX composition, and the like you said, Multitudes, the utility kit that they're bringing doesn't really offer much.
Yeah, I understand that, you know, you're trying to maybe do some conditioning across this A Viper smoke that you consistently put between the pyramids, and they want to apply pressure so that maybe in the future rounds, EDG would be conditioned to lead more players there, but they can't even get their foot in through the first door, into the welcome mat. Unfortunately, right? It's just nobody and your shock darts holding down the fort. So I guess on to the other side we go. Viper Wall from A is still on that A side, but with 2 players from EDG pushed up so close and the drone to clear all these angles. Yep, the rotation from Jenny has started to come in. They know it's likely going to be a B hit, especially with Smoggy occupying this mid space.
High Tide comes up. Ayang is actually found a good start onto Smoggy. EDG being stalled away by this utility actually, but now they have an entryway back in, and we've seen what Jenny can do from these sorts of positions before. Flash drive comes on out, nobody investing in Hunter's Fury as well, but doesn't really get much information. It's actually TYL to take down Jenny. EDG now suffering a 2-man deficit. G2 looks to see what he can get done. Round the pillar, round the side. He's been cut down by Zetron. Kankang's there to trade and actually to find a second as well. It's still winnable for EDG, though the time keeps on ticking. Nobody can't really affect much from this position either. You're looking at Kankang to do his damnedest, but there's just not really much time. Ayang's backside and taking both players down. He will fall to the detonation, but he's got FPX another round.
Nice plays. At least from catching, you know, that mid Smoggy lurk and dispensing with at least one of the controllers out of the utility kit of EDG. Kankang did their gosh darnest as Kankang would, stepping up to the plate. Nice 3K to boot, but couldn't even escape with their life. Not that it mattered because time was running out. So now, timeout called by what looks like the EDG folks, right? Wanting to have a bit of a break here, knowing that maybe that retake was a little lackluster. Yeah, they had maybe depended on that Hunter's Fury to open things up, but Jenny couldn't even get round the first corner either. So a lot to have to digest and think back from that perspective.
Yeah, plenty to consider because it feels like FPX shouldn't be finding as much success as they are, but again, that high tide on that previous round was just so huge to get them that control, and it was the kills again that just meant that they could even take that space to begin with. And even still in this region, we're not used to seeing EDG getting outgunned either, so plenty of question marks to be raised.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about the ISO. It still bamboozles me that ISO was chosen
ISO
here
Jet
from
is
this
a crazy
perspective.
combo. Like
That is, isn't it? I mean, yeah, kill contract. I think I heard a stat somewhere that if you have a kill contract online, which they do now, Setrot has, that if you use it and you get a kill, the odds of turning that round into a win for your team is increased by like 70% or something like that. That was a stat from somewhere. But I mean, Setrot right now, 1-5, not the hottest starts so far as we enter the middle part of the first half here. Relatively empty site. Decided to stack the B site, that is. Kill contract finds nothing. Yeah, they understand that with the kill contract online coming out from a timeout. EDG read this perfectly, just waiting for maybe the reckoning to come out as well, as much utility as they can bait out as possible.
Yeah, the problem is that they've still got to make their way into the site. Here's a Hunter's Fury. Undercut being ripped through as well, and actually Kankang's been cut down. Smoggy will get taken out by that ultimate, and look at nobody's HP, just 32 of it that he's going to be walking into the fight with. It's not a lot, and now Jenny's fallen to the wrap-in from doors. Ayang, the one to find that kill, and he's just pushing up further. This is so audacious, and he finds another triple kill. Ayang has been tearing EDG a new one so far.
Has been indeed, right?
He's
taking
got like
their
3
time
of
out.
them.
Exactly, which
like
is
3 or 4
ridiculous. The second time he's pushed up from the
Viper
Viper
rounds,
kit.
Multitudes. I can't get over the fact that Ayang is just outgunning EDG of all teams. This guy is going crazy.
Feels good. I mean, you can see between rounds, absolutely reveling in the moments. And yeah, FPX win that round, pull a lead against EDG once more, but expensive, right? 4 ultimates actually consumed. And so whether that's worth it, we'll have to see. As now Jenny has at least the null command by their side, wants to take aggression a little bit more in this mid space, not wanting to give that up so quickly, especially with A main control that they've established in the past. And FPX wanting to slow down a little bit, operator in Lala's hands, waiting for maybe Smoggy to re-peek this mid space, but no one gives them that satisfaction right now.
Kang again, maybe gonna be that first point of contact. Got the Blade Storm this time around. Meanwhile, Saolala creeping towards that front B position. Looking maybe for the contact off the drone under double tap, sorry, comes in as well. It's Zedshot to find the opener. That's Chi-Chu going down. Now Kang trying to see what he can do. That's a right click onto the ISO shield. Ultimate completely nullified, and now all he's got is a classic. Trying to hold on to the back site with. Feels like a difficult task, and yeah, he's going to get cut down. Smoggy on site, good for one. Hardens the cove, but then peeks out of it immediately to his demise. You're looking at a 1v4 situation for Nobody. And pretty wisely, I think he wants absolutely zero part of that. Dipping away, and FPX get to 5.
Yeah, that operator immediately finding so much value with a couple of nice kills under their belt. I mean, the explosiveness was great. Kang, it slipped a little bit. I can't imagine that right click from that distance would have done anything. Maybe saw the ISO and wanted to dip, and I don't know what's going on through that man's head. No one knows. But at that moment, didn't quite have the value that they looked for.
Exit kill, I guess, but I mean, FPX have plenty in the coffers. Necessarily matter.
So far, I'd say that Kovac utilizing that harbor utility around these corners with the close, blindness and being able to screen off different angles for the team to move together as a death ball has been their saving grace, right? Not necessarily, okay, we're able to flash in different manners and open up the map completely, but rather, hey, we section things off. That's how this composition should be played, and then you move together as a threesome down the corner, wait for the smoke to drop, and boom, get Kang straight in the face. Okay, fair enough. That's how they're getting this 2-point lead so far. Now, Kang says, hey, give me an operator. Let me see what I can do with this space. They're located on that B side together with Chi-Chu. That's the kind of the lockdown point that they really want to bring into this. But so far, I think EDG has themselves rattled a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. We're looking at this composition from FPX. Obviously, we don't want to keep talking about it, but it is an important point. This is a team that cannot necessarily get onto sites in the easiest manner. Instead, their utility belt is built around the stall, built around the delay once they get into that post-plant position, and EDG are just letting FPX plant way too often. They're taking fights they don't need to take. And again, Chi-Chu gets isolated, completely cut down. That's his own team's harbor wall, by the way, that's blocked him off. Like, it's just a complete fumble from EDG yet again. I'm getting exhausted of this already. And Kang just doesn't even shoot the Sova Dart. You can hear a recon is coming. You have to shoot it. Now Jenny is knocked out of his ultimate. Smoggy's trying to get the revive, but he gets swung on by Ayang. EDG have to wake up here. This is unbelievably terrible. I'm actually angry.
Yeah,
I'm
you are
actually
actually so angry right now. I can see you, and you're so upset with the way EDG are playing, and honestly, rightly so. It looked like their scattered, looked like an absolute ranked game in Emo 1 at best, and rightly so. You called for a second timeout, burned within the first half. I mean, EDG not looking like. The only silver lining I could say, Charlotte, is hey, EDG are saving their strats for play-ins and playoffs, and I again not a fan of that like you, It's mainly because of like momentum and confidence building, right? These things aren't like, oh, here's a strat book, please download into your brain and execute as a 5. No, it has to be practiced, and it starts here against FPX. But right now, EDG, I mean, like the Harbor Wall mishap, and then Kong just waiting for the death ball to arrive. It's very, very messy from what we expect to be like the face of VCTCN to produce.
I've taken a moment to breathe. I'm a bit calmer now.
Yeah. Remember, planes position 3 and 4. Planes position 3 and 4. All right. Yeah. Planes position 3 and 4. It's alright.
I mean, yeah, you can argue this match doesn't mean much, but just think about how humiliating it would be if you get 2-0 by FPX.
Yeah.
No shade to the FPX players, but it does feel like EDG should be a caliber above. Again, they came 3rd at Masters. This team came 3rd in London, and they're doing this. I don't understand it. But before I annoy myself too much again, let's have a look at what changes they've brought into round 10. Nobody? That's a lot of players he's spotted towards that A main position, and actually he's heard the operator as well. Bit of a communicative mix-up there maybe from FPX that they had everyone shoot, including the sniper at that one recon.
Yeah, bit weird. The knife went out as well. Drone now to spot maybe a few players. Quite find the mark, but they're pressing the advantage right now. Jenny finds one. Straight comes through. On to nobody, and Jenny's still trying to make themselves known in this mid space. Has a flash to maybe delay any of their movements here, but FPX now with the high tide up, slowly but surely gets on the site.
FPX are finding so much utility, so much efficiency from just having this high tide that allows them to go forwards, take up space, and isolate some of these positions that EDG are going to be playing, because EDG should be playing to deny them from getting into the site, and that's exactly what they're doing this time around. Finally, EDG play to their win conditions, and they come out with 3 players left alive.
Yeah, that was actually a bit of a force buy, I believe, from EDG, only with 3 rifles to their name, if memory serves. But yeah, they basically, knowing that they had maybe weapon disadvantage grouped all together, wanting to play as a team, Deathball versus Deathball. Once that high tide drop, it was just fastest fingers first, and it's Chichu, Smoggy, left, right, center. Even the Sheriff making their appearance as well. Good recovery from EDG as we enter the last couple of rounds here for the first half.
Again, it's that Viper's Pit used from Chichu. Bomb Surge as well, left to try and deny this front site space. If I'm FPX, honestly, I'm trying to find a different angle of approach, but they've stuck around just long enough that EDG's rotations are being drawn over. This A site is completely empty. Nobody, though, looking in mid, should get the catch here.
Oh.
Yep, he spotted them. Now Jenny's on the A site as well. Can coming down mid. This is a good rotation for EDG.
Oh! Yeah, that's information garnered and a kill as well, though. A trade, and Setrot finds the head of Kong. That sniper out and gone. Raid boss dispensed with. Now Jenny has to make a play here, wanting to maybe take down a few of them. Do they check this corner?
Feels like they're expecting it, but even still, he's found a double kill. Unbelievable shooting from Jenny to at least give him a chance, and Chichu takes down Setrod before the double tap can take full effect. So now you're looking at a 1v2 from Kovac, but he's crept around that pyramid, and he might even just be creeping all the way around Orange. This is absolutely masterful. It doesn't feel like EDG are going to expect this at all. He's found the first, the second shot is clean as well. An unbelievable clutch from Kovac to get FPX another.
That was a round. I appreciate the round from both sides, right? The adaptation from EDG to say, okay, the deathballing, we gotta move fast, taking this mid-control as much as they can. Sure, some sharpshooters took out Kong. But Jenny taking the initiative, knowing that, yo, if we can get a couple around this corner, and they did, it might turn the tides. Came down to the absolute wire in that 1v2. And Kovac, right, not a lot of kills, still steps up to the plate when needed.
A lot of information there.
There it is.
So much information. Here comes the kill contract. That shot. Oh! Oh, good God, it's not clean at all, and nobody still alive, actually. FPX unable to capitalize off of that anchoring positions, but Ayang again, he's coming in for a double kill of his own, opening up the site, getting a Viper's pit online as well, immediately invested. That's K gonna start ripping away the HP of these EDG players. Now Kovac finds the brace, it's up to Kang. First kill found, 2 more left to go. And a full house from FPX gets them 8 at the half. Ayang and Kovac have been on fire.
Yeah, Ayang especially. Look at the smile on this man's face. Absolutely tearing it in the server. Started with the unexpected push through their own Viper wall on that A side, ending with some killer shots. Nobody, you know, finding the double tap on Cetrod, who hasn't had, I wouldn't say, much success on the utility for the ISO. Like we said, bit of a weird pick, but we're still trying to make it happen. Maybe on the defensive side, it gives them a bit more chance to repeat, at least stay alive for information gathering, right? Granted, they don't have a lot of that. They have to do a lot of face peeks. They've got a drone and a recon dart to boot, and that's about it. Versus at least on the EDG side, there's Jenny that can at least throw a knife out and get a little bit more information. But apart from that, you know, especially in this double duelist meta that is not necessarily found on Breeze, but still a lot of face peeking is required. Maybe that ISO provides that additional survivability.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually seen some unreal value from that double tap, right? I'm thinking about the B site round when Kang uses his Blade Storm right click on that shield, and it just completely nullifies the ultimate entirely.
Yeah, that feels bad moment.
Give us the thumbs up, come on. Yeah, there we go. Actual crowd interaction, we love to see it.
Love to see it. I mean, look, even if it's the last game here in the group stages, the stands is still packed with fans. They're here to see FPX and EDG. The latter being, you know, probably one of the stronger fan favorites here across the Chinese region. As now EDG will be set to play on the attack side. They've got a bit of firepower in their hands, right? I mean, sharpshooters across the board, all 10 of them. But Kang has had a bit of a tear so far. So is Chichu, being an absolute killer on that Viper. So wanting to see how we want to play this on this B site.
Here comes this EDG push then. Ayang, still good for one backside. You've still got 2 players here. Feels like maybe FPX trying to beat EDG at their own game, but it's the same result as in the opening 12. The players coming onto the site hit outrageous shots, and now they have full control.
Last couple coming from McDonald's, not sponsored. On this corner, one-way smoke delays a bit of information, but at least they know where the Sova is.
Oh, nobody. No, he's looked away! He's looked away! Oh, that's unfortunate timing. But FPX probably still without a chance in this one. Yeah, they don't know about Jenny back site, and Cetrod caught jumping up. A 5th round on the board for EDG, and the first step on this road back to a map win.
Pistols, 1 each for now. I mean, the explosiveness from these teams on pistol shouldn't be understated. A little bit of a miscomm there as both the FPX players peek out simultaneously from tower and almost get a nice clean tap through with a ghost. But yeah, so far EDG very clean from their perspective, able to buy up, leaving Chichu probably on a lurk, if I were to guess, maybe lurking through A main, as this mid looks like the aim of the game, wanting to use these long range. This is exactly what FPX did on their round 2, on their anti-eco. Fair enough, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What? Lovely shot from Kang as well. Takes down the first. Kovac no longer able to use that utility in this round, but Kang's got his back to these defensive players, just hoping to clear out the site first, and now gets himself into a deeper position, so able to stop the push as it comes in. Oh, hello, there's the double tap though. Forces Kang to at least consider a little bit more, but Setrod still will fall before the trade comes in. Now Chichu just picks up the Marshall, picks up the Mantle. The exact same position, finding the exact same results. And there it is, the second kill. Will he even find a third? Ayang's very, very low on health. Seems like Smoggy might get there first. No, okay, it's the Sheriff instead from Chichu to finish the job.
Very clean from Chichu. I mean, armed with the Sheriff, able to step in where Kang, you know, opened with a disgusting headshot. Beautiful slow-mo from our observers as well. Almost lined up for the second one as well, and you just see the Marshall take over, claiming, what, 3 out of 5 of the kills on server so far. Again, power of the long range. I feel like round 2, anti-ecos and Breeze, it's just so hard to battle unless you gamble stack in some site somewhere. Spots one. A's noted in mid, pressing the advantage, outwits, but can't fight against the bullets. Setrod holding down these heads. Okay, through the smoke, Smoggy finds A. That is a bit of a game changer, but now it's totally wrapped from all corners. Jenny gets caught with their pants down.
The 2 players on the flag there, Coconuts with him as well. That's the player who actually found the frag. Smoggy and Chichu are getting surrounded. Kovacs up through elbow. It's a laboured fight, but one that he still wins out regardless. Hardens the Cove and just gets himself back to a deeper position. Smoggy knows now that the net is tightening, that he's constricted. Now he's cut down. A team ace in the end for FPX as they find their 9th.
Very clean, actually, right? Bit of a wraparound from all angles from that perspective. Knowing to play around these corners and get the win on this B site. Nice off angle right at the tail end from Xiaolele as well. Still a 3-round game as the first 3 rounds go what I would say stock standard for any Valorant game. And now FPX, EDG both enter what I consider the meat and potatoes, armed to the teeth, utility galore, mid-space compromised by the attackers. So they send a drone out, FPX, to maybe investigate. I don't think they see much. Maybe 1 or 2 max.
Still can't believe that in this lobby there's only 2 players positive. Chichu on 10 and 9, and then Ayang, who is 19 and 9. Unbelievable performance from Ayang, and probably one of the sole reasons that FPX are in the lead right now. Nobody not having quite as good of a time. 6 and 12. He's out of this round early on. As we head into the second half of it, 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, not a lot of time right now. Maybe waiting for... They still have to knife the Jenny. If they push it close, they may be able to spot Kovac in the same position that Jenny was not too long ago.
Oh, there's a flash, the kill coming in. It's in favour of FPX, but Jenny can at least bring something back. It's still a deficit that they find themselves in, and Coconut now doubles down on it. FPX 2 to the good, and Jenny left alone to see what he can do. First tap of the spike, but now into red time. He knows that he's forced to try and play this objective, gets it planted, but can't get the Vandal out in time. Double digits now for the side of Fun Plus Phoenix. They are running away with this map.
Yeah, again, I think with the way this group stage has gone, with the way some of these teams are absolutely fragging out, it shouldn't be a surprise to me that right now it is FPX that are shredding away at Breeze against EDG, who has, and I quote, a 77 win percentage on this map this year, right?
That's going down.
Yes. It's ridiculous the way that FPX right now dismantling EDG, right? Great defensive side, knowing that the lurk from Chichu is about to creep up, watching the double doors. They basically know how these teams are going to be, how these 5 players are going to be positioned. And the question is, can EDG kind of pull something new out of the hat?
Low space pressure here from EDG. Potentially just leaving Chichu as an insert, but actually no, they've all come running back.
Oh, come on, online. Might as well send it.
Third player coming to join is now Kang. He's made his way front side, but they've not cleared the player of Kovac. He's just sat in the corner. Zentrod as well. Coconut finds a double kill, spraying through the high tide. It's all gone wrong for Edwards Gaming. Kang, he spammed through the box as well. Now what he can do when FPX are firing like that.
I mean, they're the ones, FPX are the ones bringing out a different look every single time on their defensive side, right? A new position where Coconut is played in the corner, no one checks them, and then the spam through's just good enough to get all this damage, all these kills. They walked into an absolute meat grinder.
I was going to say, at what point do we get worried? I'm already worried.
I also want to mention that there's no more timeouts, actually, for EDG. They've consumed both of them, so there's no way that Coach can hit that pause button and find a bit of reprieve. Kang at least finds Xiaolele with one of those knives refreshed, opening up this mid space. This is a good start, right? Breeze is humongously huge. They've actually sent 2 players over to this mid space because they have no clue what's happening in there.
You've got to capitalize off this, surely.
Surely.
At some point, FPX will realize that EDG aren't over towards B. I mean, you can already see Kovac getting curious looking in elbow. They're going to figure it out eventually. Coconut already starting to consider this push back towards the A site, and as time goes on, FPX, they're starting to realize the penny's dropped. They're coming back towards this. EDG have to accelerate, and finally they are, but they could have found themselves so much more. Jenny planting the spike, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. Yet more time delayed, yet more chance for FPX to push forwards, but Kovac's fallen. Now Jenny, he's inside of this ultimate. The 1v1, oh my god, Zentrod, please! Zentrod, please! What the hell are we doing, man? What is going on? Ayang's 1v5. He's taken down Kang. That's the Blade Storm removed. And only one upgrade actually for EDG. That's in Chichu's hands. Just sheriffs for the rest of them. I mean, surely you don't win this. Oh, okay. A thrifty round from EDG. That's what we wanted to see, because 12-6 was pretty much a done deal. But now they have a chance.
They do indeed. Knives to open things up. The slow creep into very empty A. And a bit of a whiffage from Zentrod makes it so doable. I also want to point out that the double controllers really played in very well. It's something that we didn't really see from FPX's attack side, where you basically run high tide deeper all the way to orange, and that gives the attackers so much more space to work with. And those sheriffs can be deadly at long ranges too.
Yeah, I mean, you could hear it in the replay as well. Jenny just saying what? Pretty much the exact thing that we were saying after that 1v1 in the ult. Good lord, kill contract value from Zentrod hasn't necessarily been at its highest value.
No, it puts my statistics to shame, so maybe erase that from your notes, whatever you wrote previously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has been a mind-melting match to watch so far, but it's not over just yet on this map. FPX still with a 4-round advantage, but EDG are looking to hit the weaker site here with all 5 players. Although 4 of them actually towards the site, and Ichu just watching towards that mid-space in elbow instead. Our drone comes in, gets a spot on a couple players, but here comes the undercut just to get that suppression on, take that utility away, but then there's a reckoning coming through. Ayang not caught by it, he's found 2, not quite the 3rd, and Kang answers back with a double of his own. EDG, they're in the site now, and Chichu, this kill on mid is crucial. Kovac not expecting it. He's also going to get cut down. EDG have the numbers, but Kang's on 1 HP.
Coming back with a retake with the operator, not the biggest and easiest weapon to have to wield though, as so Coconut will have to make the first move onto a very weak Kang. Finds the head, but the other 2 swing out, find the 2, and push EDG closer and closer. Up to 8 now.
And I'm starting to worry for... FPX now, actually. EDG have started to find what works for them. They've started to remember that they're maybe better than the FPX players, and it's showing in these gunfights. So timeout called. Actually, is this tech pause?
Tech pause, yeah. Seems like it's a bit of a tech pause. I don't think the
I was
coaches
like, oh,
can
this is a
speak during tech
perfect...
pauses.
No, they can't. The players can't even speak to each other on a tech pause either. So for FPX, they're just going to sort of sit and stew in this. And to be honest, I thought, I was gearing up. I thought we were going to see a tactical timeout from FPX in this position. Maybe we will after the tech pause is through. But this is the perfect time for it, because now FPX, they can't even talk to each other. They're just going to have to sit and stew with the mistakes that they're making.
Actually, that might not be the worst decision, right? Really stall the game out, right? EDG stringing together a couple of rounds, finding a bit of momentum with the explosiveness that we just saw on that B side. Great utility exchange and the pathing, right? Following where the drone had previously cleared, allowed them to really build a little bit of momentum and confidence boost. And so, coach calling a 60-second timeout after a tech pause might be devious. But I love it. I'm here for devious.
Yeah, I mean, again, after your players have to sort of sit and wait for so long, I think even more of a reason to call that timeout so they can actually get talking to each other again, try and bring them out of that mental rut, because again, in these situations, okay, seems like pause is over. Surely FPX call themselves a tactical timeout. Surely.
No,
surely.
looks like game's on.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, timer's ticking.
Can't believe that. They've still got both timeouts. Use one. Shots, come on. Use one. Press the button.
At the very least, they've got the Reckoning on hand. Be used possibly for a retake, some sort of stall. Yeah, Viper's Pit on both sides. It's mid looking to light up at this moment.
There's no one on B site actually for FPX. They are going heavy on this read that EDG want to go towards A, and Kovac uncleared in the corner. Kang's going to fall down early. Hunter's Fury sent towards the site from the side of EDG, but doesn't necessarily catch on to anyone. This opening exchanges in this round fall by the wayside, and it's FPX actually who find themselves a man to the good. Now Reckoning sent through. Chichu's gonna use the Viper's Pit, but nobody's caught out. Zhao Lola just rushing up forwards off of the sound of the drone coming in. It's really nice from FPX actually in this. Coconuts found another. EDG look like after that tech pause they're yet to start playing again.
And Chichu investing the Viper's Pit in the midst of all that. Granted, it was a 3v5 perspective against a Reckoning. And now has to just step out, face the music. Unwarranted. Great advancements from FPX and just a bit of a kerfuffle from EDG, right? Not checking corners, wanting to push through multiple controller smokes in this mid space. A bit of a trap play as well. And then the deployment of the pit is the unfortunate cherry on top.
So sad. That's unbelievably lucky from Coconut. He was just trying to spray the cove down, and when he realizes that happens, literally the last bullet, just a random spray through the Viper's Pit there, ends up with a headshot. I mean, sometimes luck is just on your side, and that's one of those times for FPX. Now they've got 4 chances to close the map here.
FPX, so close to victory, you can almost smell it. To steal one away from quite possibly one of the best. EDG looking worried, look at them. Playing a little default. Chichu now pressed. 3 players approaching 4 now in mid. They know it's going to be an A hit because Chichu normally lurks in this mid space. A has been compromised, so they assemble their way back in.
Does feel like FPX maybe have a real chance here. 2 players spotted up close to the high tide, and Smoky's going to get cut down through it. Zetrod with the spam kill. Means EDG, well, I was going to say at the disadvantage, but now Chichu and Nobody rest it back in their own favor. Yeah, Chichu's on 9 HP, but the guns can still come alive for Edward Gaming. That's exactly what they do. Now it's Kang to step up to the plate. He's creeping round, being spotted, potentially, not quite, but switching the weapon. And Jenny's the one who finds both frags. It's so damn chaotic. But EDG thrive in that situation.
And Chichu, right, being the one that actually kind of gave all this information, I'm surprised that FPX didn't kind of turn tail and try and flush out the Viper. Because more often than not, that's where a lurking snake would reside, in the grass in mid. They struck and then it just tore the rest of the retake apart, and Jenny swooped in to gather the remains. EDG keep it alive, but for how much longer?
Still plenty more opportunity. I can't believe that FPX haven't used a single timeout here in round 22. Kang now. Oh, hello. He's inside of the cloud buff, but 2 kills coming in. Kovac sprays them all down with Jenny now down but not out in this state. You're looking at a 1-on-5 for Chichu. His teammate is unrecoverable, unrevivable. And now he's been spotted. Kovac looking to push for the 4th. Not quite happening in his favor, but there's an operator watching for this as well. FPX, their attention is turned to him. Kovac will fall, but now 21 HP. Chichu would have to pull off the impossible. There's just no way he can. Not a snowball's chance in hell for EDG on their own map pick of Breeze. It falls in FPX's favor, 13-9. Perhaps unbelievably so. They are down a map against this squad.
They are indeed. FPX pull out basically the same defensive trick to counter an EDG rush onto the A side, position someone close right towards the wall and just gun them down. Playing around in smokes, right? Don't need any utility with the null command online. Might as well get all these heads, and Chichu was left with the impossible task, could not rise to the occasion. I mean, I don't blame him. The way FPX are playing right now, the way A is playing right now, look at this. Pushing through their own smoke, a headshot wallbang to start things off in round 1, and just keeps going throughout this entire map.
FPX are playing like a team that just do not respect their opponents, which is difficult to do against EDG, but it's working out in their favor. They just have no regard. They just are like, we're gonna be better than you, and it happened a lot of the time, actually. Brilliant stuff throughout this entire map so far. Ayang especially on an absolute heater. EDG looking sorry for themselves at the bottom of the barrel, potentially. Well, you know, we saw a couple good moments. Kang was still hitting some nice shots. He was, I think, maybe negative or like kind of even towards the end of the map, and that's just not the position that you want to find yourself in. FPX now with the 1 map advantage heading into their own map pick. We'll hear how they did it here on Breeze.
5秒见，应该是 CT 见啊。CT 见了，3秒，去呗，我走了，给了。哎，应该在 CT。你和 CT 吧，躲见了吧？小心这里，这里，小心。Let's go！ 哎，兄弟，我今天杀鹰很有感觉，兄弟。One B side，B side。Nice。AT Harbor。就yellow，就yellow。我这。来。Okay, backside. People here. I think no one flank, yeah? Maybe play, okay? 我垫一下抢后。他要找他没出来。So 150. I go everywhere. Okay, got now. It's okay, just freeze, okay, I think. It's okay. OP dead. One more harbor. Plenty flash. Peeking left. Give a flash. Backside in the city. 1 HP Sova. Nice! Go. Push the wall. Push one more. Push one more, bro.
I mean, yeah, rightfully so, Ayang. Look at that cheeky grin from this player. 2.1 KD, 7 multi-kills, fragging out. Yeah, FPX you know, they played together, but Ayang stood a tad above the rest with some disgusting headshots and some brilliantly witty plays as the Viper in-house. Great stuff, well deserving of the MVP.
He hit genuinely like 3 triple kills in the first 4 rounds that they won, and then the other round was a double kill instead, but only a double kill. This guy's washed, obviously. Like, it's a crazy performance from Ayang, from this Viper role of all of them, and it's not just that he was lurking up a lot of the time, he was often there at the front lines for his team, going in for the push or that first line of defense when we got onto the second half. And yeah, the only player positive on EDG was Chichu at 15 and 13. Yeah, Kankan got more kills, but 19 deaths on his side. I mean, you look at, I guess if you look at FPX, you only had Kovac positive aside from this unbelievable showing from Ayang. That's really what it's all about. 7 out of 7 post-plants won for the side of FPX. As soon as they were getting into these attacking positions, with that spike down, it was cracked, it was unlosable. And that's exactly what their comp did, and EDG just let them plant far too many times. And just were getting isolated even when they were ready to fight on the FPX entrance into the site in that first half. They were getting isolated in these positions, sometimes from their own team's utility, by the way.
Yeah,
so
that was infuriating.
Kang had a decent game, wasn't enough, and he just didn't have the backup of his team either to actually get them across the line here.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that it was like 19 first kills that FPX had against EDG, and it's phenomenal because, again, they don't have flashes, they can't spread across the entire map. What do they do instead? You kind of talked about it during one of the play-by-plays. You use the controllers to cut and slice and dice the battlefield into small sections, and you move together as a unit, isolating all these 1vx's or xv1s rather, and open up and capitalize on your first kill and capitalize on your man advantage. That's how you convert against a team like EDG, right? You put them so that yes, they can maybe flick onto heads, but you can't flick onto like 12 heads at the same time. So yeah, kudos to FPX for kind of solving that Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, again, it feels like FPX came into this with a very solid idea on how to counteract that EDG game plan, with a wacky composition that ended up coming out maybe, again, not quite as well as it should have,
maybe
but
not
they
ISO,
got
though.
over the line, and that's exactly what's important. Can they close this out 2-0? We'll find out on map number 2 after this.
You're my obsession, 'cause baby, you're my
Well, welcome back, everybody, to an unexpected result here. FPX against EDG went FPX's way on Breeze, which is EDG's pick, one of their best maps throughout the year so far, Multitudes. It was, what, 77% win rate?
Yep.
That's gone down after what we've seen today. Now FPX have chosen to take us to Ascent, which is a map that EDG are not necessarily the biggest fans of.
No, they're not. They haven't run this map a whole lot since they came back into the map pool, and every time they've gone onto this, they've run the very classic kind of double initiator KO and Sova composition, which I'm not a huge fan of. I feel like the meta has really evolved since then. To be fair, they found successes on this map in the recent couple of weeks as well. And on the other side, FPX tend to run like a double initiator with a Neon and Jet, a lot more fast-paced, a lot more for what we're used to. So it's a real question of how, you know, they really want to maneuver on this map. Essentially, it's one of the smallest maps that we have in the pool apart from Split, and so that mid control once again going to be highly important. Yeah, you can try and bash your way into, but more often than not, the Sentinel's gonna kind of hold you back just a little bit more. Odin will probably see a reprieve. I've read somewhere that Cetra is one of the heaviest Odin users, and after that ISO kind of performance, might want to fall back to, hey, if you don't need to aim with bullets, right? Why aim with bullets? So
that's true. The kill contracts were interesting. We'll see. Yeah, okay, thank God. No ISO this time around. It's instead a Neon Jet double duelist coming in from FPX on this map. Meanwhile, EDG, they're sticking with the bread and butter. That standard traditional Ascent comp from ages gone by. And really, I mean, FPX aren't that far away from it. Just instead of that KO, they do have the Neon for a little bit more aggressive power.
Yeah, I am thinking a little bit more about this EDG composition, right? Yeah, it's very kind of stock standard, but you have to also remember that this team of 5 are basically the team, right? The star power team that have been together for so long, and they know their ins and outs. They know this map well because it's the oldest map ever, and so I think it really might come down to foundationals from this perspective, right? Can you do that push and pull in this small map? Can you clear these corners correctly with the utility they have? Jemmy plus nobody, I'm expecting you to really work the corners well and open things up for Kang to go on a killing spree, and on the other side, right, it's gonna be the Neons and the Jets to put a stop to that, and we'll see if FPX with the new age meta versus the old guards, who can come out on top here.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about EDG being a core that's been together for, what is it, like 1,500 days at least, and already they're finding kills in mid, but here comes TYL, his bandit, takes down Jenny, nearly good for the second onto Kang as well, but instead, the kills and the trades go in favor of EDG, with Ayang on just 34 himself.
Almost like that mid is more important than not.
He's on 9 now.
Ayang finds one though, on 9 HP, but still evening the board here, and Kang now leaving Chichu on their lonesome, nowhere near any of the Cypher utility that they have. The question is, wait, they just closed the door onto Ayang.
Yeah, because Ayang wants to wrap through that defender side spawn. Chichu already found his way onto the site, and the headshot onto Kovac. Every player now in the lobby so low on health. Chichu's only got 50 to his name, but Ayang 9, Kovac 13. Ayang's just creeping closer. The shot's a little bit laboured, but he still gets it done. Another pistol round goes the way of FPX in this series. My God, I mean, it was just that scrappy brawl in mid, and then a very, very nice rapid positioning from Ayang, even on his low health. Just have the balls to go for that. It's really, really nice.
I'd say high risk, high reward, right? If Chichu had decided to step on the gas a little bit more and push onto site, could have made some sort of pros don't fake kind of play. That could have gone terribly, but lo and behold, once again, I think EDG a bit on edge after the loss on Breeze. Might as well capitalize on it just a little bit as well. So we go again. Kangkang's the only one who's bought up. And nobody will find the other end of that Marshall.
Yeah, a nice shot from TYL to open things up. And Ayang again, this time the Sheriff. First shot is all he needs. Kovac's unclear towards the top of middle. Gets a second, have to switch to the sidearm. But still gets the kills. Again, FPX players surviving on such low health, but they get the round in the end.
That's what matters, you know, sometimes doesn't really matter what kind of damage or what kind of utility you have, as long as you can hit your shots like some of these players are. Yeah, labor with the Bulldog, but that's kind of the spraying potential, especially in these long ranges, and the classic to finish it off on the head, straight through the dome. FPX, very clean, 2 for 1 so far, pistols and anti-ecos. Let's see how they do on the bonus. EDG now kind of stocked to the rim. Couple of regen shields, which should make their survivability a little bit more long-term. So it asks for FPX to have to really scale nice and slow. Maybe get some chip damage along the way.
And because Ayang didn't have a buy in the previous, he just kept his Sheriff along. He's now been able to pick himself up a Vandal. A player who's been doing so much for FPX, not just on this map so far, but on Breeze as well, the MVP in that regard. Gonna have to come up with the goods again here. He's gonna be that late backstab through tree if FPX do go for this push, but with the 0 point suppressing them, stunning them out and getting that information, they turn away from that A main space.
I'm surprised Ayang hasn't really explored any one of the side. They put a lot of eggs into that A lobby basket, and turns out it was the wrong call with the gamble stack from EDG. Even with the drone, right, coming out from nobody to clear this B side, they know it's going to be this A.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Setrod with the judge though, hoping that on this Neon he can get something done, but it's the Bulldogs that come alive. Ayang's now getting involved as well with the Vandal. Kang sprays down 2 to keep EDG in it. Long range though, the Bulldog wins on out. Setrod's got an upgrade, and now it's a 1-on-3 for nobody. But again, look at the HP, 5 for Kovac, 8 for Xiaolele, and only 29 for Setrod. He's the healthiest player on his side, and still hurting so much. This is so winnable for nobody. Recon comes out, doesn't spot anyone. He's trying to get some spams in towards Hell, but that's not
He knows they're low.
FPX are playing, and he knows that these players are going to be low on health, but just doesn't know on the positions that they're playing in. Setrod trying to bait him out with some spams of his own. TYL just tucked close to the box, but time getting ever lower. Nobody just not able to find the spams, decides that he wants no part of this. He's saving the gun in what is potentially one of the most winnable 1v3s we've ever seen. EDG are still winless here on Ascent as FPX go 3-0 up.
That is terrifying. The fact that nobody decides to back off from this fight, knowing that every single player here is literally one, as they call it in the ranked games. But knowing that, you know, these 3 players more than likely will be anchored in these crossfires. I mean, to have a 5-stack move straight into a 4-stack on Ascent and come out strong, survive, yeah, a bit low, but still survive 3 players is diabolical from FPX.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know how they've gotten away with that. A couple of heavy shields, but TYL will still be able to use this outlaw like an operator against 3 of the opposing EDG players. Kovac still yet to go down, as well as the first of those kills comes in, and Kang actually was one of the players with a full shield. So now it's just nobody in that regard. Chi-Chu, the body shot's enough to take him down. Now FPX continue this charge, looking in towards Tree. Fragment will at least stall them out for now, but they're 2 to the good.
Choosing to make their way continue into this A side, knowing that it's likely going to be stacked. Nobody with the hero rifle comes out with 2, swings through, 9 bullets. Relay Bolt has to back off. And Setrod still finds Jenny.
Well, the shock dart though does so much damage, and now Smoggy He's gone the spot onto Setrod's position. Nobody's able to peek through to mid.
Oh,
Smoggy
wow.
with the Sheriff has found a kill. Ayang's here left to try and pick up the pieces, which he does, onto the first, and now the cyber cages, he's looking to try and play around these positions. Spycam spots out nobody, he's getting revealed. But Ayang doesn't overplay his hand, he's playing this safe. But he might be able to cross, no indeed. Ayang puts on the punish and keeps FPX on this win streak.
It's thrifty, granted, so fair enough. They made it a little bit expensive, to be honest, with some of the heroics outside of 3. Nobody is picking up some nasty shots. Salala, I felt like wasn't
I feel so
even
bad
meant
for
to be,
Salala.
yeah, collateral damage that was. It was really meant for Setrod, but hey, if you're in the way, you're getting shot down.
I mean, at the very least, you look at the FPX side. I mean, Coconut's 0-3, but it doesn't even really matter at the moment.
Actually, a number of these players are 0-3. Chichu, Jenny, 0-4.
Yeah, but
Not
the
great.
difference is that Coconut's on the winning team, so, you know. He can afford it. He's providing the util that his team requires, and he's even if he's just playing distraction, you know, Ayang 6-1, Kovac and Shaolala on 5 kills apiece. And handshake of the utility there with the Owl drones coming in. Nobody lucky to be alive. He has been able to survive that exchange and falls back further towards this B site to at least hold things off while the rest of EDG can come and backfill the space. That's what they're doing, but with the market door now closed, it becomes even more difficult. Setrod, this is ballsy. It's so damn bold, but Taolela on the side, sprayed down for a double. Nets a brace. FPX now with double the numbers. And EDG left struggling, left wondering what went wrong yet again. They're on the defense side of Ascent, and they're yet to get off the starting blocks. Smoggy in the 1-on-4 can only find the first. It's a calamity right now.
It is. 5-0, call the timeout. You have to hit that timeout button stat. You have to stem this bleeding. You said so many great points. Firstly, right, the fact that like they tried to use the cage to come back in, but the heads just lining it up. Lady Luck on their side. It was just so good. Yep, timeout now being called, right? Defense-sided map. This is actually, if you look at some of the way coaches play around Ascent, they'd rather let their team pick, the opposing team pick an Ascent, and then we come in to be defensive-sided first. That's what PRX does. Because generally speaking, you want to have the momentum to rack up rounds, and unfortunately, that is a big old goose egg for EDG. My heart is crying.
It's just, you can tell they're dejected. You can see it in the body language here of the EDG players.
Yeah.
I mean, FPX have been playing a blinder so far, but just...
And I wouldn't even say, like, this might be a bold take, and you can stop me at any point, Charlotte, but I wouldn't even say that FPX are playing a... Alright now. Alright.
Sorry,
I wouldn't even say that FPX... Let me speak! Let me speak! I wouldn't even say that FPX are playing particularly good, right? In this particular one, yeah, a couple players had some standout moments. Kovac on that first kind of round 1, but apart from these small moments, I felt like they're just moving together as a unit, not making, maybe making less mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, they're just winning gunfights, which it sounds a bit reductive, but this entire, what we've seen all day from FPX is just play grouped up and just play this deathball style, win out the trades that you're able to find yourselves in, because then you get into a good position, double down on those trades as well, because you're still in those 3-on-2s, you're still in those 3-on-1 situations, and that's exactly what they need in terms of this. You know, sometimes EDG, they've been getting a double spray down, but and you get yourselves into such advantageous positions as FPX just in terms of the man count, it doesn't even really matter. Yet again, 5 players coming in through B main onto the 2 players on the B side. It's the same story again. Shout to 2 duelists already in through lane. Setrod a double kill on the site itself. And EDG are kept out of this again. Yeah, sure, this one was a thrifty round, but even still, it's the same old story. FPX playing together, playing as a team. It's a full house from the duelists in the end. EDG yet to get off the mark, 6-0.
Yeah, just 5 free orb pickups for themselves. Nice pathing from Cellular, supported by a very fast and furious Setrod to join in on the confusion. That's the speed that the new meta has taken. Maybe the old guards can't stand up against what the double duelist meta has brought into 2026. EDG has yet to prove that, at least, but maybe that'll all change. They're now bought up, coming out from a timeout. Kang armed to the teeth in a glass cannon in this mid space, dare I say it. Move Chichu over to this A site as well. They've left Jenny for some backup with the knives, but now coming in hot and heavy are the attackers.
Oh, the kill trip. Sharp Darts didn't deal with the trap wire, and it's meant that for the first time in what's felt like forever, EDG are the ones with the opening kill, and now the neural theft can come in, yet more information being given over, but now it seems like they're rotating. FPX sticking with that, not going for the fake off of that information. But now nobody so far up, he's aware of the script, just playing a little bit behind it, but can't land the shot, and Kovac on the return fire. It's just so damn clean. But now here's the next layer of defense, peeling back the onion. Kang with the operator here, but the out-drone on the line. FPX reading everything to perfection. Now Kang's up by stairs, sorry, but the smoke in the way, dark cover from Kovac means that he can land the kill. Jenny fighting in. There's a second for him. The shining light for EDG in this round. Coconut's on 32 HP, and now the null command ripped 0 point as well to get some information. Kovac inside of main. The shot's ridiculous for a triple, but a triple kill in return. And you still have Coconut on that low HP. He's playing from Boathouse. Shaolula spam through the box now on 1 HP. They clear him out. Jenny's on for 4. Make it the ace to give EDG their first. Finally something to cheer about.
Absolute cinema from Jenny. Just fragging out, knowing where to flick onto players. Hoping to pull this back. And of course, it's their first one. Starts with the trip and then an insane long range shot. But yeah, here comes the retake, right? Knowing to flick onto the boathouse. And of course, it's Kang back standing up. We have to bring the morale back for EDG.
Surely that was it, right?
Surely. The turning point, no?
I was hoping we'd see a Brazil, but not to be. Yeah. Because obviously, you know, with the true Brazil, it's 7-0 before it's 7-1. That's the...
I don't watch football. I apologize.
I mean, I was quite young when that match happened, but even still, people always just call any 7-1 a Brazil, and it's like, well, it's not quite the case this time. FPX just heading into the A side, actually. Enough talk about football. Let's talk about this execute, because they're in there like swimwear, baby. They are with so much control. They have the shot dart ready this time around. Coconut, though, unable to survive, and now Kang, the operator shot, ridiculous onto the head. So damn snappy, on fire now, cut down Jenny inside a tree, at least good for another, and spraying down. It's all falling apart. Setrod, good for one, but now his position is known about. They're aware of where this player is sitting, and the shot's not quite landing. It's nobody through the ceiling to shut him down. And EDG with 2 in a row might just be on for something.
Might just be on for something indeed. That flick from Kang's operator was devious, right? Yeah, the FPX did adapt a little bit to some of the trips from Chichu, right? Shooting down one of them, but didn't quite find the second near Jen, and was able to get all these kills outside a door, outside a tree. Really stemmed the bleeding was coming in. So EDG string 2 together. Okay, I'm not gonna say much more because I feel like if I say anything more, it'll be like a caster curse thing going on, and I'll be cancelled somehow. So
cancelled. Well, I mean, I don't know. The CN fans can go crazy.
Yeah, they're not on X, so I guess they won't see this.
Well, you say that.
Yeah, it's true.
Opening kill though for Kang. The operator in his hands, he's shown up in a different way. Yeah, he's down to 10 HP as well. The Phantom tax being paid by FPX, but now Setrod sliding in. He's good for that kill. Smoggy up in heaven. Only a second, but nobody.
What?
Gets 2 with the Hunter's Fury, and Chi-Chu cleans up the scraps.
Alright. Some luck finally appearing on EDG's side. Edward Gaming, nice one. With a flick outside of A, sending people scrambling for that B. And then the Hunter's Fury, I was a little worried that they will push in deep, but there was at least one person holding down the fort here. Yep, it is Xiao Lele. Sorry, it was Kang who takes the kill. And nobody just sweeps through with the Hunter's Fury to claim 2 lives across mid and tree. So timeout now called from FPX. They've let their opponent string 3 together, which isn't a lot, to be fair. I mean, EDG is still 3 down, but if you're a coach, you'd rather get in there sooner than later. This is the first timeout from FPX, mind you, across two maps.
Again, the series. I genuinely don't know how they didn't call a timeout on Breeze. Like, that is the most unbelievable part of that entire map for me. It didn't feel like they were chilling. It felt like EDG were on the comeback, but regardless. Now, they do call that timeout after 3 in a row have gone the way of EDG, and I think that's just because you want to just really compound on this advantage that you have throughout the first half, especially on your attacking side. They've already found 6, but a 6-6 half would honestly feel like a bit of a robbery considering the way that this one started, and that gives EDG a way back in. If they find a pistol, they have the lead, so you just want to make sure that you can sail into the switch, you know, potentially even 9-3 up, and that would just really set you up in the best possible situation. As, well, some Fnatic mention as well, apparently. So, you know, our producer Mr. Foxy will be happy about that one. It's like they're aware, but Kang with the opening kill yet again. This operator has been just so damn aggressive. And now the cypher set up from Chi-Chu. He's not been cleared, and the transfer's perfect. FPX after the timeout look like not much has changed. They're just getting shut down.
Yeah, a bit scruffy from that perspective. All huddling towards this mid, but not utilizing much to clear this. They actually had a drone as well from Coconut that decided not to pursue them through this mid space. They've let this operator run absolutely wild across the stage. And now FPX got to be quaking in their boots. They don't know where anything is. They've only secured this B lobby and parts of their own spawn. It's going to be rough for them trying to make a bit of comeback in 35 seconds.
Taking this one as like a official timeout potentially, even though the B site is actually completely vacant. You have the cipher trips that would give up that information, and I actually might be put under the microscope here. Although the recon doesn't find him, and Coconut. I was fine with you having 0 kills when things were going well, but not anymore. It's the Deco and 7, and EDG now just 2 rounds behind. This is a devastating showing so far for the side of for FPX now at this point, because EDG are on that charge back, and I mean, yeah, just look at this again. Jenny just had all the idea of where Coconut would be playing. The 4 in a row for EDG. FPX starting to have to play with scrap. Setrod's got to judge.
Wouldn't put it past them though.
Yeah.
Neon with the judge is still nightmare fuel in my books. Especially in these tight corners, if they can put Kang Kang out of their misery here around this corner.
Oh, again, the opening kills for the operator have been so pivotal for EDG so far. Now here comes the information. This time it's the Outlaw, but it's the same result. Coconut Hunter's Fury, actually. That's his first kill of the game, but now Kang Kang with the Blade Storm goes for the right click, so he only gets one. Shalele on the trade now, gets a second. Jenny's quick to respond, back and forth, a 2-on-2, but now it's Ayang pushing onto the site. FPX finds 7, advantage at the halftime break secured.
Not too shabby. Bit of a recovery from FPX. Took them a little while to wind themselves back in, but they finally put it to the end. I mean, Coconut opening kill. That's gonna feel good. I was singing praises during the pre-show. Just took them a little while, and Ayang, holy, the intuitive shot. Did they spot the tip of the head? I couldn't quite make out of those last few seconds. Spike, not picked up anywhere. FPX want to go hunting. They know that if they can at least find one, they can scrap together some resemblance of a plan in the mid-round call. But so far, it's a standstill across the board. No one wanting to give an inch. Not a lot of ultimates online, so this is just abilities and gunplay through and through with the exchange of drones across this B stage so far.
Well, Kang Kang creeping through middle. This operator, Ayang, is potentially waiting for it, but even still you'd back Kang Kang to be a little bit quicker on the trigger. They're just sitting here waiting. Who gets antsy first? It feels like Ayang is starting to feel the pressure creep forward. Setrod as well. This could be a massive pick for Kang Kang, but he's missed the shot. And Setrod finds him. A crucial opening that FPX need, because now the neural theft's invested, available online, information being given over, but nobody still finds a kill, finds a second. Chichu sprays down Zhao Lille. Somehow, some way, EDG with the advantage even yet. A brilliant start for FPX. It's Ayang alone in a 1-on-3. Smoggy's behind him, Paranoia comes in, but nothing much found as they find new positions. The spike is unrecoverable as we head into red time. This one looks set to be a 7-5 half. We'd have to see some crazy shots, but even for that, the time just isn't there. Ayang just creeping into the lion's den, into the jaws of death. And that's exactly where he'll find himself. Cut down by Chichu as EDG find 5.
7-5 at the half. Not the most defensive-sided map that you're willing to bet on if you're EDG, but better than the 5-0 that we saw halfway through. Able to scrap together 5 rounds under the belt. Let a couple through more for FPX, who managed to adapt to a little bit more of the chaos that EDG were willing to put them through. And some sharpshooting from Setrod, from Ayang at that tail end means that they still hold the lead here at the half.
I mean, from 6-0 to 7-5, EDG still, I think, have a lot to be proud of in that half, at the very least in terms of the comeback. And now, with pissed around win, potentially, you know, they're straight back level. You win the follow-up as well, which you're expected to do on the anti-eco. Still a chance in this. But now, obviously, like we've been saying, FPX on that defensive side. And that is where you expect that they should be favoured. But again, from the first half of this map, who the bloody hell knows?
Yeah, it's anyone's game at this moment. Cracks shown on both sides. Mistakes starting to be made and capitalized upon. I think it's really a matter of who makes less mistakes from here on out. Looking at the composition for FPX, double duelist means that they probably want to inch out a little bit more in the peripherals, get some information, maybe in that mid space. As long as Setrod, you know, with the slips and slides, can stay alive, it's crucial information they can feed to FPX to get all this and feed this back for repositioning, perhaps. Meanwhile, EDG, right on the attack side, I'm expecting them to work the map methodically. They have a lot of utility under their belt. Mollies, flashes, drones, and recon darts that they can really get an opening for these things. But right now, as the barriers dropped, FPX wanting to take initiative in mid. That's where Jenny will meet a bulk of them.
That's a crazy KO knife.
I've never seen that.
I've never seen that as well. Jenny's cooking something. But EDG have B-site control here as well. FPX so committed on this mid fight that they've given up all of that space. Now Jenny's actually sat back in the spawn towards Plaza. Just doesn't quite work out for him. So numbers in favor of FPX. Now Coconut on the angle. He's coming alive with a double.
Oh.
I mean, we talked about him not finding kills, but those are perhaps two of the best. Impactful as well as they are, but still EDG have a way to fight back as they always do. It's a shock dart, a classic from Smoggy as well. Brings us into this situation where it's infinitely more winnable, but even still, now a 2-on-2 as nobody finds another. Smoggy cut down, nobody, what can you do? The captain in the clutch yet again. He's found 3, would need a 4th, but now the time, starting to play ahead of Kayang. 4 kills in the round, and EDG now just 1 away.
EDG did the right thing to try and push deeper into defender spawn. Coconut was there to receive, and then basically the rest of them will say, hey, we gotta steam roll our way back into here and protect the base, protect the defuse. Nobody steps up. As the leader, sigh of relief across these faces. You can see
oh my word, they're going
the relief
through it.
Just washing over them, knowing what a crucial opening pistol that was for EDG.
I guess one thing as well, we have a similarity to Breeze here, actually, for FPX. They don't really have flashes again. Like, sure, you have the paranoia from Kovac, but no, EDG have that, and then the flash drives from Jenny as well on the KO. So again, on those retake situations becomes a little bit more difficult, but Kankang doesn't need the flashes. He's taking this blind. Okay, as soon as I say that, he whiffed all the shots, but it doesn't matter because Jenny's there. Not with the flash, but with the gun to back him up and open up this A site. Coconut again, actually, he's coming alive on this defensive half. But it might not be enough for now because the kills keep raining in for EDG. And it is just that one player, Coconut, left in the clutch situation. 1v3, and the Marshal too much to handle.
Very clean from EDG to tie things back up. Pistol anti-bonus, anti-eco, my apologies, under their belt. With some contact plays around the corner, knowing that, you know, the elements are kind of squishy. Kang whiffing on a couple of shots there, but still manages to redeem themselves with a couple of nice kills towards the end to boost 3 orbs and count those towards a potential future ultimate.
At this point as
FPX.
well, it might be good to point out that I'm currently 0 for 3 in predictions today, and I did predict EDG to win this one. So the caster curse coming in very big here, but well, Kankang found the first, but the rest of the kills coming in for the side of FPX. Kankang again backside and Chichu. Somehow EDG, when they just have 2 players alive, still looks so much like they're gonna win the round. But it's just Chichu who's picked up the Odin in this spot, looking to go for the spams. The spy cam tag from it, not quite able to get that information, and he's still very dangerous with this weapon in a winnable situation, but only 24 bullets and a spike still to plant. The latter of those now ticked off the checklist. Shock Dart's going to force him out of position. He's now been spotted on 49 HP. It would be an absolute miracle, and not one that we're going to see granted today. FPX regain the lead and win the bonus, but with hefty losses.
In hefty losses, indeed. The signature weapon from Cetra makes a bit of a showing here on their defensive side, playing around this Cypher cage that we had. And ultimately, down to the 1v1. Ayang and Coconut play well, right? Together. Power of friendship do prevail over the side of Chichu. Yeah, you know, FPX looking their money Little low, but still able to buy up here for round 16. Meat and potatoes round means both sides armed to relatively... Like, everyone has a rifle. A couple of Regent's shields across the board. That might stave off an Odin bullet or two.
Kovac with this Guardian, perhaps the weak link in the FPX buy. But at this point in time, there's enough just with the util to send you away from that A main space. Back there, all 5 players, oh no, 4 players, sorry, grouped up towards mid.
I'm
nobody
kind of surprised FPX
defender spawn, attacker spawn.
Yeah, FPX have put zero emphasis on this mid space. They must know that mid has been absolutely compromised. They sent the drone out for B lobby already. They're about to meet nobody's drone more than likely outside of B lobby as well. Maybe to try and sell a fake. And so far, it's just been this split crunch onto B perhaps.
I mean, FPX only have 2 players here. 2 players that are going to be feeling the pressure as EDG keep coming towards them with the paranoia as well. Setrod, he's feeling it. The pressure, the heat turns up on the site, and it trades out in EDG's favor. 4 on 3 with a spike now planted and able to establish themselves in these positions. FPX have a lot to do, and not really much to do it with. Paranoia used earlier in the round, they're just going to have to try and take these fights dry, and that's exactly where EDG will thrive. Jenny with 1, Kankang, nobody also getting involved. EDG ties up again, the scoreline 8-8.
Yeah, that's not how you want to be playing, right? As FPX, you basically had zero information apart from a guess that it's likely going to be mid. And the explosiveness power, you can imagine EDG just barreling through. Unfortunately, Cetron with the Odin just turned at the wrong timing. Could have maybe mowed down 3, but it was the wraparound from stairs that drew their attention. Dropped the Odin and opened the site.
Yeah, again, that heat just turned up on the site, and FPX starting to scramble. Kovac, though, a very nice kill onto nobody, actually, in A main. That bandit coming alive. Weapon not recovered just yet, expecting yet more follow-up from EDG, but it's all through Catwalk and Tree now that the attacking side find themselves with. So Kovac will be able to pick up that upgrade. Ayang, in the meantime, falls towards Garden. Now EDG can explore through Heaven as well. They've got a lot of control, actually, to try and come back in with. Kovac just sitting inside of the smoke. Gonna see what he can do, but it's Zetrod underneath. He's not being cleared effectively, and now Kovac comes alive. Still 2 versus 2. FPX no longer any of these upgrades, but a Hunter's Fury to be invested instead. With Kankang on low HP, it's still very, very dangerous. Funk comes in.
I don't think there are any weapons that they can pick up either. It's just a couple of sheriffs here in the hands of Cellular and Coconut.
Oh, Coconut's only got a classic. So it becomes even more difficult for him, and EDG, they're going to play this one together. It means that Coconut can get onto site. He's picked up a Vandal as well now. Kankang's low on HP, so somehow he's actually found himself in a bit of a winning situation. The information from the spy cam, though, is absolutely perfect. Coconut attempts to stick to half. Not gonna happen. EDG have the lead.
Beautiful pathing, right? A bit unexpected from that perspective. Caught Ayang off guard with the dash into basically glass and then cut everything in half. The wraparound from the top side meant that they could pick and then pace themselves in the drop from Heaven to catch Setrod offline. A bit messy, but still, EDG got the job done. And now starting to build in points here. First time they're in the lead on Ascent.
Yeah, crucial moment, but FPX have a buy up again. So there's a chance to get right back into this, but it does feel like EDG is starting to hit their stride now. Oh, and Kovac's still a little bit too slow on the dark cover. The null command comes in, denies all of that utility. Now Setrod, he's here with an Odin. It becomes so difficult and still nobody will fall. Jenny as well, cut down through the wall. An opportunity for him to be picked up, maybe no, the ultimate just about ripped away, and now Coconut with that Aldrone gets more information. Ian cut down, Setrod jumping in, that's a triple. Now Coconut answering in as well. You're looking at Chi-Chu to clutch. 1v2, Coconut starting to stick the spike out in the open. The first shot doesn't hit from Shaolila. Chi-Chu so damn whiffy, but he's still landing shots. Coconut's on 30 HP. First tap, creeping out into the open. Chi-Chu expecting the push, expecting the round. Pre-fires in! And the 1v2 from Chi-Chu gets it done. Kankang's on his feet because EDG have double digits.
I'd like to remind everyone this started with 5-0. 6-0 actually. And now double digits for EDG after being kind of taken apart by an Odin. Chi-Chu playing this to perfection, dancing around bullets like they just escaped the Matrix.
Unreal stuff. As for the side of FPX, back onto this pistol buy. Sheriff coming in, 3 bandits. It's not looking good for them. At the very least, they do have numbers over here towards where EDG are looking to end. Oh, it's so messy though. The Aldrone comes in at the very start. Shaolila still good for a kill. And you'd think the information coming through now. Coconut's got to be careful because he's been spotted out, and it's actually just through the smokes that the kills come in. Coconut cut down. What started to look very promising instead just becomes like the rest. Kovac 1v4.
Yeah, this is tough. Bandit in hand. Not sure if you can steal the round away. It's a bit too much to ask.
Far too much.
So that's round 19 going the way of EDG, which makes the next round 20 even harder for FPX, right? This is probably the most crucial round for them. They'll have a chance to buy up, but they have to win it. If they lose it, they're walking into map point with a broken buy and lower chances to convert their map pick. EDG looking alive. You see smiles across their faces. Not something we've seen in a while so far in the series. A bit of a mishap. But Jenny able to step up, you know. When it's time. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize the overdrive came online and was shut down immediately.
And neither did I. That's really, really unfortunate. Like, yeah, wanting to take the second time out then for FPX. That with the boys, make sure that this doesn't get away from them, because they should, especially after map 1, be taking this 2-0. And
yeah,
this has been a very disappointing showing on their own map pick so far, despite how good the first half looked and started. As soon as they let EDG start coming back into the game, that's where the problems began. And now their opponents just 2 rounds away from taking us to that third and final map.
Yeah, I feel like FPX do still need to take an initiative more often than not, force some utility burn from the side of EDG, because the way they explode onto some of these sites with a full kit is terrifying, and there's so much suppression that comes out from these EDG players on their attack side. And FPX don't really have as much stalling power, so they need to step forward and make EDG kind of at least pay for space, not give it to them for free. At least that's what I'm hoping. Coach Legge is talking to them about this towards the tail end. This is once again probably one of the most important rounds. It's the last time they'll probably have a buy this full.
Oh, dearie me. I don't have much hope for FPX right now, I'll be honest, Multitudes. Even after the timeout. Aldrone comes in towards the lobby, but EDG avoid it.
Don't worry about this mid space though.
Yeah. 3 players in attendance actually for side of EDG. That flash comes in. Smoggy already in towards Switch. Zetrod's found a double, but there's 2 kills in response from EDG. Make it a third as Kovac hits the deck. Smoggy's on 10 HP but still kicking. And Edward Gaming have this B site control.
3v2 perspective. Coming back in hot. Not a lot of utility to be boot. A couple of cloud bursts.
Hello.
From Xiaolele, and now even bored with the Neuro Theft Online. Okay, this keeps things interesting.
Yeah, they have to fall back to the site here, especially with Smoggy so low. But we've seen EDG win out from these positions before. FPX have to play together, but they're isolated. 1 player on each side. They're going to at least try to swing together at least, but it doesn't quite work out. And Chichu finds the last 2. Ayang could only get 1. And now it's map point for EDG. FPX again falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, Edward Gaming stepped up when they needed to. A notorious, devious from the shadows from Smoggy. I was wondering where I was going. I was scanning the mini-map, and in the midst of all these players huddled in B-side, it turned out to be just next to Switch. Managed to capitalize on the player hiding at logs and opening things up for a pathing from Kang I've never seen before.
Now he's heading in towards the A site. Chichu at the very least has been cut down, and EDG there struggling with that Cypher trip, at the very least at the moment. Ayang might have been able to get a spam kill through the smoke there, but not to be the case. Now Lola's actually already made that wrap in behind. Oh, and Jenny doesn't clear him. Already in through Wine. Zetrod here towards the spawn as well, but now the Hunter's Fury might have actually given that tag over. Kang with a firing line on the site itself. FPX trading out in their own favor. They stave off defeat for just 1 more round, but still need 3 more to force OT.
Good adjustments from FPX. I've just been talking about this, right? The triple push out as a defensive side from B lobby catches, I think it was Chichu off guard, running for their lives. Zetrod finds the lurker, and then, you know, Jenny didn't even have the realization that they were being pushed up so far. So it's a collapse on all angles. And it's only because they decided to push as a team together. I think EDG have to be wary about that if they want to close this out before regulation ends.
Is on a knife's edge right now. EDG looking to explore middle. Kang's actually garnered a lot of space here. Kovac inside of Chichu's dark cover. Only good for the 1 before Chichu gets that trade, and Coconut looking to take down the wall. Oh my good god.
Wow.
Somehow Chichu finds that kill as the market door drops. Zetrod, that's a brilliant kill, but no more, and Xiaolele can't land the shot with the operator. That would have been everything. Jenny's left on 8 HP. And yet again, EDG on a 3v2 post-plant on B. This time around though, FPX already a little bit closer to it. EDG on the site itself, holding back, and the spam through the wall. Smoggy very nearly getting cut down. 1 stray bullet will land. The flashes come on in. Jenny's still good for a kill on that low health. Finding 1, finding the 2nd, closing out the map. Another 13-9, but this time in favor of EDG. Means we do see a 3rd. We do go to that decider. This series ain't done just yet.
A big old goose egg from 6 rounds in from EDG. A comeback of a century. 5 to 7 down at the half, and they come back on the attacker's side of Ascent with firepower like we know of EDG, right? FPX struggling to fan the flames towards that second half, couldn't really find their rhythm, their mark. Got a couple of nice ideas towards the later half, but I think it was maybe a little too late. You let the momentum from Edward Gaming build, and you never want the engine more than idling. They're revving, and I think they're hungry for more blood now.
Yeah, certainly will be not happy by the way that Breeze went. I think we could see that here. Hyang started this map exactly how he finished Breeze, but as soon as that first round came for EDG, they just looked like something had unlocked a little bit. Really, it was just one missed piece of utility that actually kept it going. And Jenny coming alive with that ace. EDG's first round on this map. At his hands, a massive player for his side throughout, well, his entire time on the roster, coming back in stage 1. And again, coming in here. So let's hear how EDG did it.
笑一下，笑一下，愁眉苦脸的。哎，等我一下，等我一下，等我一下。8点进去了，8点。一通。说话打78，大可以直接开。说话打40，说话1滴血。保安也在那加烟，我在加烟。保安死了，保安死了。一通可能有个说话，小心反绕中路。说话打了78，我就说我一枪子，一枪子，130，130。nice。给我掰右边，给我掰右边。换子弹，换子弹。来，给我掰右边。来，3、2、1，谁打？ 一通可能还有一个，谁打？这么小心 ，nice， 分走 ，nice， 没事给烟了，我上都能过，我上2楼了，能进吗？进了，滑了，滑了，上来了，上来了，没事，还没上，还没上，我帮你下这里，还有一个，120，120，两站，有狙，左边有狙，不是大哥，我怎么左边有狙？左边有狙，我怎么上这里啊？一通人多，说完3个，我点要来了，过来了，一起打，我差点进去，我加右手。 左边要来了，我要看左手了。我在看左手，会有一个。等张昭开枪左手，两个。三发王雪，玩时间，3秒见，3秒见。
As you can tell, most of these team comps came during the second half where they really started to pick up the pace. Obviously, MVP going to Kang here. Nice positive KDA, and was able to, you know, bring not just like the score-wise up, right, but also the morale of the team. I feel like more often than not, celebrating their players, their colleagues, I guess their teammates' wins is a plus for it all. Knives Out can do the Marshal, the Outlaw, the Operator. I mean, we know Kang. This man's firing on all cylinders now.
Yeah, he is, again, one of the greatest to ever touch this game, and showed it here on Ascent with some really, really nice moments. I think Jenny will also be up there when it comes to the scoreboard, and indeed second on the team. 19 and 15, 244 ACS, and Vetrod tried his best, but while FPX were nearly all there, it just didn't quite come together, and I think that's the storyline here, especially after starting 6-0. You can see that run of rounds at the bottom of the screen. Not getting the spike planted enough on their attacking side, really, even though that's where they found the majority of their success. It's EDG that could just get onto these sites. 8 of their 10 post plants won. I mean, that just pretty much sells the entire picture.
Cetrod doing their best off the ISO onto the Neon. Odin did some great plays to stem the bleeding, especially on the defensive half, but again, not really utilizing or maximizing, in my opinion, the toolkit of Neon to really get information around these corners, right? You have to lean on, just like I believe like a chamber pick on Ascent, you have to be a bit more proactive, you have to take aggressive angles, and know and trust that your skills of dashing out of there are going to keep you alive for a second fight. And unfortunately, those attempts were far and few in between. And towards the end, we saw a little bit of that. Maybe a little too late. If the rounds had gone a little longer, it could have begun a resurgence. But that's another universe to pass, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a match that has been topsy-turvy all the way through, and I get the feeling that there's yet more nonsense left to come. So we'll find out what happens on map 3 after this short break.
drift. Right next to me, come on. Right next to me, come on.
We are still here. We're still in this match. I'm Charlotte, joined by multitudes. Honestly, this has been... Yeah, I mean, I've just said, are we still here? You know what? Fair. I don't know if all of my brain cells are still here after what we've seen today, but, you know, for a seeding game between who comes third and fourth in the group, we're going the distance, baby. It's 1-1 between these sides. FPX took EDG's pick of Breeze earlier on 13-9, and then EDG replied with exactly the same scoreline on Ascent. So we have a decider, multitude. We have a decider.
We are going indeed. We're going to split. And to quote Omen, you don't understand the meaning of it. I mean, it's going to split one of these teams to basically, like you call it, seed number 3, seed number 4. Just looking at the stats wise, both these teams average around 55 to 60%. Like, yeah, not terrific, not terrible, middle ground. And I think just from a no-brainer kind of no coach map picks and bans perspective, I'm sure they're happy that it ends up being split. It might be considered fair ground. Now, what's interesting is that these teams have very dramatically different compositions, right? EDG tend to run the double duelist with the double duelist, double controller with the... Actually, we'll just see it right here as it comes online right now, because I think it's going to be quite interesting. Is it going to be exactly the same? We have a Clove?
Clove. Get me out, man. Just get me out.
No.
Get me out. Get me out. Get me out.
This is not...
Let me
I
leave.
have no words.
Let me leave, please.
Ayang is on the Clove.
Why?
So
Why?
So instead of hang on, let me just take a look at something real quick. Yeah, so
Yeah,
instead of
yeah.
normally running the Viper Omen, Ayang is now basically rocking the Clove just for maybe some additional firepower.
Yeah,
The
I
Waylay
mean,
and
what is
the-
going on?
Wow.
This is... I'll just say this. I think I prefer the EDG composition. You know? Not just because of the Clove, but also I think Jet Raze is a bit of a better combo here than the Waylay Neon. Although every time I come across a Waylay recently, I'm like, I don't really like Waylay, and then the team with the Waylay wins. So, you know, who knows what's going to happen as we jump into map number 3, the decider between these two teams, one of which will win and come 3rd in Group Alpha, one of which will lose and come 4th in Group Alpha. And realistically, it's sort of a bye, sort of not going into the play-ins, because if you come 3rd, then you're still in the same round in the upper bracket, but then if you lose, you get seeded into the 1 round higher. So that's what we're rocking with in the play-in department. And what's at stake here? Not necessarily too much, but also the bragging rights. EDG kind of got embarrassed on Breeze. They will not want that to happen again, but FPX have run them over on the entry into the B site so far. Nobody holding his ground, finding one, not quite the second. Chao Lila, good enough for the refrag. And FPX now finding themselves a man to the good, but Kang much quicker than they would have expected, coming in with a double himself. Just Kovac left to stand, left to clutch in the 1v2 situation. Kang floating through the sky. EDG swing together. And for the very first time in this series, claim round number 1.
Great start for the likes of EDG on their defensive half here on Split. I mean, the fact is that Kang kind of changed the tempo a little bit, right? Wasn't expecting Kang to push out so far. Got the first one dashed out, saw Ayang, who was supposed to be on a nice slow lurk, and found them too. So really just isolated all these fights. You can see they're ecstatic to get back into the heat of the game here.
Okay, well, you know, here comes that martial pick from Kang. He's got plenty of shots to work with and takes 2 players down with him.
Will be able to claim that Marshall for themselves, put it in Cetra's hands. But look at the advancements that EDG have, right? They've really cleared Garage, they've really cleared Deep A Lobby, they've basically inverted positions, attackers or defenders and vice versa. Not that FPX are aware whatsoever. They're about to be caught very much surprised if Ayang stays a little too long around this mailbox.
Okay, well, Ayang, next one to step up to the plate. He's going to get cut down immediately. Jenny just a little bit too quick on the draw. So EDG double up in the man count. Now go a step further with a 4v1. So despite the buffering, I'm pretty sure I can guess what's going to happen in the end of this round. Cetra's playing a bit of a close angle here with a Marshall. Well, doesn't find anything, but that dark cover's good enough, and now his position's being revealed. Yeah, there you go. Clean as you like, really. Just the one casualty for EDG as they go up 2-0.
So see, this was the type of proactiveness that I was really hoping FPX brought on their defensive route in Ascent. Right, and granted, Split is the smallest map ever, so these peripheral controls are going to be even more crucial. And FPX, they have to understand, right? Cetra understood that, okay, you have to push deeper into the spawn, and realizing that there was no one knows that everyone had wrapped around. So this is very clear what EDG has done so far. I'd be surprised if, well, let's see if FPX give that one up again, because they have to fight for this space proactively. Okay.
Speaking of proactive, exactly the definition for EDG. That Prowler might just catch them off guard. Kang somehow still good for one, and Setrod falls. Xiaolele has to refract away from it, paranoid up. The EDG sit themselves in the man advantage here. See what Ian can get done towards ramp. Oh, shots going both ways actually. Chichu with the Spectre. He's done a lot of work, but 2 health would be quite difficult. And now Kovac coming in from behind to finish the job. But it's still a... Okay, never mind. It's a 1v3 actually. I'll just stop that sentence partway through. And nobody will also fall. So FPX find the bonus, keep 3 alive. Somehow actually ends up looking quite clean for him.
Yeah, that kind of messy. I actually liked EDG's kind of Peru into this mid stage. They actually had the numbers advantage, but I felt like, you know, Chichu definitely overstayed their welcome, knowing that like no one's with you else on site. Mid's been kind of pseudo-compromised because they backed up from Mail already. So again, losing kind of track of the macro, that's not a good sign. This is where, you know, heroes are made, right? In the heat of the moment, we're map 3, multiple rounds in. It's a marathon of Valorant going the distance. So fatigue is certainly starting to set in.
I kind of wish we didn't see the replay of Kovac's skill there actually, but fine, he got there in the end. Prowler coming in, looking for that space, no information being given over towards Vent. FPX decide that this is the moment that they press the accelerator forwards. Quite a few players waiting for them on the B site. Nobody is going to be punished for it. Jenny, he's holding firm. Now Chichu through the spawn is finding impact as well. Brought right back to a 4-on-3 actually. EDG in the advantage. Snakebite comes out. Coconut will still plant the spike. Now Kang in from heaven. What can he do? Well, check that middle just for a little bit, but FPX playing 3 strong on the site. Kovac's on a bit of an off angle. The paint shells make it really awkward, in fact.
Oh, wow.
As EDG come in, flood the kill feed with green, and find their 3rd.
It was a bit of an awkward positioning from Kovac. Those paint shells had to basically force them off. Great exec from the likes of EDG. Wary that they have pushed up so far deep into defender spawn, knowing that that's where more than likely Jenny was, and that's where they caught them. So EDG continue their rampage here. They're looking very comfortable in split, right? Knowing when to take aggression, and then holding back when FPX look like they may overextend themselves.
Now a half purchase again for FPX. They're going very quickly towards the A site actually. Smoggy will hold them at the gates with Kang and Sentence as well. It's a difficult task. Chichu inside event as well. He's found another kill onto Kovac. Jenny's so arriving as backup. Hyang will at least get 1, but even still for FPX, they're in a 2-on-4. Well, they have done some decent damage to Kang. Hyang's not looking too healthy himself. Coconut's still just with a bandit here, so not incredibly winnable by any stretch.
It's not great, especially because they forced into this, right? They were hoping that they could run their way down. Okay, Coconut still interesting. Manages to steal that away with the bandit, opening the site for themselves.
EDG, come on now. Yeah, here we go. Okay, Jenny's on the case. He's found the first kill. Give me a sense of normality, please. Spike one comes in. Guiding light connects. Jenny through the box is clean for it. Again, that sense of normalcy restored, but EDG did take quite a few losses actually. 3 casualties in this one.
Yeah, keeps their economy a little whittled, although I wouldn't be too worried because it's more than likely FPX's economy is shattered having forced up. The idea there was to really kind of storm the gates, but their pathing wasn't great. They were met with much resistance on the side and backed up by Kang as well. And yeah, it took a little heroics from Coconut's Bandit, but yeah, Jenny able to work the guiding light magic with nobody, or rather nobody's guiding light. It guided Jenny to their kill as well, so able to recover from that. It's still a buy, although it's a stronger buy now for FPX.
That it is. At this point, I'm just wondering what manner of nonsense we're going to see transpire here in round number 6.
Gotten B garage effectively for free, for near free. Now they're hoping to posture for a B split. The guiding light, not sure if it spots Xiaolele in garage. But now has to be backed up by Kovac. Look to make some sort of play. That's the guiding light.
That one does.
Yep, definitely spots at least one of these players. So, knowing that's likely going to be a pinch here.
Yeah, and Chi-Chu is forced away from mid earlier, but still double dips into the angle, finds himself one, potentially even looking to hang around for more. He's being pressured. Ayang with another kill. Kang here in assistance, here for backup. But it's scrappy on the site. EDG favoured though in a 1-on-3 now. Ayang finds the first, looking for Kang up above, trying to get that kill, but it's through the wall. The defensive jet will hit his mark. Kang found a stride, and EDG are up to 5.
A change in pace in EDG means that FPX just, throw a lot of utility into that mid space for free. Yeah, they managed to climb up onto Heaven and try and burst through, but the fast lane, just Chi-Chu is just ready for it around this corner. I feel like the cohesion from EDG is just overwhelmingly great. They peeking out together effectively, using a lot of crossfires, a lot of height advantages, which is especially what Split can bring to the table. And FPX haven't been able to hold a candle whatsoever. A timeout now called. Coach is panicking a little bit.
I mean, you've got to be, right? Down 1 and 5. I mean,
they've not been able to do that rush strat onto A, which we saw a couple rounds earlier. And then the slow methodical-esque nature onto site B was met with a lot of resistance as well. EDG reading the ebbs and flows from FPX means that Fun plus Phoenix need to maybe change the strat dramatically, right? Pull something out from left field.
They've got to get yet wackier still, but maybe isn't around to do it with... Yeah. I mean, I would hope a full save. Ayang's investing a handle into this.
We'll see at the last few seconds. No, hero rifle, no shield in fact. Not sure if that's a mishap.
The
Ayang's ready
special
with it.
Might just get caught off very early here. FPX with 5 players strong towards the A site, but actually Ayang's found a double.
Oh.
Good lord, EDG walked right into the trap there. It felt like they maybe could have been good for it. Setrod's fallen. Ayang's found a third. Jenny on the site, cut down by Xiaolele. And while Ayang gets cut down, immediately back on his feet. Not dead yet, but, well, dead again. Chi-Chu answers back. He's got so much to do. Might even just attempt to save here, but not likely. Especially not when EDG have plenty in the coffers. So let's see what value he can find. Xiaolele spotted out, cut down. Now just 2 players left on the site itself. Kovac's playing towards screens. Snakebite will force him out of this. Chi-Chu, very snappy, very nearly gets it done. But FPX have their second.
It's close, but no cigar for EDG. And granted, it's very, very impressive what Ayang was able to do. No shields, mind you, just full invest into a Vandal, expecting some sort of ridiculousness come from EDG. Like they've shown before, a lot of proactivity, right? And so punished for it. heads almost lined up, in fact, and able to claim a couple of rifles, move straight into A and plant themselves in. Great adjustments from FPX. Now, Future looking to cement this B site with the Viper's pit itself. It's a lot of players staring at this green wall of death. And meanwhile, it's just the rest of these players, huddled in B heaven, strangely enough.
Oh, Chi-Chi's in so much trouble. He's somehow alive. What the hell is going on B? The Viper's pit still up and running. And Ayang's been spotted towards middle thanks to the Seekers. In fact, EDG know that there's plenty of players in this mid space. Pretty wisely, I think Jenny gets out of dodge. Able to be back with the rest of his team. FPX still opting for the B fight here, even though there's 3 players in attendance, and still you've got the Viper's pit to contend with.
I think they were maybe gambling on the fact that if there was a Viper's pit, it'd be discouraging. So they're pressing on the issue, but now Jenny just spraying through the Viper's orb does find Ayang, has post-mortem smokes if they care to use them, but 30 seconds and time is running.
I mean, you can't go A now. Although with the spike in vent, it feels like maybe there's a chance, but instead they're just all dying to Jenny top B.
It's harsh.
I'm so confused.
You look like you're about to lose it.
I've lost it. I mean, whether I had it in the first place is another question entirely. But EDG up to 6 now.
Yeah, kind of frazzled, with the Viper's pit deployed. Not quite sure what that tendency was. Maybe they were really hoping that. Yeah, and somehow in the midst of it all, Chichu stayed alive, right? That pit was alive as long as Chichu wanted it to be. Despite a fast lane being thrown straight in the face, Kang was covering for that entry from upside B heaven.
Stunned and blind multitude. I feel like this is what Mitchman feels like on a weekly basis. This is actually unbelievable. Smoggy, oh my god, Smoggy, how have you gone down there? Showstopper finds 0 value. Ayang answering back in as well. Now Kang. I swear to god, bro. Okay, nobody is the one that deals the damage there. Coconut's planting and Jenny just waiting for FPX to maybe push this smoke, but now he's in his own utility when the Nightfall comes in. He's sat in the corner, uncleared, but Centrod on the 180-degree turn. How the hell is this the round that FPX win? As Coconut lets himself a hat-trick in it as well. I mean, what on earth did we just witness?
Cetrod. Oh, to be fair, the Nightfall did deafen and leave a trail, so Cetrod probably realized the tendrils didn't go left and decided that, it had to be behind them.
The
so
right
that's a bit of a
criminal.
Crazy
my
game sense
classic
from
doesn't
Cetrod.
do that, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, if I could have a sliver of the power of my classic in my ranked games, I would not be hard stuck. Is what I'm telling myself to save myself from further embarrassment.
Yeah. Well, now it's EDG with the pistols, so based on previous evidence, they're going to win this one flawlessly. Kang has a Blade Storm, so, maybe there's a chance with nobody's judge in tow as well. Does seem like FPX might actually be playing right into that shotgun towards the B site here. That does have me a little bit worried.
They spotted 2 players on this B site now. They know and heard. No, the judge hasn't rung out at all. They don't know that nobody is tucked around that left corner, but still. They've applied enough pressure that's caused EDG to rotate enough and gamble B just a little bit. Leaving Chichu on their lonesome. 6 bullets in the Sheriff. 5 players on site. Not caught, but preemptively throws that out. Nice tapping! Straight into the arms of Chichu.
Come on, surely we don't see another thrifty round win. Oh, but Kang, he's on the flank. They got no idea about it. And now EDG have the numbers. They've got a lot of the health advantage as well. Setrod down to 26 HP. At the very least, Coconut can plant the spike, but, I mean, GZP, this is a scary situation, and the Phantom from Coconut isn't good enough against Jenny Sheriff. We're going to have to see some crazy shots from Setrod, but he can only get a triple on the round. Would have needed an ace that doesn't come through. I was joking about the Thrifty round. I was joking about the Eco round win multitudes. It was meant to be a joke.
No one's laughing.
I wasn't
especially
being serious.
FPX. Look at that. I mean, the pathing was actually pretty decent if you stayed within the fast lane, but decide to move just a little further, I guess, east into the back of sight, into the waiting arms and Sheriff crosshairs of Chichu, who's just so snappy with it. And now a bit of a forced broken buy. Maybe it's a light buy so they can buy full next round, but FPX 3 rifles. Sheriff and the Bandit to boot. Not a lot of ultimates either. So they have to do with the grit of their teeth to power through this. Try and maybe make a play here. Last couple of rounds in the first half. Kind of diabolical to give 9 to EDG.
This is been one of the craziest halves of Valorant I think I've ever seen. Nobody flashes his own teammate in the middle of that. Jenny forced away, but he TP's right into Central's waiting arms. It doesn't matter because the captain's found a triple kill on the site. Nobody tearing FPX apart. He might just be in for more. Sends in the Trailblazer, plays Chichu in instead. It's 8 rounds on the board now for EDG.
Nobody checked nobody. In garage, just swung out at the right corner. One through the smoke, calm aim. Nice 3 kill, and then obviously it's Setrod, and with everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at them at back B site, EDG unrelenting here on their defensive round. Knowing when to step in, knowing which crevices to creep into, and choosing the right moments to rear their ugly head and snap back at FPX.
And like you said earlier on, Multitude staring down the barrel of that 9-3 half. Well, it does seem quite likely that we might see that scoreline, in fact. Margin on side for FPX. Kovac with that weapon in tow. But stranger things have happened, you know?
And the shadow is actually used by Jenny. It's not the right call though. Kang, uncharacteristic whiff, unfortunately, now knows that this heaven has been overswung. But look at the pathing, right? Especially with Coconut knowing it's mid-clear, it's gonna be nobody on their lonesome. Kang's already here to receive.
Oh, brilliant shot. We said about some uncharacteristic whiffs, but he's found his mark now. Chichu in rampers. The problem that they got to contend with as well, and the fight back towards the A site. That's a massive triple kill. And now Zhao Lele, the last one to stand, the last one to fall, as EDG secure themselves a 9-3 half.
That is EDG reading the battlefield, knowing when to push and pull. Just like nobody in the previous round, Kang in the right place, Chichu wrapping around from the backside. EDG look like they have FPX's playbook wide open on their laps, time and time again. 9-3 at the curse. I hope if you're an FPX fan, you're religious, because you're praying for that curse now.
Yeah. I mean, for FPX, relying on superstition maybe isn't the best way to go about it. But, I mean, I just feel like all they have to rely on now, because just the players alone aren't enough. But let's be positive for FPX. What positive, what can we find here to talk about? They have 3 rounds.
a lot of stall potential. I'll give them that. Like basically every single player here has stall potential of some sort, right? And that's probably one of the biggest factors they have moving into the defensive round. Ayang on the Clove, still questionable, right? Viper might have done the same thing, but to be fair, this leaves a lot of flexibility for Orb Smokes, right? The Vipers tend to be a set and forget kind of deal, which means the lurk potential is there, but you know, Ayang's been playing out of their freaking mind, so might as well give them a rifle, let them run around a little. Once in a while, get a not dead yet. Hasn't been snappy with it so far, but that could change at the half.
It could. Look at this from Chi-Chi though. 373 ACS, 4K and a 3K, sorry, in the mix as well.
Yeah, Chi-Chu's
this stat seems a bit
a solid anchor.
So specific, right? EDG, they've won 50% of their attacking pistols on split. FPX have won 60% of their defensive pistols on split. I mean, whether we see that really come into effect is another question entirely. Is EDG heading in already? Setrod, Ayang, they're finding the kills that they need. But it's a 3-on-5. EDG forced away from that B fight for now. Ishu is exploring mid though and might be able to get something done.
Or FPX decide to abandon ship on from A Heaven, rather want to stay back and anchor the site, knowing that they might be able to work their magic here. Chi-Chu trying to slip the net a little bit. At least cut off rotations. Lo and behold, there are not a lot of rotations left. It's actually a pretty hefty site. 3 players on a defensive half, anchoring in. Really depends on the pathing of the final 2 players from EDG and where they'll end up.
Guiding Light will at least give some confirmation on there being some presence, but now the Saturate comes in, hindered up. Jenny not long for this world, nobody neither, and Kovac will secure a flawless pistol round for FPX. So for the 3rd map in a row here in this series, it is a 1-for-1 when it comes to those pistols.
And so far, neither team has bested each other from a pistol perspective. Great read from FPX to kind of fall back and secure that A site, and gave little to no resistance to Chi-Chu, which could have been a little misleading, I'd say, to EDG. Say, hey, this site's probably clear, I don't hear any rotates. And just fell straight into the trap that was waiting for them on A.
Yeah. They still have a long way to go. 5-round deficit now. But Kovac actually forced away from the early fight towards the B site and actually wrapping round the pillar. The judge doesn't find anything.
What?
Oh, I mean, we talked about maybe Setrod's classic not doing what my classic does. That's exactly what my judge gameplay looks like. And now Smoky can pick up the shotgun. Kankan finds another, make it 2. Coconut, the only one left standing for FPX. It seems very likely that EDG are going to answer right back from that pistol win with, well, a round of their own. Although Coconut's making a go of this, he just hasn't checked nobody. So it is indeed double digits now. Secured for EDG, they're just 3 rounds away from claiming this map and claiming the series.
Yeah, the first anti-eco conversion, or steal rather, from one of these teams. Bit of a whiffage with the judge. I think, yeah, I felt like Setra thought that enough pellets connected, but no celebratory sound cue, just meant player's not dead yet, able to get back with the classic, pick that judge back up, and EDG now double digits here. Kang with the outlaw, one-shotting anybody here in the server who has a deep save. Feel like they need to gamble a little bit. Yep. Gamble is the right term, FPX. You don't have a lot of ways into this. You just need to barrel roll your way in. Death trap. Find the lurk. Chi-Chu, knowing that this is more than likely going to be the case, finds one. The hard swing out. Collects 2, but the bandit will stop that. Able to collect at least a vandal as a consolidation plot. What's the word?
Consolation.
Thank you, Constellation.
Even still, though, EDG have the numbers, and it's just the one weapon recovered for FPX, so still not too much danger in this, you would wager. But always a chance for some sort of shenanigan to happen, particularly in this series, what we've seen so far. About to say Smoggy uncleared, but the Horn actually spots out his position. Now nobody's down to 10 HP. EDG do have to be careful here at the very least, just because FPX will be looking to find some exit frags as the spike ticking away becomes a little bit too much for them to handle. I imagine Coconut will save the gun, and Diane will go down to the spike. EDG now up to 11, 2 rounds away.
Bit of a miscom actually, right? Because it was, I believe Jenny as well as Kang, who were both in heaven, both got spotted by the Han because I guess one of them thought the other would want to clear it. Small mistakes, but you know, not capitalized on just because it is a bit of a rough buy, at least from FPX. They'll have to do a lot. This is always the tough part, right? You're faced against a number 11 when you're opposing side, and you have to buy up. So this, again, crucial round for series that they have to convert. Wanting to make B take a leaf out of EDG's books, be a little aggressive in mid, but now all on Ayang to stave away a barrel of people coming their way.
Ayang already flashed out as Smoggy gains control of the front of site with nobody in tow to plant the spike here. EDG have fully entrenched themselves in these positions. Meanwhile, on the A side of the map, there's a fight going on. Chi on the lurk does get cut down by Coconut. There are 2 defenders on the lurk in through mid. This time, Jenny's actually aware of it. Takes down Setrod. Kang's there to back him up. Despite the hinder coming through, just too little too late, and that really does feel like the entire story of FPX so far in this map. But despite some of these really nice ideas and some of these kills in this round, even if they win it, they've still got far too much to do, and they don't even complete that. EDG now series point.
Oh, series point. After a labored early start, back in map number 1, we find themselves really understanding how to play this game. And FPX looking weathered after so many rounds. You can see them being a bit disjointed when they want to retake that garage space. The first slider from Setrod is completely disjointed from the next player there, leaving no chance for a trade. But that Kang will give it to them. So now EDG looking ferocious, 12-4, 3 times the score, looking to close this out cleanly.
Exactly what they're hoping to do. And Kang here with this outlaw again. He's actually been cut down. The Chi will grab the spike and make sure that FPX can't get it under control. Jenny, in the meantime, has Kovac under control, and that the B fight going well, but over on A, it's a complete shambles. Now there's the spike actually in the pockets of FPX, but elsewhere on the map, it's still EDG fighting back with their numbers. Nobody's on 10 HP, however. FPX have a chance in this one, especially now with Jenny falling.
Messy round, waiting for the guiding light that came over the top side. Han has spotted out actually Smoggy in the midst of it all. The double swing out into a high-low. Setrod finds the kill onto Smoggy. Nobody left with 10 HP.
I mean, this would be a clutch for the ages, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Win the series.
Come on, Smoggy.
His position's known now, and even the spam through the box could finish him off. So he knows that he's got to play this one safe. No real chance even attempting this. He'll just hope to save the Vandal into the next. And FPX will find 5. 7 more chances though for EDG to close the map. And I mean, they're gonna take one of them. Surely.
Yeah. Surely. I mean, that was as messy of a round as I can describe on Split. I mean, in the midst of it all, They sent a Nightfall in mid, followed by Seekers from EDG side. It was a back and forth so far. But very fortunate, basically, that FPX were able to make an aggressive play on outside of A lobby and isolate the spike. If not, it might have been a different story. So FPX hang on in there by a thread.
Kang now with the Blade Storm, looking to apply this pressure towards the A main space. Taolela though, putting himself into a deeper position. With the Refract wearing out, he's in a lot of trouble with had no way to escape. So he's cut down. Smoggy now jumping into the site itself. Cetron, relay ball out, trying to delay for the very least a little bit of time. And Coconut does the same as well, but EDG still have the site control. They still have a 4 versus 2 now, with Kang up in heaven finding a second, and it does feel like it's all now falling into place for EDG. Coconut, the last one to stand, but he too will meet a similar fate as the rest of his side. After losing the first map in a surprise fashion, EDG fought back hard. They claim the series 2-1 in a reverse sweep.
This is when tenacity is really tested, right? The long-term marathon of a best of 3 and the emotional toil it takes on these players. You lost on Breeze despite it being one of your best maps. You were down 6-0 at the half of Ascent map 2, but you climb back up, and that's the power of true long-term champions, right? Knowing that the round is over, but the game is not. Knowing that the map's over, but the series is not. Able to climb back. As FPX looked to, unfortunately, take their bow here.
Akia took his time, didn't he? Finally made it to the stage. But yeah, for EDG, that's what you talk about. The mark of champions. It's that true grit, true tenacity. They make it work in the end. But I mean, regardless, for FPX, some good showings, some good signs. I think the way that they lost Ascent is potentially very, very concerning, actually. But at the end of the day, they were still able to take a map off of EDG and take Breeze off of EDG as well, which is a very difficult task.
I'm actually a little worried, right, for FPX, because we've seen a fair bit of them on Breeze. But just before that, before I delve deep into that, we're gonna have a bit of an interview with Jenny from Edward Gaming.
EDG 赢了这场比赛的胜利，我们也是请到了杰尼选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 杰尼。Hello， 大家好。欢迎杰尼。
He says hello, everyone.
强图，今天 FunPlus 的变阵明显是有备而来的，他们的进攻协同做得非常的默契，而且很细致。
Breeze is one of your stronger maps, and FPX clearly had a plan against you guys. So, what do you think was difficult to play against them today? He says no, it wasn't something specifically that was difficult. He doesn't think anything was too difficult. Their comms weren't great, and they didn't adjust fast enough. So that's why they lost. You got a couple key rounds on the second map that kind of turned around the map. So do you think the atmosphere changed after those? He says map 2 was definitely the atmosphere of the team was better than the first map. So he thinks after those rounds, yeah, it was better. The other team used a lot of Odin on a set. What do you think you need to be careful of against the Odin? He says just one tap them.
EDG 在这个赛段，我们知道一直是在尝试新的东西的。你们从来不会惧怕打没那么熟悉的图池，也不会惧怕去尝试一些新的阵容。那这段时间的磨合，
You guys haven't been too scared of playing new maps, adding new maps to the map pool, or adding new agents to the agent pool. How do you think the team's doing in terms of collaborating with that right now? He says it's been going well, but it's not at the peak that it could be. And she asks, what do you think you need to you guys need to improve.
或者是有些慢热的节奏，这些可能之后都需要再去调整一下。
就是其实没有练很多东西吧，我觉得我们在。
He says a lot of things they haven't practiced yet, and they need to continue to practice in the future.
更好的东西来。再一次感谢杰尼接受我们的采访，最后要不要跟观众们也说两句话呢？
谢谢。
Anything to say to the fans?
谢谢大家。
Just thank you everyone for coming to Chao Sha to watch us play. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture and then it'll be time for the prize draw.
好，那下面也进入到我们福能掉落的抽奖时刻。Nice 很淘气，在后面比手势。
Jenny was saying, "Yeah, I don't think we're at our peak." You think? You think that was a stressful game, but you know, hey, a correct prediction for me today, so not quite going 0-4, but my god, did EDG get made to sweat. That was a very, very close affair, and Multitudes, we'll let you finish your point now if you even remember what you were saying.
Yeah, I was talking about Breeze, you know, how, you know, FunPlus Phoenix basically had a very interesting composition that really worked against EDG, but it felt so specific from that perspective, and now that hand is shown. I'm a little worried about what else FPX have in the tank versus Edward Gaming. You know, they talk about it actually in the interview, the fact that like they haven't really changed a lot of their compositions. You can see their Ascent comp is still the same. It's like 2024 call, they want their comp back, but still they're running it with the same kind of tenacity, some new ideas here and there, but there's only so much you can reinvent with in a sense. It comes down to fundamentals and whether or not you can read them well, and I think Ascent was clearly of at least the second half. We won't talk about the first half, but the second half, yeah, second half for EDG, they were clearly much more in control in terms of like reading the map, understanding where FPX were going to be, and then adapting the mid shot calling from nobody. Stellar.
Yeah, I mean, I love that you say 2024 called as if, you know, that comp hasn't been run since like 2022 as well.
Fair, yeah, since KO came on board. You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Pretty much since KO came out. But yeah, I mean, it was a bit worrying that despite the good start, they couldn't quite take it over the board. But for the side of EDG, a win here on Split, we'll listen in to the team comms.
自己问题啊！3个左2楼。哦，楼下今年有人，可以封个单上烟，给个单烟。别急，我现在在给，给了。然后正午看管，等一下，等着烟。来，对，楼下，还在。nice，我推了。2楼夹了，我帮了。还有个飞德，我没管 B 2楼。我在看 B 2楼，都在吗？啊，欧门跟飞德，我们能补烟吗？提警加。 拼点脸上，不用紧加欧门，两个，脚下一个，紧加一个，脚下，也在，脚下，别急，nice，10点 ，OK， 10点，包掉了，10点，我架着，别漏，就只有一个了，哦，就一个了，就他了，开口，边，开口，好狗，一个了。 你不错，谁杀了一个？我杀了一个呀。哦，OK，我在架，紧加木点，紧加，拖时间就行了。140 ，nice，let's go！ 来，谢谢。
You just hear the comms peeking out. You can tell that the mood has dramatically shifted from the sullen faces we saw in Breeze onto, or Ascent first half, onto what we saw here Split.
Of Ascent too,
Yeah, but it's truly Kong, right? Bringing the heat in Split themselves, absolutely finding the shots when needed to. Nice support. I think not only from a sheer technical perspective, right, able to hit those shots, but also from a mental perspective, rallying around their cries of their war cries after each win, after each kill is exhilarating on the big stage. And that's, I think, the fine line between knowing how to clutch in all these big factors and unfortunately losing right at the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw it here from Kang, 354 ACS as well in this map. He was absolutely stellar. He was the MVP for EDG on Ascent as well. As we look at some of the highlights here, he was having a game for sure, and just all the way through. Never looked like he was able to be stopped. So let's have a look at the rest of the team stats as well. Coconut tried his best, Ayang as well on the Clove, hit 12 kills, but I mean, it's just not enough really from FPX. So all around, apart from Coconut, you want to see more. And again, from the composition standpoint, not convinced by the Clove, not convinced by the Waylay either.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. There were some players like Smoggy on the Rays, only 6 kills to their names. A little lackluster, obviously, was covered by Kong on the Jet, but those are, you know, certain things. I'm sure coach is looking very attentively at all these things to make sure that not just the star player, but all these 5 stacks, the 5 stack in the server needs to come together to really make it a play as a team. But yeah, there you have it. EDG closing it out in a reverse sweep. That was the final map here in the group stages, and what a way to end off, right? I think EDG had their metal tested, and granted, hey, I think FPX needs to walk away from this stage with their chin and head held up high, because it takes a bit to make gods bleed.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, you know, there's still more for them to do. We have the seeding matches happening, and their seeding game will be on the 26th of July, so a few days time on Sunday, where they will be facing up against the team that came 4th in Group Omega, which is Wolves Esports. As for EDG, they play against All Gamers in their match tomorrow, actually, the second game of the day there. So again, looking back at the results here, Nova Esports taking the win against TYL to go top of Group Alpha and be one of only 3 teams to go flawless in a VCT CN group stage, alongside both FPX and Shelight Gaming. So let's have a look at the top 5 from today. Slowly actually making his way in there, despite the loss for his side. Kang taking the top spot, however.
Of course, Kang just really stepped onto the plate the last couple of maps as well, rallying the team around him, being supported by a lot of great players, Smoggy, Chichu, to say the least. But yeah, I want to point out in Group Alpha specifically that it's 5-4-3-2-1. There's a very clear power ranking on Group Alpha, so at least moving out of this stage to players teams kind of know where they are from this perspective. They obviously also have a lot to learn, especially with some of the surprise takes. I mean, Nova coming in 5-0 right at the top, pushing, like, you know, overtime and then closing things out in relegation 13-11 against TYL. That was, to say the least, surprising. Definitely not on my bingo card of 2026, but hey, that is certainly one that the Nova fans and players are going to remember for a while. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's possibly still a world. No, there isn't. Never mind. I'm making it up. I was going to say I think there's maybe still a world where they can get to champs on points, but no, they would have to make the top 2, which is, hey, in the form they've been playing in, certainly possible. We'll have to see whether this team is actually the truth, or if we are seeing a Boom Esports situation from last year, where they went 5-0 in the groups and then bombed out in playoffs and then looked terrible in stage 2. But tomorrow's games, Trace Esports taking on Titan Esports Club. That's a match between the 2 6th place teams of each group, but Titan Esports Club at the very least did claim a win against 2nd place XLG. So Group Omega certainly had a lot going on, and then there is the battle between the 3rd place teams, EDG taking on All Gamers, to see who is the best of the rest, the highest seed going into the play-ins up for grabs there. But that is everything from us for today, as we have seen a pretty crazy match here, Multitudes, between FPX and EDG. It closes here 2 games to 1, and that is it for the group stage. But those seeding matches will be commencing tomorrow, so still plenty of action to come. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the weather is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said